Right. Here we go.
Laurie, come in the server.
We
If you're listening.
should be.
I do live. What do you think? I did.
I do live. I don't know who this is,
Okay,
but I want her to come in.
Are now live
That's Laurie, yeah. Yeah, that's Laurie. Litton.
on YouTube.
I thought he just told me he had to go study French again, so I don't know if he'll show up.
He's going
Welcome
French
to the
again.
live stream.
Come on, Laurie, stop being a chicken.
Oh my god, y'all really want Maury in here?
Oh no.
Laurie!
Come on. That's
Not,
not
be
way
like-
to
not
start
really,
it
but
off.
he's being a keyboard warrior.
You know,
All he's gonna do is come in and say, "I wrecked your ass."
yeah, he's a show
I
pony,
don't
right?
even
He
know who
knows
that
we're
is.
going live, and he's coming over here to come in the chat, right? He's in the live chat because he's too scared to actually come in here. That's the best he could do. He's gonna
Yeah,
fill
he's
up
saying, "I'm
our
sorry, my
live
friends,
chat
I'm
with a
studying
load of
French."
shite.
Yeah.
See, I told you, studying French.
Yeah, that's what he says. I'm sorry, my friends.
We
I'm
need
studying
to
French.
ban people from doing that, talking shit in the live. He's not even in here. What's he doing?
Yeah, you should go to the unicorn chat
Yeah.
room, Laurie.
There is a troll chat, isn't there? Yeah, there's a troll chat
Joel here,
to
yeah.
go into. Let's see if there's a moving. It's because I put the Nug Life up there, isn't it? I'm going to play Nug Life.
Oh yeah, that song is really nice. It's gonna trigger them a lot.
You can
But why
deafen
would you
yourself,
want-
and you won't hear us talking.
I'll get it. That's hardcore, bro.
Circles can look straight.
Troll's gone crazy.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
Do you have a link for me?
Listen to me very carefully.
It's in the airline.
Can you imagine?
Domesticated, suck my fucking cock.
You do it to all the women, you do it to all the men.
Yeah.
You're equal opportunities, fucking vile cunt.
Yes.
It's
Put
pretty
some
catchy.
stickers on
too.
there that say I'm a fucking liar.
There are assholes that just talk bollocks all the time.
Level means curved, right?
Everything's fake on our side, isn't it? We're all fake.
Complete and utter bollocks.
Hang on, how do you get it? How can you call it vertical on the side of a boat?
I agree, levels horizontal.
Hydrostatic pressure is the answer that will end the game.
Horizontal, bro.
We got the arguments and proofs to show. These crazy people gonna recognize the knowledge that flows.
Oh.
It's another life, baby. Logic and reality take the water levels, don't curve.
How can a straight line form a circle?
Right line geometry displays the 3D space of our world.
You're a universal horizontal
It makes me
waterer.
sick to think that straight lines curve. That kind of logic is the thinking that no one deserves.
The surface is not curved, you twat.
Setting up life, baby. We deal with shoes gone shady.
I'm not just being nasty here, right?
Actually, it is irrelevant.
Classic. I love it. There's some who you had a hand with the lyrics in that, Clary, did you? Where's he gone? Whoa, what up, Shills?
Nug Life, baby.
Come on,
Driving
baby.
the ballers crazy.
Got it, baby.
Water it slides evenly across the plain.
That's the
Damn.
fucking lyric. Is that you, that Clary?
Yeah, I helped him write all that. Most of
Yeah, I
that.
know, but I mean, come on. Who's gonna? Are you gonna give that one to Buster, or are you gonna claim that one?
Yeah, it was a group effort, man.
Yeah, because that
That's
is
what they are.
that lyric, man. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
That gets it right, and then the
love
one
that
that
one.
follows the hydrostatic. It's gonna change the game or something.
yeah. Hydrostatic pressure is the answer that will end the game.
Yeah, man.
Equilibrium, baby. It's all about equilibriums.
Right line geometry displays the 3D space of our world. Logic and
Straight
geometry.
lines, baby.
I said the Nug Life thing it's built a thing of its own because it's come from trolls, right? It's trolls that have put us all here. Like the reason we are all here in this game and not fucked off, we've not all left, is because trolls have put us here. And we're just still trying to find out what we're doing. So the Nug Life thing, to me, is brilliant because the trolls have made us, but with what we've ended up doing, like Rakir did with the Nug thing, we've just turned it round on them. We can now use reality to troll trolls, and it's brilliant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because we're facing some hardcore wizardry, but yet, making fun of that is always great, because if they take themselves too serious, then, hey, logic is going to be our weapon. So, yeah.
Yeah,
But-
when they, their wizardry was effective, right? Until you understand and break it down, and you say, "This is what he's inferring. This is what he's implying."
Mm.
You can see him coming from a mile away. I think it's interesting the conundrum they're in now.
Let me put a tweet out. I've not shared this with anyone, so feel free, share away, and we'll be going live for a bit, I think.
Should we get into that 8 inches per mile measurable drop, and then that even or level equipotential conundrum? I think it's genius, but yeah, maybe.
I've got I want to go to I've been working on, because SE brought up a good way to visualize it, so I've been sort of working on it, and I don't know, it might end up being a logo, right? It's still in its formulative ideas, and I don't know, it might need a bit of DP help to
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
visually
Something
creative.
that SE had.
The drop hump.
Oh yeah, the two boat.
Yeah. Well, but it's not. It's a little bit different, but I mean, it's in sort of works on that. You know how everybody's head works slightly differently. Well, yeah, it's based on that idea. I might have to nip off for a minute in a minute, so you might need to take over.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, I'm gonna go out in a minute as well and show you the water level.
Oh yeah.
Outside in the back garden.
Yeah, that's cool.
I've been trying out on them, Bev. The twin boat paradox.
Well, there's 3. if you think about it.
You want to use 3? Yeah, sure, of
Well,
course.
no,
yeah,
there is 3, isn't there? There's
the
reality,
triangle. Yeah.
and then there's the drop, and there's the hump. But what
Right.
we've been doing, me personally, I've been dealing it from one point. You gave us the double idea. I mean, Brian Mabbott gave us it as well, and Jesse Kozlowski also gave it to us. We've been using it for quite a long time. We've been calling it the infinite drop. Whereas if you're always dropping away from where you are, which is all right if you can think of it as an individual. But this is where the water level comes in, because the water level has 2 ends, and also that turns it into, this is where you come in, is the twin observer. So, yeah, you think about it in... so if you've got a person, and I'll show you later on, but if you put a person at each end holding the water level, then take them as an individual. They imagine that the other person drops. So you've got the double drop from the guys that are holding the water levels. But then if you take a step back and give a Jesse Kozlowski, Walter Bislin hump, there's also the hump in between the two of them. So whilst you've got the two holding a water level that is horizontal, you've got the hump and the double drop in the middle. That's where I'm saying it's like it's a logo. There's got to be a logo in it because it's so geometric.
Well, I call it the twin boat paradox, but whatever. I mean, as long as they visualize it, that was my whole objective. Because when you explain it, it's one thing. When you visualize it, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, it's the drop and the hump, sort of, in a way to make it a bit more understandable, I think.
Yeah, because it explains that they hold 2 opposing thoughts simultaneously in their mind, right?
Yeah, I think the part that you've got to watch out for is... in order to do this, you've got to keep away from telling them about a model, right? So you've got to try and keep it that, this guy here is holding a water level. So you show the first off is the 2 guys holding the water level, and you've got to draw that first, and then ask them around it. And once you start mapping it out, with the water level dropping from this guy, and then the water level dropping from this guy, and then, isn't there meant to be a hump?
Yeah, exactly.
But do you think they still understand what elevation is, though?
Oh yeah, they understand it.
No, I don't think they do.
Oh, they definitely don't understand what elevation is, because they say you can measure an 8-inch per mile drop, but then in the same breath they'll say that those points are level.
It isn't
a
drop.
Of course, they have to understand it on their geoid, of course, not real understanding.
Yeah, because they think a vertical has a new clump.
Yeah,
they're Penroseing themselves right now, trying to find an alternative. Esteban Elebaca chose to put up a how do you say it? Poincaré, however you say it. Conjecture, talking about the characterization of a 3D sphere and the hypersphere that bounds the unit ball in 4-dimensional space of a 3-dimensional sphere. I was like, you really want to go down that road? I mean, do you really want to go there? That's what I was telling Lori. You're going to Penrose yourself trying to make sense out of what that Poincaré, I just call him Poincaré because I can't say it right, but it's just 4-dimensional space bullshit. They can work it out mathematically, but it's not reality.
I did have that gently quoted Minowski space the other day.
Yeah.
We've been there. You remember when we did that? For space For it is, they take the 3 and then they add in time. So actually, the graph of Minkowski space is a fucking straight line. It's like they get really screwed up, right? It really does them in. Once you put your head into that space of what space it's meant to be, that 4 space, it's like completely imaginometry. Imaginometry takes over. You can do whatever you want at that point.
Mental illness.
Yeah.
That's why they all go crazy.
I copied that gently 4-dimensional space thing.
Yeah. It's always a straight line. It's like that red line going through the middle of it. It's a straight line.
You can't do anything with a straight line tangent. I've realised that.
You can't. Yeah, there's no such thing as what they require. Is the moment they say tangent or chord, they are giving up their spherical geometry and reverting back to Euclidean geometry. The model's screwed. It's fucked. You can use spherical trigonometry. That's been used for years. You just got to study Euclid and you'll find out how it all works.
See that little meme? See that little meme I posted?
Hump or drop, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's been driving them crazy.
I like the way it's drawn, too. It's like crayon rumpus drawing.
Yeah. That's the best I can do. Telling you, we need DP on this.
I've got my drawing board out. I'm gonna do it properly. I think it needs to be done geometrically.
Laurie Leziano wants a live show link.
What?
But it's good with it. It's good with that crayon drawing there, because I think it
he wants
triggers
to check
that
whether
it has
he's
to be drawn in such a.
Well, I'm gonna
crayon munchers.
Yeah. Come, Laurie, come talk to us.
I knew that. You see, that drew Laurie out right away as soon as he saw it. He got triggered. He couldn't help himself.
What does he want to go troll the YouTube chat or something? He's sitting right here in the server. What kind of link does he need?
He probably wants to check what he can get away with posting. So I've took it off the live stream. We just got the people's faces at the minute.
Oh, okay. You're not on live chat.
Yeah, not at the minute. No, not if trolls want to check what they can get away with posting in the.
Well, he can take his ability to post images away.
Yeah, just now I put something very wrong in.
I don't see where he even has a role.
Oh, VC link. He meant.
He wants a role to come in here and spew bullshit.
Wow.
I wonder if I could give him Globehead. Would that give him the voice?
It should be. I think I fixed it the other day.
Or I could just give him live stream.
Yeah, live stream's the only role in it.
Yeah, hey, Ben Frenchie.
Oh, he's in here already.
Is that the real you, Laurie, in your icon?
We're going to wreck your ass, Laurie.
Oh yeah, it's the real me.
It's like a Pixar animation.
Yeah, you can't double that voice.
That's from an old Westwood game, a very nice RPG I used to play as a kid.
Oh, okay. That looks good.
Are you still clinging to your failed model of a globe?
Well, if you want to say it failed, that's your business, I guess.
Yep. You didn't understand what I was telling you earlier. Go ahead, Flatfoot.
What were you telling me earlier?
Does Laurie still think curved lines can be straight?
So what were you telling me earlier, Cleary?
I have to explain everything to you because you don't even understand that the...
No, see, when you're trying to make an argument, making the argument actually helps. So if that's to you, I have to do explaining, maybe that's a you problem.
Yeah, Elibaka put the image up. Elibaka's paradox, you know. He put it up. You understand it, right? Don't you understand what that's all about? And I said that he was Penroseing himself. Have you ever seen a Penrose staircase where you are constantly going up and down but really ended up in the same spot?
Are those really called Penrose staircases? Are you sure you're not confusing things? Oh yeah, I think that's Penrose, yes. Also.
Somebody just had a camera on. Who was that?
It's me. I'm just trying
So
to
what about the Penrose staircase?
You got your camera on, Laurie?
No, I have.
No, I shouldn't.
Okay. So what about the Penrose staircase? Why do I have to explain everything to you like you're a
Well,
father?
if you're making an argument, please go ahead and make an argument. Otherwise,
I told you already.
Go study French.
Esteban Elebaca posted that sphere, right?
Yeah.
Does that
so
make
he posted
sense?
a sphere. So what?
Oh,
You said
God.
something about staircase. Is that sphere a staircase or what?
So you can't go from one thought to the other without being confused.
Oh, so well, clearly because you're not explaining things. So maybe it's your problem. Maybe you should try actually.
I'm going to explain it to you.
Yeah, because I can also say Elabaka posted that picture. So dog.
Mm-hmm.
See, and that's your problem if you don't understand what that dog means and how it's connected because you're stupid, clearly.
Now, when I try to explain it to you, you're going to talk all over me. Ready? Ready? Here we go. He's posting
Go
a
ahead. You have the floor.
three-dimensional sphere, right?
Yep.
Okay. Do you understand that you guys actually believe that you have a two-dimensional surface of that sphere?
Do you understand what the three-dimensional sphere is in comparison to a hypersphere?
Yeah, and it's a four-dimensional space, which is hilarious, right? Can you demonstrate?
It's a four-dimensional sphere, not a four-dimensional space.
Oh,
the sphere
wow.
is a four-dimensional. The hypersphere is a four-dimensional object. Of course, no one says that we live on that. Just so that you're not confused by this.
But see, you don't even understand it right now. I just understand.
No, I'm explaining it to you, and if you want to say when I'm explaining it to you that I don't understand, then maybe you should qualify somehow how I was wrong, if you can. Please go ahead.
Because you call it a four-dimensional sphere. And you're wrong.
The hypersphere is a four-dimensional sphere. You can go and look up the definition of a hypersphere. Go ahead, clearly. You will find out that I'm correct and you were wrong.
You see that?
Yeah.
So go and Google
see that?
hypersphere. Have you Googled that yet?
Years ago I did, yeah. Thank you, Laurie.
Oh, okay. So what did you find out? Did it say that a hypersphere is three-dimensional? Or isn't a hypersphere a four-dimensional concept?
You're conflating that hypersphere with the
so you admit then that the hypersphere is four-dimensional. Thank you. So I wasn't wrong, and you were bullshitting when you said that I'm confused about this.
You are because
okay. So, but you said that the hypersphere, you kind of seem to have a problem with the hypersphere being four-dimensional, and you now still say that I was right about that, right? So maybe that's a you issue. You need to take your because maybe you can technically get me on a gotcha.
You don't understand.
But you cannot bullshit me into a gotcha about this.
Laurie, you know 4D doesn't exist, correct?
Did I say it does exist?
You think you live in one?
I didn't say anything like that. I'm just talking about what the hypersphere means as a concept. And because clearly it's too triggered and too much in a rush to get a gotcha, he wanted to say that that's wrong when that's not wrong. If you want to get a gotcha, at least have the patience to get a valid gotcha, clearly. Don't be in such a rush to get it.
Incoherent thought pattern. It just doesn't.
Yeah, you're being incoherent. I can see that. You're trying to get a gotcha at places where you cannot get it.
No, I was trying to explain to you what I was talking
about. No, you were trying to get a gotcha. And you failed.
Still don't listen. You're just here to act like a fucking idiot.
No, I'm just. If you want to get a gotcha at me, I'm going to own your ass. That's if you don't like that, then maybe that's a you problem then.
Laurie,
you want to own my ass?
Laurie, let Clary talk just for a minute, and then you can respond.
I don't have a problem letting him talk. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to try to say it again to you? Yeah, you don't listen anyway, so somebody else can talk to you. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so I own yours. Thank you. No, I just wanted to see. I just came in because I don't actually have too much time to spend. I wanted to see if you actually know anything about Penrose, anything about mathematics, anything about the Poincaré conjecture, because I already saw that you're talking about the hypersphere, and you're most likely confused about the difference between a hypersphere and a three-dimensional sphere. and I've actually not studied too much mathematics, but I know this stuff because
I don't know anything.
books about chaos theory and so on, so I can own you on this topic quite easily.
What are you saying, Lori? You come in here and you say, I haven't studied shit. I don't understand shit. When I try to explain it to you, I'll explain it wrong, but you're the one who doesn't understand anything, right?
That's what they
Because
all do.
I actually demonstrated that I do understand it better.
You demonstrated that you're a moron. You demonstrated that you can't explain anything. You demonstrated that you don't have coherent thoughts between one subject and another. Is that correct?
That's actually wrong, and clearly, if this is the part of the show where you need to be triggered and mute me, then I'm just gonna fuck off because I already punked your ass.
Did you Did you see anything? No.
Okay, au revoir then, because you guys are being bitches.
See you later, Laurie.
See you guys later.
Laurie, hold on. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a bitch.
Hold on.
Don't
I'm
run
going
away.
to
Hold
go.
on.
I actually have to study, so I
See you
don't have
later.
time.
Do you subscribe
Either
to
we can have a discussion, or he can
Okay,
be a
let's have a
bitch and mute me, and I don't want to waste my time here.
See you
So
later.
which one is...
You can't even let SE talk to you. SE, do you want to try to talk to this moron before he leaves?
Yeah, I want to ask him which model he subscribes to, the hump or the drop. Simple question, Laurie.
It's a stupid question. So I'm gonna go study, friends. See you later, morons.
See you later.
What a fucking moron.
Go away?
Guys,
You don't
Well, you like
understand.
Laurie. Yeah, Bev, I saw that. One of the tubes was kind of leaning to the left.
Yeah. It was too high. I had to sort it out.
I don't know why.
You
I
should start seeing.
can't hear you.
The
Essie,
water
you should start
was.
seeing. Oh, sorry. I'm saying Essie should maybe start singing "All the globes on my hump, my hump." It's an old.
All that about that hump.
Nug Life, baby.
He won't even look into it. That's why he won't even go into it because he knows everything about the Poincaré conjecture and the Penrose and all that stuff.
Nobody understands
He
that.
thinks he does.
It's Penrose mind fuckery. It makes no sense at all.
Romanian manifold. That's a good one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Force space.
Pseudo.
It doesn't exist. Yeah, it's pseudo for a reason. Bev, was that your pipes that you had up there earlier?
You don't need math. You don't need Poincaré. You don't need anything. You need two boats, your brain, and a distance apart, and tell me, what do you see, Baltards?
Maybe they live in an alternate dimension. I don't know. Maybe they're seeing something we're not seeing. It's like ballitis.
Ballitis. I like that.
The world is run by psychopaths.
And I'll tell you, these guys, man, you can sit there all day, trying to tell them something, and this is what you get on the other end. Laurie Letiano, a mindless moron who just constantly just runs his mouth and doesn't listen.
That's how they all are. They know everything about everything, and you don't. So that's the only way that they can get in here is if they think they have an intellectual up on you.
I'm serious.
He said he was going to own our ass, right?
I don't know why he wants to own something like that. I'd rather own a nice car, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's another issue altogether. But one question ran him away, ran him off.
Yeah, they don't answer questions.
Mm-hmm.
They know it all. That's it. That's all that matters.
Yeah, next time you spend like a whole day in text chat with a troll, a time waster troll, just remember who you're actually talking to on the other end is someone like Laurie. It's just crazy.
And the funny thing is,
Laurie's not a very bright spark. I mean, the other day was yesterday, moan with me, going behind a tree. If you take the tree away, is the person still going to be traveling at the same speed?
He reminds me of that Labreca guy. He's about as dumb as Labreca.
Never heard of him.
It's just the same guy with a different account. It's trying to be funny.
The socks to the rescue. Oh, well, there's plenty of them out there. They just recycle, say the same shit. But that is kind of cool. They're actually going to these obscure mathematical definitions now. I mean, if you're a graduate math student, then you probably understand somewhat of it. But I mean, it's just like
I don't think anybody really understands that. I'm telling you, man.
well, wasn't the Poincaré conjecture like finally solved by like this Russian mathematician like a decade ago or so? It was like this. It was one of the millennial math prizes, I think. Something. It was that, or I think he used like Romanian manifolds to come up with an answer for it or something. I don't know, but it's just
right. Can you explain it?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can say that some mathematician finally solved this bullshit, but what does it mean? What does it really mean? Morty Master, what's going on?
Can I just inject before we get any further with Laurie? When did Laurie turn into a mathematician? He's just a language guy.
It's all his French classes, babe.
Unless he's just read a book about it and then he thinks he's a mathematician now. I don't know what the hell's going on, because he did say the other day he doesn't know anything about geometry.
No, babe, you don't understand it. Every time he learns French, he counts 1 page, plus 2 page, plus 3 page.
Yeah.
That's his math.
He's read about a hypersphere in French. Yeah.
Morty Master, are you quiet today? What's up?
What's up, Morty?
Okay. Must be shy.
So did you see how high the water had got?
On the water level? Yep.
Nearly
Does
out the tube.
Does the temperature affect the water level as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Weird that, hey? Wonder where gravity is.
And it's the opposite than what you think. It gets hot and the water level goes down. It gets cold, it goes up.
Yeah. Cold.
But I don't know whether it's cold or what yet. There's a bit more testing to be done to work out whether it's plastic, water, or air related. I don't know which one of the three.
Could be a contraction in that tube because it's not rigid.
Yeah, I was thinking it's more likely that the tube warms up, and that because of the hydrostatic pressure, because that's where it's warming up at the bit where it's at the lowest. So that pressure would weigh down, right? That would make it, but it's instantaneous. You can see a cloud go over the sun.
Yeah.
And watch the water start rising.
Yeah, because the soft tube in the heat becomes more pliable just from the sunlight. It becomes more stretchy and the water drops, right? As soon as the cloud comes over, that heat is not affecting that tube and it stiffens up slightly and probably pushes the water higher.
And there's a capillary action that occurs that slows the movement of the water down. So that's why the smaller bore tube takes a longer time to react. But it does. It equalizes out at the end. Like what I was doing there, I blew down one end to push some water out of the other end. Obviously, it went to the next one along the line and pushed the water out of there. So now it's in the process of equalizing itself back out again. and my camera needs to charge for another time thing, but yeah.
So everybody else can hear Bev, okay? Because I'm really trying to listen to you. I just can't hardly hear you. I don't know why.
Yeah,
It's coming in good for me.
Is it?
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, great.
Just you then.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt too much.
I think that's where we're heading. It's just kind of getting into the leveling and the tubes and explaining it to people more, I think. If that's where you want to go.
Did you see that? Was the camera good then? Because I'll go out a bit later on. It seems to be leveling off because of the temperature coming down.
Mm-hmm.
And no fluctuation. It seems to be leveler, easier. And obviously because it's cooling down and the water, let's say the water's expanding, it's moving up the tubes. It gives it chance for it all to equalise out together. Because I think that's where the difference is. The difference is when the heat comes, that causes the pressure or easing within a tube somewhere, and the level can go down.
Yeah, you could take that that line, right? You could put it in the freezer and feel how it gets, and then you could put it near some steam coming off of boiling water and see how pliable it gets, you know, from extremes.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the things that it would be good to be able to get good fittings, you know, really good pressure fittings that you could just screw a pressure gauge onto. It'd have to be a fine one, right? One that could be adjusted to notice the pressure changes. But, I mean, you could definitely see a pressure change occurring, I think, in different spots midway along the pipe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want to go back out there, I could probably get a screenshot. I just had idiot Laurie in here screaming at me when you went out there.
I did get one screenshot, I think.
Did you get your ass wrecked today, Cleary?
Yeah. What are you owning or something?
Studying French, but on Discord. Just telling us that he's studying French. Writing in the chat.
Cool.
Don't forget to put in how he ran away like a little girl. No offense to little girls when we asked him hump or drop.
Little bitches.
Yeah, there you go. Look how high that is compared to where it was earlier.
Those glib hits are going to be like, look at the different levels. I'm like, come on, y'all. Those tubes are bending, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but that isn't the test, right? To get all of these level, this isn't a water level, right? They are water. It's water in the tube. This test was just to make sure we could actually get a test. Because somebody had said it's really fucking difficult. Really difficult. And, well, too many leaks. You just couldn't do it with it, you know. So it's
air
just a
bubbles.
test.
Yeah. Can't have all those bubbles.
That's
Yeah,
400 meters, right?
There is a guy out there with 1,600 meters, right? Just letting it sit.
Holy crap. That's long.
It's 4 of them, but I mean, I'll get another 400. Actually, I was thinking of getting 100. I don't know. Like I may put another 100 onto him, and then get 5 and do two 500 meter water levels. I think I could get both of those in the back of my car. And judging by what we're looking at here now, if you could do it of a night time to make sure the temperature isn't fluctuating, or put them in water or something, I think we could. I think we could do it easy. This is definitely on, and it's possible.
Very simple.
Yeah.
Just make sure there's no kinks. No air bubbles.
Well, that's what we did today.
Yep. And then you put the dye in it. The food. Is it like food coloring or something to just to see? I know they use it for just looking at the meniscus. Maybe you're just seeing the water level a little clearer, but I don't know if is that what you're using it for exactly, just for the level.
For the water level, yeah. Just the water level.
Because I thought it was I saw dirt or something you were saying going down into the tube. It looked like the dye or the food coloring was going into the tube. It was kind of traveling along. So
yeah,
that's old. I guess
that's old food coloring.
Okay, yeah, it's just after it's used up. Okay.
Well, I don't know. Reacted with the water or something. What that was slightly strange, but I mean, it gave us a chance to watch what happened and how the bubbles clean. Because I'd always been told that the bubbles in washing liquid are the what clean it. It's the air that does the cleaning. Never really understood it, but I'm guessing with that now. That was quite easy to see that all of the bubbles pushed all of that dirt all the way through it as it went through. It wasn't the water that was pushing all of the other water through. It was the bubbles. Something to do with the vortex that was created at the front, at the leading edge of the bubble that pushed.
Tiny bubbles.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have to empty it out every time you use it, probably. And I mean, you don't go through a lot of. If you're using distilled water, you can just probably get it at the store or something. You don't have to worry about.
I don't use distilled water.
I thought you said you put distilled in it.
I did the first time.
Okay. Yeah, the impurities, because if you could use regular tap water, though. Yeah. If you use tap water, though, there's going to be impurities maybe inside or something that might throw it off, you think? Or is that too much? Okay.
No, I mean, you can see all of the pictures. I mean, how accurate I've been asking the ballers, how accurate do you think you could be when you were marking a water level?
Yeah, it's just a level, yeah. Temperature is not going to really matter with, in regards to what kind of water you're using.
Emma says, Lori just talks BS. I could not agree more. Absolutely. Are you hanging around, Bev, for a minute, or you gotta go do something?
No, I'm all right for a minute. Yeah.
You want to talk about the academically brain damaged people that you talked to over at Modern Day Debate?
I heard talking. I don't think there was much talking to. Yeah. I mean, Dapper Dino and Lear, I can't even remember his name. Yeah, they were manipulating space-time to bend, to make 6 inches into 5 inches.
Yeah, right between the hand's hands, right? They could bend that space-time in between his hands.
I don't know whether he did it mentally or psychologically or whether he had an equation to how he was going to do it, but he was completely confident that science would let him do that. I don't know how that sort of how that comes about, how people can do that. You've got to be, I don't know, I'd say indoctrinated, but I mean it's got to be. If you can put your mind in a certain space that allows you to believe you've got that much power over people that you can bend and manipulate 6 inches into being 5 inches. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you got to really believe it to say it, but you can't do it. You can't demonstrate it, but still they believe it because they literally were indoctrinated. Almost like a re-education camp. You know, the way they get into that, all of that conceptual stuff, and they walk out of there saying, "This is what I believe," because the professor never said all of these conceptual bullshit things we're teaching you don't apply to reality. You cannot demonstrate any of these things in reality. You can talk fancy about it, and some people might believe that it's real, but you're never going to be able to demonstrate any of these things. So, therefore, they're not real.
Don't they put disclaimers when they teach this in the beginning, though?
They should. I mean, they really should, but I don't think people listen to it. Because you can...
They put it...
Go ahead, Expo.
I was just saying, they put it on a ball. One of those little globes, you buy in the store or something. Underneath the globe, you'll see like does not have any real effect, real example in reality.
For educational.
For educational purposes.
Only.
Yeah. And obviously, that's why they're there. It's just to manipulate you.
Yeah, that word, I really don't even like that word anymore. I don't see the point in actually using that G word. I just call it a failed model. A terrible example of reality. Because I think I was talking to Naps the other day about, I can demonstrate horizontal, I can demonstrate vertical, I can demonstrate parallel plumb lines, I can do all of these things, but everything that you believe that the guy from Maine told you, you can't demonstrate any of that. You only believe that man, what that man tells you to believe. He tells you to believe it, and you do what he says. He controls you. He controls what you think is real, just from the things he says to you and the little drawing that he shows you. But he's not demonstrating anything to you.
They've done it pretty brilliantly, like with the cameras, the fisheye lenses they use. Either that's used on purpose or not. I believe there is some sort of agenda behind the using, these fisheye lenses for most cameras. There's got to be some purpose for that. It's obviously not a monetary benefit for that. Just putting in a lens, that's not real, but that shows real reality. There's tons of other examples too of that. Just distorting reality and just manipulating people's thoughts about how it is. That's what it goes down to. It's just that dimension of thought. It's something that people can't get over. That's what I agree with you. It's the professors or whoever teaching you, and it's that dimension they just like cram into your head all day. It's just like, this is what we tell you. This is real, and like people just get so destroyed from it. Their minds are like, okay, we will believe you.
No, I don't think it's like that. It's not like that at all. People do that to themselves.
You choose.
Yeah, I mean,
you choose what to believe.
Yeah, you don't go into. I mean, I don't know. I've never been into astronomy or astrology or anything like that sort of stuff. Where you I don't know. You've got to be led to believe into something. But I mean, I guess they're still looking at computer data or something, right? They're the ones that are putting what they think into something. I don't think you're ever taught this. You don't defend something like this that much if somebody's taught it you. You only defend it this hard when you've put it there for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
This is theirs. Once you own this, this is
That's
one of the hardest things in this whole thing is letting go of things.
Social pressure, I think that's what it is. It's conforming to the idea that if you do a certain degree, you have a certain thought expertise of something, you're socially accepted, and you don't want to work at this place. You want to work here.
I
you want to
agree.
do this because look at that.
Yeah. I agree in the aspect that the society, right, your status in society is like, oh, I got a master's degree in physics, and I feel special. But that's just an idea, right? That you're somehow elevated above other people because of that. It's not the truth, but they believe that they are a little bit smarter, somehow enlightened.
Yeah, they're conditioned.
Okay, who said that a degree makes you smarter than others?
You just said it.
You did.
Who said that?
You just did.
You implied it. You said that our.
You just said it, dude. Why did you just say that? Do you think you're cleverer than other people if you've got a degree?
Clearly just talked about.
Clearly, you just said it.
No, I didn't say it.
You did.
I asked clearly why.
You just came in and
who said that to him? How he derived that people think that.
What do you think, Morty? Do you have a degree?
Do you not think that?
Yeah, I do.
What degree do you have?
Well, why is that your business?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, whatever. Do you feel like your degree makes you smarter than other people without your degree?
No.
Oh, good.
Okay. You must not be a Glober.
Yeah.
No.
You're fitting well around here.
That's not the correct conclusion.
Do you think you can use your degree to help people?
Well, certainly, yes. Why?
Good. That's
okay.
Good. I mean, I'm glad to have you here.
Speaking of credentials, you were talking about Laurie being a language guy earlier, and how this makes him mathematicians. What credentials do you have that makes you experts in
You go right back into it. You came in here saying it.
Who said that I was an expert? Did
were
I say I
implying
was
it.
an expert, or did you say I was an expert, or did you say what? We can't say that Laurie said earlier, like he did, that he didn't know anything about it. Now, all of a sudden, he's studied higher mathematics when he's only doing language. He's told us that. Where is the question that you're bringing in, Morty?
I just asked you about your credentials.
You're asking about my credentials. You want to know my credentials, do you?
Yeah, about the panel, basically.
Can I just say something real quick? You came in here and said that you don't believe a degree makes you more intelligent, and then what are your credentials?
Yeah.
You went right back to it.
And you, after saying that you weren't going to tell us what your credentials were, you want to know what everybody else's credentials are. It's a bit hypocritical, that, right?
Yeah, hypocritical is a good word.
No, I jumped to a conclusion there because I was having the line of thought. Well, okay, you were criticizing Laurie's qualification on maths, and I was thinking, well, maybe you or some of you guys are experts in that field, and
we don't claim to be experts in anything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was.
Hey, Morty Master.
That's what I was asking.
Can I ask you a quick question, Morty? Do you think that someone who has actually done surveying for a year, out in the field, making measurements, writing them down, do you think they're more qualified than somebody who read Rumpus's book on surveying?
More qualified about?
More of an expert.
More of an expert about?
Surveying.
That's hard for me to say.
You're not sure whether a guy who's been out in the field every day, working 40 hours a week, surveying, doing differential leveling, doing all the techniques. You don't know whether he's more qualified than somebody who read a book about surveying.
Okay, first of all, did you notice you interrupted me?
Because you didn't understand, so I explained it.
No, I understood very well, but you interrupted my explanation.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what you just did right now was adding more details to the kind of work that the guy that was in the field and did surveying did, right? Before that, it was not specified.
It wasn't clear,
what role he played in in serving and working in that field, right?
That's why I had to interrupt.
It's also entirely. Please stop talking into.
Oh, I just wanted to give you more detail. I apologize for interrupting you, but I did exactly what you said. Yeah.
Finished?
Oh yeah.
Can you hold it for a few?
Yes, sir.
Until I'm finished talking, is that possible? Can you? Is that like what the fuck are you doing?
I'll say yes, and that'll be the last thing I say.
Okay. Good. So it's what I was saying is that it's entirely possible for someone to work in a field and just doing what they are told without understanding what they are doing, right? It's different from.
Is it in which field?
In any field.
What it's entirely possible for somebody to be in the field and not know what the hell's going on.
In surveying, there's also menial work. You can just be told that you're supposed to hold a rod, and then you're supposed to read the number that's lighting up.
No, if you're holding the rod, you are not reading the number. Obviously, you've never done any surveying, or perhaps you have, and you've not learned a thing about what you're talking about.
Morty, why are you interrupting?
Because he's going off on me on something that's irrelevant. Because I was not claiming that that's how surveying works. You
were saying you can work in a field and not know anything about it.
It was an abstract example, Beth.
Is that what you were trying to say? Tell us
then. It wasn't
how you've worked in surveying and you don't understand what you're talking about it. Is it?
Thank you.
How long did you work in surveying for?
Can you please stop talking over me?
It's not Laurie,
you did the exact same thing last time. You kept talking over me until no current conversation was possible.
Because you never shut up.
That's the origin of the point in time. People keep talking over me. Why does this keep happening?
Because you never shut up.
No, I do shut up.
Are you actually going to get into anything, or are you just going to keep talking bullshit? Right.
I just wanted to ask him that same question for the third time in a row. Do you feel like a surveyor in the field who's holding rods, looking through the auto level, doing everything he could possibly do as a surveyor, do you feel as though he is more or less qualified than someone who simply read a textbook? Can you answer that, please? I will be quiet so that you can do so.
Yes, I would intuitively say they're more qualified. So,
thank you. That took a long time. You did say the one in the field, right? Did you say the textbook reader?
If they are the one, if they are understanding what they're doing, and if they do their work not under supervision or under orders, but do it autonomously themselves, then
so with that statement, you're saying that practical experience trumps academia.
I don't think that's a correct conclusion.
Ooh.
What do you think is the correct conclusion then that I could draw from that?
Actually, the only thing you can draw from that is
practical experience trumps academia.
False.
See, it's so hard for them to admit to that stuff.
No.
Where would the knowledge of academia come from? Like, if you're going to teach somebody academically about surveying, where would that knowledge come from? Academia, which doesn't have the knowledge to begin with, or surveying, which does?
Academia, which doesn't have the knowledge. Okay, you're personifying academia here. That's very strange.
That's what you do.
Could we say the teaching of something, right, is academia, and then you have the something going on? So, like, I can do something without being taught about it in academia, right? So what academia would do would take somebody that does the thing and then put them in a classroom and talk to people about the thing.
Okay, so where does the person that does something get the knowledge to do something?
By doing it.
Mm-hmm.
By doing it. So servers just magically get to know everything so they can teach it. They don't have to build any kind of understanding.
Okay, those that can do, those that can't teach. That my professors used to tell me that if they could actually do what they were telling people to go and do, they would be out there doing it, but they couldn't, so they were teaching. So you're being taught by people who are actually not even qualified in a practical sense.
Sure.
I think one of the best examples of practicality, practical experience, is like surfing. Now, I could get a surfboard and go surfing. And then you say, well, I've never surfed before. And I could say, well, I can teach you how to do it. But then again, you could just get a surfboard and go do it, right? You could get a water level. You could get an auto level and get out there and learn. Or you could read a textbook and read the words that it says about some kind of calculation of a failed model and all these calculations you have to take account for, even though you do a physical measurement, Just books are books, stories are stories, you choose to believe different stories, right? That a man was swallowed by a fish.
My person from the story you were telling. Is that possible for you?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Please don't assume about my person, what I choose and what I don't, from the story you're telling.
Okay, you tell me. You tell me your story.
No, why would I?
You just said
I'm here to learn, and I'm here. I'm all about facts. So why would I tell you a story?
I don't know. You told me not to say your story, and I said, "Well, you tell me your story." I'm not real sure what you meant.
Well, I just told you that stories are irrelevant to me. I'm about fact.
That's that's your story. But stories are irrelevant to you, and you're all about facts. That is your story.
Okay, if you want to bend it that way, fair enough.
Because it didn't really sound like you wanted to learn, honestly, when you came in here. Sounds like you just wanted to criticize.
He said he's got a degree. He doesn't think he's cleverer than anybody, and he's going to be able to help people. I'm not so sure what his degree is because he's not going to tell anyone, so we don't know how he's going to help.
I didn't say I'm not going to tell anyone.
Oh,
when did I say that?
Well, he asked you earlier.
Yeah,
and you said you're not going to tell anyone.
But why this is your business? No, I didn't say I'm not going to tell anyone. I asked you what.
Tell us
why
then.
Is it, why
just tell us.
It would be your business. It'd be a good display of like if a degree makes knowledge. If you're like, hey, I have a degree in X, and then we start asking questions about X, and you answer all of them correctly, I'd be like, wow, this guy's degree, he knows what he's talking about. Now, if you say I have a degree in like HVAC, and I start asking you HVAC questions that I know because I've been in the field, and you give me book questions, I'm like, oh, you've never been in the field, you don't know how this works, then we might know what's going on. So that's why I think you don't really want to say what your degree is, because then you could be tested, questioned, find out you're wrong, degree's not as good as you think it is.
No, I wasn't thinking that at all. Okay, I don't want to question anybody for anything, right? What we want to do is find out how he can help us. I mean, if he's got the degree in something, then he should be the knowledgeable one. He should be able to give us the information on it.
Sorry, you're about everything. Better. I already made that clear.
But, yeah. Okay, so are you going to tell us what it is that you are more experienced in, or are you just going to assume it's anything we're talking about that you have the superior upper hand?
Neither.
You're not going to tell us.
Yes.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you, and I'm not.
So I was correct earlier when I said you weren't going to tell anyone
anything there is to know.
Yeah. When anybody.
So neither of the
when I said earlier that you weren't going to tell anyone, and you said you didn't say that, you've just said it. You're not going to tell anyone.
No, I didn't say I'm not going to tell anyone. I said I'm not going to tell you right here, right now.
Okay. I'm sure you would have told somebody at some point.
That does not include.
You're not going to tell
anyone,
us then. Okay, then can we clarify that you are not going to tell us what your assumed expertise is in, even though you don't think you are any more cleverer than anybody else in the room. Okay. Now, can we carry on and have our discussion, Marty?
Sure.
Because you're definitely not a surveyor, are you? Because I can assume that from what you comment that you said earlier about.
Yes.
holding the stick and reading the numbers.
Though you should have noticed that this was a simplified example that was not relating to
Oh
a
yeah,
specific
we certainly noticed.
situation. That
Yeah, I
was
noticed
not.
that.
That was not. That was not. That was not. That was not. Can you please stop talking over me? Thank you. That was not relating to a specific
I don't think
method. That was not. Wow. you
No one's
guys are
talking
on
over you,
fire.
bro. Just
Why
we're
do you keep
listening.
talking over me? I was almost finished with my sentence.
Okay, God.
Okay, I've got to be
We're just laughing at you, not talking over you.
back in a minute.
Yeah, it's still extremely impolite. Like
Morty, what
that's not how
experience
normal.
can you?
That's not how normal conversation works. Do you
Okay, I'm
realize
sorry.
that, guys?
Give me permission to ask
Do
you
you
a question.
notice that this is extremely impolite? Do you understand that?
Permission to speak, Master.
Uh-oh. We're being impolite.
Like,
Permission
is this really how
ask
you guys think
I'm-
communication works?
I'm
Conversation
sorry,
works?
Morty.
Is that
Sorry,
how
Morty,
this? Is that the
Morty,
level
but
you're
you-
operating on? Is that
permission
what
to
you're
ask
doing?
a question, Morty Master.
Well, some of us, when we
I
talk,
asked
we
a
actually
question
shut the hell up
multiple
after we
times
get done
now.
saying what we're going to say. We usually stop talking at some point.
Circles.
Sorry, Morty,
So
but
you're
we
not
do laugh.
able to recognize what you're doing here.
Okay,
Yeah,
do
we
you have
just
a
laugh
point
at
or not?
sanity.
My point is that you're not leading any sensible line of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, after that,
Morty,
what's the next one?
what experience do you have? Do you think you can bring to the conversation?
To which conversation?
That's right. About reality, about horizontal
About
water.
reality. I've lived in reality my whole life.
Mm-hmm. And you've experienced motionless.
Experience?
I'm sorry, you're talking over me. So you've experienced horizontal, motionless water.
Horizontal, motionless water.
Mm-hmm. You ever seen a body of water
Yes,
at
I can
rest?
relate to what you're talking about. Yeah.
You have seen a horizontal body of water at rest with no forces acting upon it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess.
So what? You think it's in motion then? You think it's got some kind of lateral force holding it? Or do you believe it's actually... okay.
Sorry, I got disconnected.
Are you doing that on purpose to disrupt?
No.
Morty,
So you
would you
see-
be able to show us? Would you be able to show us this bendy water?
Bendy water.
Hmm.
What are you talking about?
Well, have you seen Bev's photos of his water level right there? Do you understand that those water levels are governed by hydrostatic equilibrium? It's according to mainstream science, it's an equal pressure, an even pressure at an even altitude along the surface of that water that causes those ends to be horizontal. Therefore, physics dictates that water would not curve, right? Therefore, your failed model, can't work.
My
Based
failed
on
model. What is my model and how is it failed?
Are you a glober?
Define what a glober is.
Someone who thinks they live on a ball.
You seem very dishonest, Morty. Why is that?
Why do I seem dishonest?
Because the way you're trying to evade the answers. You don't want to make a right
I'm
claim
trying to
on what
evade
you
the
believe. Yes.
Well, I'm trying to express myself in a way that is easily understood and not misconstrued in some way. I have experience with panels like this, very bad experiences. That I say something, what my view is, and what I think, and then they repeat back to me something completely different. And that's why I'm careful what information I'm giving.
Okay, your answer is going to be completely sufficient on its own. What do you think you are living on? A horizontal baseline? Excuse me, almost nearly there. Do you believe that you live in some type of horizontal baseline reality where water does remain horizontal at rest, or do you feel as though you live on some model, some type of globe model?
I'm not living on a model. I'm living in reality.
Oh, so we're on the same side then.
So horizontal.
Well, we disagree on how we can differentiate. But from what I've heard and seen, I also disagree on the validity of some of the things that you're saying, formally and informally.
Okay.
Yeah, we are basically on the same side. We are trying to figure out how what reality is and how it works, and what we can learn about it.
Can you tell me what our issues are that you have a problem with?
No, not out
No,
of the blue, not out
You
of context.
just said you had some problems with some things, and to ask for a clear example of those things, you can't provide anything.
Yeah.
It's very simple, Morty. Is water to you when at rest, is it horizontal or not?
Is water horizontal?
At rest.
At rest. Water at rest horizontal.
And is horizontal a straight line?
Sure, why not?
Well,
Cool.
welcome to reality.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I thought we were all in reality already, experiencing reality in some form. But sure.
Maybe I just assumed
Thanks
that
for the
you were
welcome.
a globe model defender who believed that water in the distance somehow curved around a ball. And that's my mistake. I'm sorry about that, Morty. You're a universal horizontal water.
Well, my view, my understanding of reality or of how water works and why it behaves the way it does is somewhat different as well. It would derive to the same things given another premise, right? Which again I have not personally verified or differentiated which one is true. So I have not concluded if that water forms a flat plane basically or not. Right? I have not personally verified that.
So now you're going back.
No, hang on. I can
I'm not
respect
going
that.
back on anything. I just explained that my fundamental understanding of reality starts at a different point.
Wait,
You
but
haven't
not
experienced just trying to rephrase it properly here. You haven't experienced, you haven't measured the surface of water, so you can't presume that it curves or that it's flat. Just by logic alone, though, would show you that that water is horizontal because it could sustain any type of negative state above its equilibrium. So that's not bad.
Yeah.
You're getting there.
You're on the right track.
Sure. Thanks.
You know how water level works by any chance? Have you
Yeah. I'm not
ever
sure if I
looked
could
into it?
describe it accurately out of off the top of my head, but I have an idea about it. Yeah.
So it's used to determine like an inclination, right? Or like a flat surface, basically. You use two separate sides. You hold it up, and you get a level. If it's level on both sides, and it's probably going to be level in the middle. Do you agree with that? Or is it going to be curving? Do you think over, say, 100 meters?
Both sides.
So you get both sides of a water level. A little meter manometer. Have you ever seen one of those? So it gauges the elevation, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and you make sure that they're both level by each side. There's the same readings on each, right? And you make sure. And so over level, straight planes, and you can tell that it's pretty straight if you have the same elevation, right? You can adjust it too. You can make inclines. You can do a bunch of cool things, and that's what basically we're using to use against the models that you or whoever is telling us. So it's reality. That's what we're using to use against reality.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see a test.
Do you mean
that.
to use against reality? We
Or
use it in reality, don't we?
Yeah, use it in reality. To compare reality to that. Yeah.
No, we just do it in reality.
Yep.
Okay. I would love to see a test like that.
How would you compare it? Have you never? This is why I said to you earlier about you. You've never done any surveying.
Yes.
Is that yes? You've never done any surveying.
Yes.
Okay. So you think it would be a test for you to see what a water level does?
Well, we already know what a water level does. The question is if we have a water level with where we have one end and the other end and the post in the between. Are those three? Are the two the two basically the two stands, the two readings of the level on a straight line or not? Right.
Well,
that would be one test to differentiate.
Okay. How much geometry have you done?
That's difficult to quantify.
Difficult to quantify. Okay.
Yes, because
okay. Well, in the basics of geometry, right? It's formulated on logic, right? You do understand that, and now the logic states that the shortest distance between 2 points will be a straight line.
Yes, that's the definition of distance.
Okay, but do you know why it says that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line?
No, I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Well, the reason behind stating that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, do you know why that is important? The very definition.
For the understanding of what a straight line is.
Okay, so it comes from logic, right? So where do you think the understanding of a straight line comes from? From reality and this logic that builds the geometry that we use.
Sure.
Yeah, where do you think it comes from? Or why do you think it's important?
Can you specify your question? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I'm asking you to try and relate the straight line within geometry to the logic of reality. I mean, why is knowing that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, why is that relatable to reality for you?
Because that way we can measure distances.
Brilliant. So in reality, the shortest distance between 2 points would be what we call a horizontal distance, right?
No, not necessarily horizontal.
Right line.
Necessarily. If it's not horizontal, right, what you do is you form a triangle, obviously, with a longer side. And that longer side would be called the hypotenuse. That, just by being the hypotenuse, means it's a longer side of a triangle.
That's not true.
What's not true?
It's not true.
The shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line, or
that's
the
true.
straight line in reality being a horizontal distance.
That's not true.
So are you saying that it doesn't extend as a straight line? What are you saying?
Well, as per definition, if you're establishing a horizontal, you're establishing a straight line, right? That That far we all agree on, right?
Yeah, I know what
reality,
you're going to say.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute, Laurie. Laurie, please,
let me finish my
before you
sentence?
carry on, right? Can I just say, you've said at the beginning you've never done any surveying, right? And you were very, very vague about geometry. So
I wasn't vague at all.
we
about
agree
geometry.
that horizontal is the straight line distance that is measured in reality, right?
Straight line distance. No, I don't agree.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that not all distances you can measure in reality are on a horizontal.
Oh,
But
yes,
you
you
just said
can
it's
measure
horizontal.
Not all
distances around the
distances
circumference
are
of a
on the
circle.
same
Yes,
elevation.
that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about measured distances in reality being a horizontal measured distance.
Yeah, again, no, not all distances you measure in reality are on a horizontal.
It sounds like you're trying to
You
get
can
off
have
on a
different
technicality again.
You can measure distances between points on different elevations, and then they are not on a horizontal.
Right, but then that wouldn't go on a map as a distance, would it?
Oh, you're talking about cartography.
I'm talking about a shortest distance between 2 points being the measured horizontal distance because it is the shortest path between those 2 points.
You did not establish the use case we're in. You did not establish what we're talking what we were referencing with 2 points, right? You have to be a little more specific, a little more accurate, a little more precise.
No, I was being very precise.
No,
The
you
measured distance
precise
in reality is a horizontal measured distance or a vertical measured distance. Now, is there any others?
Which distance you measure is a vertical measured distance?
If it's
when it goes on a map.
That they're contour lines, right? You've seen contour lines, haven't you?
Cartesian.
And those are vertical measured distances.
Yes, they are vertical elevation markers, aren't they? You know how maps work. Have you never done any map work either, Laurie?
Did you?
Laurie, can I get a Laurie?
Morty, you're talking to you.
Oh,
That's not
Morty. Oh, right. It sounds a lot like Laurie. Morty,
Sorry?
how much work have you done then? In either map making? Have you done any map making, geometry, surveying, anything? Because that's what we're talking about here, right?
I've done geometry, yeah.
Okay. So you realise that a horizontal distance would be the shortest distance. Anything that would not be horizontal would make a a hypotenuse on the triangle, thus making it longer, not the shortest side, right? The two right lines, the horizontal and the vertical, that make the right angle, they are the two shortest distance measurements, aren't they, for vertical height, horizontal distance.
Yeah, okay, I can see what you're getting at. Okay.
Nice. Yeah. So those are straight lines.
This is what you're saying.
Yes.
Cartesian.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what we were talking about. No hump in a straight line, is there? Straight line's a straight line.
Well, that's, yeah.
Good.
That's what you're saying.
So shortest distance measured is a horizontal distance in reality.
That's, yeah. Sure.
Good. I'm glad we got there in the end.
That's quite good.
So what was it you were coming in for? You were coming in hot for something, Morty.
No, I wasn't coming in hot at all.
Oh, it was
All you need
sorry,
to do
yeah.
is measure two distances 1 foot off the water.
right? That should be a horizontal distance.
It should be a horizontal distance.
Yeah, if you can keep the
It would
same
have to be.
elevation, horizontal.
It's a distance between 1 foot above sea level to 100 feet, 1 foot above sea level. That has to be a horizontal distance.
Yeah, shortest distance. Definitely the shortest distance between those two bits.
I would call it the distance along the surface of the water.
Yeah. So
No,
yeah,
that'd be a horizontal.
that's what
Or
that's what Right the Hand said. Yeah, horizontal distance.
That's what you're saying, that it's on a horizontal line.
Absolutely.
That's what you said too.
Yeah.
No. I agreed that that's what
you
I'm
agree.
saying.
That's the same thing you agreed with.
No, I didn't agree with. I didn't say that. Okay, that's what we determine. I said that's what you're saying.
Okay. Well,
Yeah. So
before about 10 minutes ago, you established that a body of water over a certain distance is horizontal, right? If it's using established techniques to measure it, correct?
Shortest distance between two
The distance.
points. Yeah. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So the shortest distance between 2 points, obviously, at the side of a canal.
Okay. Yeah, you can repeat that mantra over and over, and then it's still just what you're saying, right?
Well, what do you say?
I just mentioned
is that not what you say?
One sentence of how I would phrase something without having further knowledge of it, and going off of that and trying to determine how it matches the terminology.
How
and
it matches
you got
the
all
terminology.
confused already and said
What's
like
the
I'm
terminology
going back
you're
on what
talking
I
about?
said and stuff like that. Like, it's not my fault you're so confused by words.
Nobody's confused here. It sounds like you're confused.
Yeah, I guess. Sure, nobody's confused.
What's the terminology that you're confused about?
I didn't say I'm confused about terminology.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Because you seem to be disagreeing that it's not the shortest distance between 2 points is a measured horizontal distance.
That's your impression. Good. It's fair enough.
Do you not think it's the shortest distance then in between 2 points?
That portrays your confusion.
Hang on, Morty. So you agree that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That is what you are saying right now.
By definition, yes.
Okay.
Cool. Do you think the shortest distances in between 2 bits on the surface of water would not be... you don't think it would cut through the surface, would you?
I don't know.
Oh. You don't know?
Reminds me of Book 3, Proposition 16.
Yeah.
So straight lines can curve then?
No, he didn't say that.
It's also not what I said.
Okay.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and that straight line would be on the surface, wouldn't it?
If the surface is flat, yes.
Okay. What about if you were to get a tool that made an even altitude? Now, there you go. Wait a minute. Let's start off. Let's not do altitude. Let's do elevation.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
so
even elevation. Is that a straight line?
Constant elevation.
Yeah. Is that an even elevation?
Like it has an even number, like 2, 4, 6.
That which lies evenly between its two extremes.
Yeah, a constant.
Yeah. Neither higher nor lower at the other end. An even elevation.
That's called a constant elevation.
We call it an even elevation. You might call it something else where you're from.
It's called a constant elevation. An even elevation is one that is divisible by 2 without a remainder.
No.
Hang on. That which lies evenly.
You're talking mathematically there, are you? We're talking geometrically even.
100 feet is constant.
Even geometrically.
Yeah. Even
like in
geometrically.
Geometry, you use numbers, and numbers can
No,
be
you
even
don't,
and odd.
Dude, you don't use numbers in geometry.
No, okay.
Please stop doing that. How much geometry did you do?
again, that's a very strange
so
question.
not much.
How do
Okay.
you, Beth? No, that's a you're jumping the gun here. Okay.
You just
Let me
told
ask
us
you-
that geometry
Beth,
is numbers.
Beth,
It's not.
Beth,
Like,
let me ask you a question, please.
Let you ask me a question.
Let me
Go
ask
on, then.
you
I've got
a
my mates just
question,
come round.
please.
They'll be back in a
Let
minute.
me ask you a question, please. Thank you. So, how do you want me to quantify how much geometry? Like,
Can you define a straight line?
the shortest distance between 2 points.
Would that be an even, straight, right line?
Even straight right line. It would be a straight line.
It would be a straight line that would
Yes.
lies evenly between the 2 points, right?
But you can't quantify it though.
Hang on, that's what he's doing.
The line evenly between 2 points.
It does. It's
It
neither
does not
higher
that
nor
does not
lower.
have-
It's
Okay,
an
and it doesn't answer how we quantify how much geometry someone has done.
This is what we're doing right now. All we need you to do is understand this, and then that will quantify that you understand this. A straight line.
Quantify, it qualifies.
Qualify, quantify.
I don't think you understand the difference between those two. Is that possible?
Ooh, sophistry. Are we going
Yeah,
to?
we're getting into.
Yeah.
I don't think you understand.
Anyway, Beth,
Going
how do
into
you want
semantics.
me? I asked Beth specifically. How do you want me to quantify how much geometry I have?
How do what?
You asked me multiple times how much geometry.
So he's ignoring what I just told him.
Yeah, I know.
Clearly, please stop interjecting.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, and I told you multiple times that it's hard for me to quantify that in terms that you would like. And now I'm asking you for the quantifications, how much, how I could express how much geometry.
Can you do it for Cleary in cupcakes, please? He quite likes that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. How many cupcakes does it take to form a straight line? 2?
Many.
If I have 2 cupcakes 100 feet apart, can I establish a straight line between those 2 delicious cupcakes?
Yeah.
Perfect. You quantified
2 points define a line. Can
it. You
define
quantified your understanding of a straight line. Thank you. Good job.
Now, can we go back to elevation? Now, is elevation a straight line? If we have a even elevation or a, what did you call it? What do you want to? Constant elevation, right? Is that a straight line?
I don't know.
Oh. That's a
I've
don't
not
know.
tested it
That's
personally.
interesting. You know, if you were
you're assuming it is.
No, I'm going to tell you now.
That's how much I know.
I'm going to tell you now. When you do surveying and you use the tools that they use an auto level, which is the most accurate tool for establishing elevations. You set it up, and it establishes a horizontal plane of reference. You can't go too far. You only go about 50 meters away, but 50 meters in either direction. So call that 100 meters. You know, from one end to the other. And obviously the bit in the middle where the level is. So you've got 3 points that are on that. Well, if you look forwards, backwards, you can look left and right as well, can't you? You could do every point. And they would all be on a horizontal plane of reference on that thing. Right? So any measurement is a vertical measurement that you measure to the land from that plane. And if there's a differing measurement, then you would call that an elevation change. Right? So the verticals are always at right angles to the horizontal plane that's established by an auto level. So elevation would just be a change in vertical, right?
Okay. So
not curved. It's basically, that's what I'm saying. It's definitely a straight line.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. First of all, where does this limitation of 50 meters left and right come from?
It comes from me getting an auto level, putting it up, getting my son with a a measuring rod, right, to move away, and then me going, yeah, that's about far enough. I can't really see anything for there, so I'll put a limit to how good the optics are on my auto level and
so
my
there's
eyesight and everything, and we just come to a thing. You know, a lot of people only go 30 meters. There's some guy from Maine that says that's all he does. He only goes 30 meters, whereas I think he must have a pretty whack auto level, probably only a 20 times scope or something. Whereas I've got a 32 times scope on my auto level. I can push it out to 50 meters.
Yeah. Fine. Okay, so
which is handy because I've got a water level that is 100 meters long, so we can check that, and it is definitely horizontal. We've already done that. Yeah. So the water level and the auto level both establish level, which is horizontal. Like
Beth, hey, do you notice that I'm trying to talk to you?
Oh, you just asked me a question. I was just answering you.
Yeah. But
dude, you've been cutting in on him the entire time he was talking. You've been interrupting him. This is not how you carry on a conversation.
You were going off on a tangent.
You asked me a question about how to do it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's a horizontal. It's not a tangent. We were establishing it above the surface, so definitely not a tangent.
Beth, so there's no natural limitation to that.
About 100
to
meters.
That auto level.
Have you ever looked through one? Have you ever looked through one?
No, I don't think so.
He said no. He never has.
Okay. So you wouldn't know what the limitations are, would you?
Well, I can read its manual, and they are giving limitations as well. But sure, yeah, I don't
have a read of a manual. Yeah. Go on. What does the manual say? What does the manual say?
I didn't read it yet.
Oh, okay.
Especially not the specific one you mentioned, but I can if you want.
Yeah. If you,
I was asking you a question.
I told you.
Then I got.
I told you. 50 meters, and I said other people don't do that. There's a guy from Maine who you might trust even more than me. He only goes 30 meters. He's got a video of it. Do you want me to get that? I'll see if I can find that video for you, just so you can have a look at it, and then I will. I'll get it for you. I don't want you
notice that's not the point.
Saying that we don't come with.
Beth, do you notice that's not the point of interest for me right here? Are you interested in the questions that I have, or do you just want?
I'm not interested in your questions because you don't seem to listen to answers.
Interested in my questions.
I'm trying to answer it fully for anybody else.
I was allowed to ask questions.
I would like to know what question you have. I haven't heard it.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought.
So you don't have
surprising after Beth talked about 15 minutes or so about how he only goes 50 meters with the auto level.
Next time you complain to say that you can't get your question asked, make sure you have a question to ask.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask it right away, but I got told I'm interrupting.
Okay, what's your question?
Yeah.
Okay, so another big question is so an auto level is only ever locally applied, right?
That's an ignorant question. That's a statement.
What do you mean?
Auto level is a tool.
Yeah, you look through it like where you are, where the auto level is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't remote view it. There's no celestial sort of thought process that you just go to the auto level, set it up, and look through it. Read the numbers on the stick. And the guy with the stick is also local as well. Like usually within 50 meters local. Is that what you mean by local? Or the guy with the stick, he's definitely local to where he is. And the guy who's viewing it is local to where he is. What do you mean by local?
Yeah, that's what I mean by local.
Yeah, the guys who are doing the work are where they're doing the work.
Yeah.
What a retarded thing to say. Why'd you say that?
Well, maybe he saw 16 miles across the ocean and he got confused about what the tool was used for.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of their problem is they're not understanding
Do you want to have a look in the live chat there? I'm just gonna play it now, okay, for everybody who's listening out there.
I would never recommend going farther than 100 feet from the instrument. In my experience, the spaces between the hash marks on the rod just get too darn large to make that reasonable, right? So this isn't what I see through the scope. It's more like that. It's like, okay, well, this is about to scale on my screen anyway, what I'm looking at. That gets hard to see when you get farther away. And it makes it tricky to read accurately. So you go more than 100 feet, and this gets really, really hard.
There you go. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Is that okay for you? If you go, he goes 100 feet, about 33 meters.
Bam.
Yeah. So mine's a bit better than that. I mean, he did that obviously when he was in his little office with it looks like a brand new story pole. That.
Okay. So
Can I ask a question?
now what to do with this information?
That's how elevation's measured. That's all we were talking about.
Okay.
You were trying to come to a determination because you didn't know whether a horizontal is a straight line or a curved line.
Yeah.
You were struggling with that.
No,
I was just
that's
trying to help
not-
you out by showing you how surveyors work.
Yeah, well, this didn't really solve the questions.
Maybe you don't.
That this didn't really give me the information that I was still.
Yeah, maybe you don't.
Clarify.
I'm just
But
trying to
okay,
help you here. Maybe you don't understand that elevation is measured based upon its change from the horizontal. Straight lines.
I do understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet. So it's a straight line then, right? No change in elevation would be no change in the horizontal. So there would be no vertical change measured to the right angle of the horizontal.
I'm not sure based on the information that I can find.
Oh.
And as I said,
What about
I
the
have not
information we've just
verified-
give you?
Okay, yeah, but I'm also able to research myself.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
find
of course you are.
information on my own.
Yep.
And I'm
That's
also
the best thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe you could do that, Morty. You could research. Hang on. Almost done. Nearly there. Maybe you could research people like the Illinois surveyor, differential leveling, and talk to some real surveyors about what they do instead of believing maybe some of these people who are on YouTube, like Larry, Curly, and Mo. You know, and the things they talk about.
Even then, I find contradicting information.
Can Rob
Yeah, you would.
Okay,
You find it
I find contradictory information.
Yeah.
I find
Like
some
people
information
like
that says
B-Ball will
that,
give you
some
contradictory
that says
information
that,
if you want.
Some information
George,
that adds that, and some information that omits that, right?
Yeah.
And that's just the point I'm at, right? And the information that you've given me right now doesn't solve that issue.
Next time when you see somebody with an auto level and they're looking 16 miles, remember that guy from Maine when he said 100 feet, right? Just remember that, the difference between 100 feet and the guy from Maine who's got a measuring rod and he said that, and a guy that I don't know whether he's got any, probably no surveying qualifications or anything. It'd be like you. Can you imagine getting an auto level and looking over 16 miles after hearing that with the 100 feet thing and thinking you've done something and you know what you're doing?
Well, instrument abuse.
I've read the specification of theodolite before. And you can use a theodolite in two ways, right? You can use it for leveling, right?
Nah, you wouldn't really use it for leveling.
It'd be hard to do.
Yeah, they'd say it's just for triangulation, right?
And
Horizontal
angles.
And you can use it for you can use it use it for triangulation as well. That is measure
to measure the straight line distance,
measure
horizontal
please
distance
stop
between
interrupting me.
If you would
measure
use the theodolite to measure the straight line horizontal distance between points, right?
No.
And the angles.
Yeah, so I got muted for being interrupted.
Yeah.
Is that what just happened here?
You got muted for being a dick. Okay, you can stop being a dick.
I'm being a dick when I'm being interrupted.
That's what you just said. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
when you do interrupt. Yeah, you do come across.
I didn't interrupt anybody. I got interrupted. I got talked over. I was talking about 2 different measurements you can do with a theodolite, and then I was at the second one, and I got talked over constantly.
It's all right. Right. Okay. Well done. Angles
not
and
all right.
distances. It is, because you've got to make your point now.
It's not all right.
Even I said it a few times.
Constantly get overtalked.
Angles and distances. Is that what you do? Did you beat him to it, Clary?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Morty, do you feel as though it's okay to talk over Bev? Is that okay for you to do that?
What I'm trying to figure out is if his ego's that big that he thinks that his voice needs to be heard over everybody's, or he's just a snowflake that he can only call out other people for interrupting and not himself. I'm having a hard time distinguishing what the problem is.
It's difficult to understand.
Neither of them, Buster.
What?
Neither of them, Buster.
Meme Rob Buster? What does that mean?
Buster, the name, the guy that just spoke.
Yeah, he said neither. He's going
neither. So you're quick to call out everybody else for interrupting, but you don't call yourself out when you do it.
It's hard to call myself out, to be honest. But I do recognize I will talk sometimes. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
Good. So, a theodolite, you can use it to basically measure a vertical angle, right?
Yep.
And then you're only supposed to use it for a couple of 100 feet.
You can do horizontal angles as well, can't you?
Yes, and you can do also the angles between vertical planes of planes, and then you can use it over multiple miles as you do in triangulation.
Yeah, triangles have how many degrees do triangles have? At least triangles that you do in triangulation with, how many?
Well, if they're flat, right?
If they're triangles, just do triangles.
Yeah, flat ones, right?
Yeah, triangles with triangulation, yeah.
Flat ones, right?
Straight sight lines.
Triangles, yeah, just normal triangles.
Yeah, flat ones, right?
Yeah,
2D.
2D triangles, yeah, you know what they're like. Yep.
Yeah, flat ones, right?
2D, yes. Keep going.
Well, okay,
straight lines of sight. Straight lines.
Triangles. Any triangles 2D, even if it isn't flat.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
180 degrees.
Flat is 2D, but yeah, go on. How many angles does a triangle have?
Yeah, flat is 2D, but
you know how many?
It does not imply flat.
Go on. How many angles does a triangle have, Morty?
3.
Wow. Is that it?
As the name implies.
Right, how many degrees is a triangle?
And then an angle's definitely the inclination between 2 straight lines, right? Because that's what a triangle is.
Inclination between 2 straight lines.
Yeah, a triangle has 3 straight lines. You have to go back to basics with you, Morty, obviously. A triangle has 3 straight lines, and this shape, 2 of the straight lines come together at a place called an apex, and that's called an angle. This shape has 3 such angles, the inclination between 2 of the straight sides, making it a triangle.
Okay.
3 angles, yeah. Now, how many, when we use the, what do you call it? That Let's call it the Babylonian division method for angles of a circle. Divide it into 360, don't they? You know, those angles. Or you can do it in right angles if you want. If we'll just use right angles. We'll go back to right basics, right? No numbers needed. How many angles does a triangle have?
You mean the sum of the angles? What's the sum of the internal angles of a triangle? Is that what you mean? Just so you know the phrasing of this. It seems like you got a little lost in trying to formulate that question. Yeah, that would be for a flat triangle. That would be 180 degrees, right?
Okay, brilliant. Triangles have 180 degrees, or the sum of two right angles, right?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful. And that's how we use a theodolite with all of those triangles and those measurements.
Sure.
Yeah. So we have a horizontal distance.
Yeah, that was not
a straight
the
line,
point,
and then
though.
a vertical angle, don't we?
Beth, that was not the point. That was not the origin.
They're the two right lines. It's a good job you came here. Free space. That's what we do here.
Beth, please stop talking over me. Thank you. Okay, so that was not the point, or why I mentioned that. Why I started to mention that. We went.
That's the point why I mentioned.
We went off on a tangent.
But we do this triangle thing because we had a group of people the other day.
Beth, this is going off on.
No. This is exactly where we wanted to go, Marty. We had a group of people the other day.
It doesn't matter if you want me to go there.
Marty, you gotta stop. We want to have a discussion, not an argument.
With triangles,
I was trying to ask something.
Only have 180
I was trying
degrees.
to ask something.
There is a mathematical
Beth, can I try to go back to the...
Marty, you've got to stop. We want to have a positive, constructive discussion with you. We don't want to have this over-talking, shouting bullshit, okay?
Well, if that's the case, maybe then Bev will try.
You mentioned things, and I don't know what you mentioned. Like, I don't know the context of what you mentioned, and we in the time I try to establish and understand what you were saying, we're going off on a huge tangent, and the point we're coming from is indistinguishable. Is not in anyone's memory anymore.
You just said point and
that's
tangent.
not how I will be able to understand the thing that you mentioned where I was missing context. Okay, so you have to allow me to try and say, hey guys, we are going off on a tangent. That's not why I mentioned that.
Somebody told you to say tangent more,
had
but you
something
don't know
else
how
in
to
mind,
do it
something else that
geometrically
was
because
still
you can't
open.
work it into the
You
conversation.
need to allow me that, because otherwise we cannot have a constructive discussion either.
So at this point,
I don't understand the context. I don't understand the context. I don't understand it. I don't understand.
Wow.
Oh, he's going crazy now. Do you have a question, or did you?
That's a glitch.
Yeah, dude, you had him on stuck on repeat then.
Yeah,
what's going on there.
It's going crazy too.
Wow.
Holy crap. That's
so
fun.
when I don't understand the context of something you mentioned, then I can't understand what you mentioned.
You can't understand the context of triangles. I know it gets really tricky.
No, that's not the origin of the conversation, Beth.
Blarpers.
Beth, that's not the origin of the conversation.
No, it was a straight line, wasn't it? And triangles are one of the most intrinsic things.
Oh my fucking god! Again,
lines.
That's not the origin.
Morty, what do you have a question about? You need to state that clearly right now.
Okay, so the reason I mentioned the two different measurements you can take with a theodolite is because Beth was mentioning again a guy in Maine looking through on auto level over 16 miles.
Yeah. What?
Yeah,
it wasn't that long.
100 feet, I think.
Try to keep up.
Okay, now I got it. Okay.
You're getting. You don't think he did say 100 feet? Did you not listen to it?
I did listen to it.
You did,
but that was the guy in Maine that you mentioned.
Yeah, we made a reference to a guy named B-Ball for Life who went out and bought an auto level and looked 16 miles across the ocean with it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. and that's invalid because you shouldn't. It only works with any accuracy in a closer proximity, right?
Right. It would be instrument abuse to do that.
Okay.
Up the highest order,
Yeah,
especially
and
for
I was
an
thinking
auto
of
level.
a theodolite where you can where
he's
you can
not-
use
he's
it
not
one way,
using
which
it-
is
he
only
used an
which is
auto
limited
level,
to a couple
though.
hundred feet, and you use it another way, and then it's limited to tens of miles.
What do you think? What you use an auto level limited to tens of miles?
No, that was just the origin of the conversation, and that's why it was brought up. Not because.
Right. So you don't use the
do you see
theodolite
how-
over that distance either, do you?
Again, for vertical angles, yes.
No, you don't use a
for
theodolite
the angles
over that
between the
sort of a
vertical
distance.
between vertical planes, between landmarks, yes.
What, you think they still triangulate mountains with theodolites there?
I'm not sure. I know. I don't think that's the core method. No.
No.
But I also don't think they.
So they would
established
never
those-
use theodolites over that distance, would they? Well, that would again. I think that
Again,
would be
I'm not sure.
classed
What
as
I just
tool
said is I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I know, because you've
Okay,
admitted
okay,
you don't know
so-
anything about surveying. You've come here asking questions, but then your questions turn
Yeah.
into some sort of a defense mechanism for some reason. It's really
Why?
weird.
What for? What? What did I defend?
Well, you defended when we said about an auto level. You jumped onto a theodolite, even though you know nothing about theodolites either. But you got really
How did you
defensive about
establish I know
an
nothing
auto
about
level not
theodolites?
being able to be used over a certain distance by saying you can with a theodolite. Well, that's like saying cars can't go on water, but you can with a boat.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
two
but do you
different,
see how
completely
that is
different
tangent?
tools.
How we went off on a tangent with the whole triangle thing?
No, the triangle was to express a straight line and how simple it is to get people confused. I mean, if you have a model, people get really confused about triangles and how many angles
No,
a triangle
nobody's
has.
confused about that, Beth. I don't think anybody's confused about that, but you.
No, just the triangles have
And you call,
180
of course.
degrees. It's provable fact in maths.
Yeah. Flat triangles have a sum of internal angles.
No,
of
a
180
triangle.
degrees.
It's just a triangle, dude.
Yeah, a flat one. Yeah.
No, just a triangle.
Yeah, a
You
flat one.
even you said a triangle is a 2D.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
only flat triangles.
Yeah, there's
That's the
only
flat
triangles.
there are.
Yeah,
No, I can draw a triangle on the surface of a ball.
that's got a curved sides, dude. That's not a triangle.
That's what you claim.
That's the truth. There's a
Yeah, sure,
mathematical
sure.
proof that triangles have
according to
180
according
degrees.
to you, that's not a triangle, and it's correct. It's not a flat triangle, and according to you, every geometric shape has to be flat, and therefore any geometric shape that's not flat is
who
not
said that?
a geometric
Why
shape.
why do you just make
of
stuff
course,
up
Beth.
like that?
But that's not the correct.
Just keep
If you
talking,
can't
dude.
control yourself,
it'll
Morty,
make
I
it true,
will control
obviously. Yeah, just keep talking. If it's not the truth, it won't be true.
Yeah, sure, but you're just making up which is the truth and not. You're just asserting
Morty,
proof by assertion.
let me say,
Sure, fair
there
enough.
is a proof in mathematics that triangles only have 180 degrees. Now, a proof for such
Yeah, sure.
isn't really
Flat ones.
needed because it's an axiom already.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So it's axiomated. It's a self-evident truth already within mathematics, within the foundation of mathematics. Now, you, Morty, you can deny that as much as you want.
I'm not denying it.
Okay.
Beth. I'm just establishing the fact that any geometric shape that's not flat is, according to you, not a geometric shape.
No, have you ever heard of a sphere?
Yes.
That's 3-dimensional. It is not flat, and the surface of a sphere is not 2-dimensional. Because 2-dimensional is
the surface
flat.
of a sphere
A
is.
circle can't
No,
become.
that's not true, Beth.
It is.
By definition,
it's
surfaces
mathematically true. Yes, it is.
Yes, mathematically, Beth, mathematically, by definition, surfaces are two-dimensional.
No.
Because they have no thickness.
No. No.
Yes.
Who's told you that? Man, I think you've been doing, you've been listening to two-lettered people's names and thinking that they know what they're talking about. 2 dimensions is length times breadth. It is a flat, plane surface. Mathematically.
Beth.
What's up, boy?
So we agree on the definition of two-dimensional, right? Length and times breadth and no depth, right? That's the definition of
third dimension, just 2.
Okay, no third. Like
X and Y.
Like in a two-dimensional space.
X, Y,
you can
no
go,
Z.
You can go forward, backwards, left and right, but not up and down.
X and Y. Yeah, no Z.
Beth,
no elevation.
On a surface.
Mm-hmm.
Right? A surface, a mathematical surface, right? A surface as it's defined in geometry. That is something with a length and breadth, but no thickness.
Yes.
Right? Can you go up and down?
No.
On a surface. No,
it's
you can't go into...
two-dimensional.
Right. By definition, right? A surface is two-dimensional.
What?
Because it has no thickness. It has no depth.
No,
it only has length and breadth.
You might be getting confused here.
No, I'm not confused at all.
Yeah, you are. I'll show you where you are.
No, I'm not confused about anything.
I'll show you where you're getting confused.
I'm asking you a very simple yes or no question.
Do you want me to show you where you're getting confused?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay. Book 1. Have you heard of Euclid? Elements.
Yeah.
Okay. The foundational of mathematics, and this is axiomatic, right? So it starts off. This is the definitions. They come before the axioms, before the postulates, and much before the propositions, right? This is the basic foundations of geometry, and book 1, the first page, right? The first definition. So he starts off with a point, that of which has no parts. No magnitude. That's nothing. Starts with nothing. He then defines a line. A line is length without breadth. Length without breadth. It's one-dimensional. These first two things here, if you study geometry, cannot be defined. They're then like axiomated, really. But he has to put them in because he's doing an axiomatic system. He starts with nothing, goes to a line. Then explains a line. The extremities of a line are points. Right? And then once he's defined the points, then he can define it even better and say a straight line is that which lies evenly. Wow! Imagine that. Evenly between its extreme points. So it's almost as if evenly is a mathematical term that comes in right at the basis of the foundations of mathematics. Fantastic, that, isn't it? Right, so then it says, number 5,
you're cute.
A superficies, that's a surface to you, is that which has only length and breadth. Mm-hmm. Right, so he's gone from a line and a straight line, and then to superficies. Right, it's plain geometry, though. This is the basis of geometry. So it's the next step from a line is a plane.
Beth, let me stop you here first.
Surface.
Can I stop you for a minute?
Yep.
Can I stop you for a minute, please?
Of course you can.
So, does that mean, by definition, the surface is two-dimensional?
In the plane geometry, yes.
By definition.
Yeah, it's two-dimensional.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, it's two-dimensional. Okay, so what if, but the three-dimensional body, like a sphere, has a surface, right?
Yeah, book 11.
It has a surface, right?
It's axiomatic, yeah.
Yeah. But by definition, surfaces are two-dimensional.
No.
That's the axiom here. It says superficies is that which has only length and breadth. It's
Yeah, that's like I say, before you go too
by
far.
by definition.
Okay, yes, okay.
By definition.
By definition, yes. This is an axiomatic system of mathematics to take you through geometry. Right now, book 11, right? It doesn't need to bother with changing definitions until there is a change in the structure of what he was talking about. Now, up until book 11, it's all plane geometry. It's planar geometry. There's no third dimension. It's just on a plane, 2 dimensions, right? So there's no need for him to define a surface as anything else other than length times breadth, right? Because it's only 2D. Now, book 11 is the book where we come in and we have what's called solid geometry. This is where solid geometry takes into play, right? Now,
let me go to the second sentence.
Wait a minute. Whoa, Morty. Right. It says he's redefining again axiomatic system. A solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And then he says,
that's the 3 dimensions, right? As opposed to the 2. That's 3.
And then he says, that which bounds a solid is a superficies.
Yep.
Right. That means the outer layer, the surface of a sphere.
Yep.
It's a surface,
which is a 3-dimensional shape,
and a surface,
which means its surface bounds the 3-dimensional shape, which does not make the surface 2-dimensional.
I agree.
Makes it 3-dimensional for a sphere.
Can I please try to get a sentence in edgewise? Is that at all possible?
Go on then.
Is that something we can do?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, cool.
As long as we've made the point that a surface of a sphere, right, bounds the sphere, which is a 3-dimensional object. Okay?
Yeah, I agree. The surface of a sphere is a 3-dimensional object, right?
Yep.
But just hear me out. It's still a surface, and the surface is by definition 2-dimensional.
Okay. Well, if that's true,
it has a 3-dimensional shape.
Morty, please. If
has only
that
2
is
of
true,
those dimensions.
like you've just said, why does he need to redefine it? He doesn't do that. This is an axiomatic system. There would be no need for him to redefine it if there was no change. But there obviously is, since he puts it right after saying length, breadth, and thickness. 3 dimensions. Then he bounds the shape. Now, if that shape is a cube, then the surfaces would be all planar, 2D, because that's what squares are. Now, a sphere is definitely different than that. It is a 3-dimensional shape with constant curvature.
Okay, so let me see if I understood you correctly. So you're saying the fact that he now defines the surface as that which bounds a solid, he basically alleviates the earlier definition of what a surface is, that which has only length and breadth.
Yeah.
Would you say that's a geometric?
Okay, therefore, the surfaces.
You won't even let me speak. Would you say there's a difference between a geometric conceptual definition and a definition of something in reality?
Definition in reality. That's a hard one for me. Because as I understand, logic itself, which geometry is founded in, is a human concept of how to determine truth in reality itself. It originates in philosophy.
I like it.
Therefore, defining something itself is a human concept.
Very nice.
Yeah. You've been researching, you've been looking into this.
Yeah.
You might be a natural at geometry, you never know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I guess I am.
You have to break down the logic, really, to hold a model and do the geometry and the logic. It's a struggle.
Okay, so what you're saying is, when we're dealing with solids, or when we're dealing with 3 dimensions, we can have 3-dimensional surfaces, basically.
Yeah. What do you think the surface of a sphere is? It's not 2-dimensional, is it? Come on. How would it roll? How would a ball roll if its surface was 2-dimensional?
Well, the way I see it, right, the surface itself has only 2 dimensions. You can only walk backwards, forwards, left and right on the surface, right? You cannot go up and down. Therefore, it's missing that dimension.
Okay.
Right, but you can also say that okay, but it is 3-dimensional in the sense that it forms a 3-dimensional shape. Yes.
Yeah, it's a 3-dimensional shape, right? You can't put a sphere in the middle of a book, can you? In the middle of the pages of a book, the pages are all 2-dimensional, and you put a sphere in there. That doesn't work.
Speaking, every
They're definitely not the same, are they?
Morty, when you talk over, you can't hear. So.
Yeah,
He's not
I mean, he
anyway,
repeated the example of putting a sphere on a page, right, on a 2-dimensional surface, in 5 different wordings. So.
I think the main point is you have conceptual geometric definition. A point is that which has no parts, a nothingness, a one-dimensional line, which you can see that conceptually, right? But can you demonstrate those things in reality? When you move from that 2D plane surface, right, into 3D reality, Euclidean 3 space, that's reality. That's where
how we perceive reality.
That's where the right line geometry is used in surveying. It's applied geometric principles based on horizontal lines and vertical changes in elevation.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're at.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And
so would you say what is the shape of the surface of a sphere?
What is the shape of the surface of a sphere?
Mm-hmm.
A sphere?
Yeah, spherical, right? 3-dimensional?
Yeah.
Yep. And it has, if you held a ball up in front of you, you would have a horizontal and you would have a vertical plane of reference with that sphere. Even if you flipped it over, you would still only have that horizontal and that vertical. In reality, in 3-dimensional space, that's what you have.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. You're a natural.
Simpler the better.
What's the point of?
Well, that's the point. 3-dimensional reality is what you have here. This vertical and this horizontal. A solid figure.
Mm-hmm. You're still falling short to the issue that I'm having, but still, sure, fair enough.
Fill in the gaps for me.
I can't because I have not personally verified that. Or I said in the beginning.
So where am I falling short?
You're falling short in solving that issues that I still have.
You're not defining anything to me. You're making statements without any type of substance. What are you saying?
Yeah, because I don't feel like getting into that conversation. I already know how it will go anyway.
Can I ask, when you said earlier you've not personally verified it for yourself, what is it that you've not personally verified? The geometry or the practical application of the geometry?
Which practical application of it is correct?
The establishing a horizontal or the straight line in
establishing
reality?
A horizontal is fine.
What?
Establishing a horizontal is fine.
So you're okay
think
establishing a horizontal. So you have verified that for yourself then.
That part, yes.
Okay, so don't be so hard on yourself and say you've not established it, right? So if
But
you've
I'm not hard on
established
myself.
that
I'm
a
just
horizontal
realizing
is a
the
straight
limitations
line,
of the things
you've
that I know
obviously
and
established
that I
the
don't know.
geometrical principles that a straight line is a straight line.
Yes.
Yeah, you've done loads then. You're way on your way.
Yeah, I know.
Good job, Morty. At least you're
Thanks.
trying to understand. A lot of people just come in here and to get triggered
I
after half an
understand
hour.
pretty well already. As I said, I just have not. I just don't have the information to determine which of the parts that I like. I can understand multiple mutually exclusive things, right? And not know which of them is true in reality.
Okay, we
But
try
I
and
still
keep it
understand
simple
all
here,
of
though,
those
right?
options.
Keep it really simple here. We start off at the straight line. Once you've got the straight line, then we work up from there. And it sounds like you've got the straight line, and you've got the practical ability to know that a horizontal is establishable, and that is a straight line in reality. Then you're well on the way.
Yeah, I know.
Right. How long is the next one, right? How long was your horizontal that you established in reality?
Horizontals that I established personally. They are in the orders of room size, so a couple of meters.
Just a couple of meters?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's not very useful, I see.
But you know it's a horizontal, right? You know it's horizontal. Do you think that horizontal that you established, if you were to share a, say, 1 meter straight line segment, how long do you think you could make that horizontal line by keep sharing 1 meter straight line segments?
That's hard to... Actually, that's a quite tough question, yeah, because it depends on multiple factors.
Yeah, geometry being the main one. How you do know how to establish.
No, it doesn't
shared straight
depend
line
on
segment,
geometry
right?
itself, because in geometry I could just extend that line indefinitely, right?
Yeah, we're talking practical
in
geometry, right? How
it's
do you
limited
do that?
by...
Yeah. You just get your straight edge and move it along, right, with a shared straight line segment. That's how you would geometrically make the straight line longer, right?
No, that's not how you geometrically make it. That's
how would you geometrically make the straight line longer then?
Then you're already presupposing a couple of things. So
how would you geometrically make a straight line longer?
Geometrically?
Yeah.
Well, I would express the 2 points I established a straight line between.
Yep.
In a coordinate system, and
no
express
coordinates.
The difference between those 2 points
this
as
is
a
just
vector,
geometry.
and then extend that.
Just geometry.
Indefinitely.
Just geometry. No coordinate system.
Yeah, that's geometry.
No.
No plotting.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I forgot. Your kind of geometry is just a part of arithmetic and a part of actual geometry. Okay.
Yeah, it's just geometry, pure geometry. That's all we're talking about.
Your neologism of
logically.
You're not meaning
basic logic.
With geometry. You're not meaning what the word is defined as.
Yeah,
right?
It definitely is. How would you
Okay,
establish
what does geometry
geometrically to
what does geometry
extend a straight line? How would you do that?
What does geometry mean?
I would establish a shared straight line segment and extend the line. Like I described earlier, if you had a 2 meter straight line, a horizontal, you would share a 1 meter segment, and you could do that, extend it indefinitely in a straight line with shared straight line segments.
What does geometry mean?
He's telling you. He's told you 3 times in a row.
Earth measurement. Do you want the definition? I'll get one of those up for you.
That's an
etymology.
That's an etymology.
Etymology.
Yeah. You asked me what does it mean? What do you think it means?
That's
the word. The meaning of the word. Geo, metra. Earth, measurement. Definition, meaning of the word.
That's not what.
What
the
did you
word
ask?
is
What did
commonly
you ask me for?
Understood to mean.
What was
right
it
now.
you asked me for?
Yeah, that's not what the word is defined as right now, though, and therefore it's an etymological fallacy.
What? By
What the hell are you
saying
talking
that
about, Morty?
geometry
You're like
is
spiraling
not
now.
the foundations of
Translating
mathematics.
geometry into Earth measurement is an etymological fallacy.
Why is that an etymological fallacy, Morty? You're
Fallacy?
spiraling.
Read up what an etymological fallacy is, and then you know
Who
what
made
it
that
is.
up? You made that up?
I didn't make that up at all.
So when something's geo and metry, Earth measure, you're saying that
Read up etymological fallacy.
Why should I go and try to support your claim, Morty? Why don't you support
You're
your
not. You're not supporting my claim. You're just reading up on the information.
If I go out and get a citation for your bullshit claim about an etymological fallacy, that would be doing your groundwork for you because you're too lazy to do it and you're making a false claim. So you need to back that up because you're spiraling right now, okay? You're spiraling out of control. I hate to see that happen to you.
Okay, I admit I have been spiraling in this conversation at some points, but not at this one.
Back it up.
Okay. Is it sufficient if I just read it, or do I have to post a link?
You're going to read some bullshit from somewhere that you wrote?
No. Okay, I'm going to post a link. Fair enough.
I'll bet Wikipedia. It's just a wild guess.
Yeah, it's the first search term that comes up.
Yeah, it's just gonna take a while because we can move on to something else. Maybe it could unmute.
Why does it take a while?
Because you probably have no idea what you're doing right now, and you're just gonna like search
Why
for
do
a
I have
website.
no idea what I'm doing?
Because
How did you determine that?
Because you have no idea what the word geometry means, probably.
Well, okay.
That's why.
So how did you determine that I have no idea what it means?
Hang on, before we get way off the rails, before you take us way off the rails.
So as I understand the word, it means word origin. Oh gosh, I have an idea what it means.
Anyway, before you derail the conversation completely, I believe what Bev may be referring to is that two straight lines cannot share a common line segment. Okay, and that's a geometrical proof. You can prove that to yourself. And that is the use of geometry, right? To actually physically demonstrate that, right?
Physically demonstrate what?
Oh my God, you don't even listen to me.
Well said, clearly.
Yeah, I did not listen right now.
Good.
Two straight lines cannot share a common line segment. That can be demonstrated in reality. That's geometry.
You mean two different straight lines?
If you take two straws and you put them together, what do you have?
Two straws that put together?
Two straight lines, two straws. Put them together, it becomes what?
A longer straw.
One straight line.
Yeah.
Simple.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay. Cool.
I like when you logic things like that, Morty. I can see that you actually think about it. Unlike these other people like Brad and Laurie.
You do notice that you sound condescending.
Yeah, I'm talking about Brad and Laurie who don't actually take the time.
When you talk to me that way, it does seem condescending.
Oh, I'm actually telling you. You are actually...
and I'm telling you, you do seem condescending when you talk to me that way.
Because I have to keep repeating myself. I was complimenting you by saying that you actually use logic to understand what I'm telling you, unlike Brad and Laurie.
Again.
Dude, can you not take a compliment? That's meant to be good. Why are you so defensive?
I'm not defensive. I'm just informing you on how on the messages that you're transporting. It's not defensive. I'm not denying that you do that, and I'm not saying that it's not meant positive. I'm just saying that this is how it is received. Probably also by other people that you talk that way to.
Wow.
Well, we have to stand by a point and argue for it. And when you get it, we're just saying, hey, good job, you got it. I don't think that's condescending.
Well, I never implied that I don't get it.
What? Were
Yeah,
you
when
meant
I-
to imply? Wow.
Yeah. When I kept saying to you, two straight lines cannot share a common line segment, you didn't get it. I had to explain it.
Yes, I did.
I had to explain it to you in a straw example,
No, you didn't have to.
but I did. And
Yes,
then
you did. And that's why it's condescending. When you compliment me for something that I already understood before you even explained it.
Wow.
Thanks for making me see why it seems so condescending when you talk to me.
Hey, everybody's watching, everybody's listening, Morty. You might want to listen back to this
No,
and
not
maybe you'll hear
everybody.
something different. Hmm?
I'm betting a very small number, a comparatively small number of people is actually listening. How many people do we have in the stream, Beth?
I don't know. I'm not looking. Can I just point out the fact that I think when Morty just went to a coordinate system in order to show. I mean, I think that goes to show. Whereas I said I'd use a shared straight line segment, so I would use the initial line to extend that particular line, whereas Morty went to a coordinate system which is going to be a pre-plotted position in front in order to extend his original line to that other position,
No, Beth,
because
the
it's
methods are
already
essentially
there
the same.
on the coordinate system. There's already an XY straight line graph drawn down for your coordinate system to be used. And whereas I was using the straight line that was there in the first place, you had loads of implications of other things.
No, I didn't.
If you're using a coordinate system, yes, you do. You have loads more of implications rather than the straight line that you are trying to extend.
Really? How so?
Absolutely.
How so, Beth?
Because you have a coordinate system. That coordinate system
Okay,
implies
and
an
which
X and a
implication does it
Y
say?
coordinate frame for you to plot those positions on.
Okay, and what implication does it carry?
That you
Other-
already
what
have
other implication-
loads
what-
of other frames of reference there in order to help you establish a straight line, right? An extension of a straight line. But I was just talking about the straight line. I was using the straight line that already existed in order to extend it. Yeah.
Beth, I was asking you which implications that you don't have are created by using that a coordinate system.
Oh, dude, do you want to try
Which
that again?
implications are created?
I think you broke down halfway through there. Can you start that again?
Okay, so you are claiming that there are loads more implications created or present.
I was
when
just
you use
asking
a
you how
coordinate
to
system.
extend a straight line.
Yeah.
Yep.
F. Thank you. You were asking me how to extend a straight.
Yep.
And I was then attempting it in an abstract way using a coordinate system.
Mm-hmm.
You then claimed using that would have loads more implications than your method of just using a shared line segment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which implications would that be, for example?
Well, in my thing, I would have the straight edge and the straight line. That's all I'd have. So I could draw a straight line on a piece of paper and then use my straight edge to extend that straight line. Right? That's all I'd need. Whereas you would need to construct a coordinate system, a graph, based around the straight line. You would then need to plot the coordinates and the different positions of each of those lines. You would then need to do a mathematical formula or something to work out how to extend the straight line and where the position of the extended bit that you wanted to go to, built around the framework of the coordinate system that you've just devised around the straight line in order to make the straight line. But then, right, how would you know it was a continuation of a straight line?
Okay.
How would you check that? Which is what I was asking in the first place.
Beth, do you notice that you have not given me an answer?
Well, I don't know. I think I may have noticed that you didn't understand what I said.
All you managed to describe right now is that my method is impractical, as in much more complex, right? But you have claimed that my method has much more implications than yours does. And I asked you which that would be, for example. And you have not named them now. You've just explained how my method is much more complex.
The graph
and
system.
Then
and
you have confused yourself into thinking that method is so complex that you couldn't even be able to verify if that straight line matches.
You would need a coordinate system to base your straight line around in order in the first place.
The straight line I have in reality,
you seriously cannot go round constructing coordinate systems for straight lines.
Matches the one. But if you can't listen while you're talking,
go on, do that. Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm all right. You just kept talking through me.
Okay. So establishing a straight line for you, obviously, and extending it, if you go, oh, shit, I didn't quite make it long enough, we understand now. It's a bit tricky. You need to go into, obviously, higher mathematical levels. Whereas we'll just stay with the simple people, and we will use a shared straight line segment in order to extend our straight lines.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. But you made a claim about what I said, right? And then asked you to give an example to validate claim, to substantiate that claim. And all you managed to do is describe that my method is more complex than yours, and then confuse yourself.
I think I just described that you don't know what you're talking about.
He doesn't want to have a discussion. He just wants to keep plowing through.
He wants to keep talking bullshit. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
How am I talking bullshit?
Because you're just not talking about anything. It's pretty obvious to everybody that's listening. You don't know what you're talking about, and you are doing this act
I know very well what
to get around the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. You still want to be involved in the conversation, because I'm suggesting that you may be a show pony and you know that we're on live, and that's why you've decided to come on. You want to show everybody. You may be trying to show off to some people that, think this is the way to have a discussion, right? In order to beat an argument from reality, you think you can get around it by doing this. I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
We're just talking about
please
straight
stop
lines.
assuming about my person. Stop the slander. Because you don't know what I think. Okay? Because there was no argument made at all. First of all, you did not make an argument.
You did not make an argument.
You made a claim and you failed to substantiate it, and then kept talking over me when I explained how you failed to substantiate. Okay, and I'm not trying to show off, and I'm not on here because you're live on YouTube. You being live on YouTube is an inhibitor to me for me to talk here, simply because I'm not comfortable with giving you content.
Yeah.
So you were wrong on all counts on your assumption of my person.
Okay, so do you know how to establish a straight line in reality then?
Yeah, the shortest distance between 2 points.
Mm-hmm. Like a water level?
For example.
Mm-hmm. So geometrically, if you can establish 3
earth measuringly
3 points that are, let's say, coplanar, 3 coplanar points. You know what
3
that
points
means?
are always coplanar.
Yeah. 3 points are always coplanar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because, yeah.
Hmm.
Because that triangle that those 3 points form.
Yeah.
For example, you can always have a plane through those 3 points. Yeah.
Even if they were collinear.
Always connect those 3 points with straight lines, conceptually, and therefore form a flat triangle. Yes.
I don't know why this guy's hostile to us sometimes, because some of his understandings are pretty accurate.
He's about to turn in a minute, though, right? So if we have 3 coplanar points that are all horizontal, or on the same horizontal.
On the same horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Then would that be a plane, a 2-dimensional plane?
Yeah, I mean, a plane is by definition 2-dimensional.
Right, okay, brilliant. So let's put ourselves in the middle. And
in the middle of
what?
In the middle of what?
In the middle.
In the middle of what?
Whatever it is we're doing, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say we're in the middle. We've got an auto level out, and we are going out. How far? 33 feet. And we put a point, and we mark it at an elevation, an even elevation, and then we go and we spin it round. How far? 120 degrees. Yeah. And then mark another point, the same elevation, and spin it round another 120 degrees. Another point, 33 feet away. Then we've made a triangle, right? A 2-dimensional triangle on a horizontal plane.
Sorry, I missed, I lost you in the beginning.
Just a 2D triangle.
Yeah, if we make a triangle on a horizontal plane, then that triangle is a 2-dimensional triangle that we could call horizontal. It's in a horizontal position, right? It's a horizontal plane.
Horizontal to some point, yeah. Sure.
Horizontal to horizontal to.
It's horizontal.
It's just horizontal.
Yeah, it's just horizontal.
A plane extends infinitely.
You're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in order to establish a plane, all you need in mathematics is 3 coplanar points. Right?
Well, you actually need 3 points that are not on a line.
What?
Yeah.
3
points
no,
that are not on a line.
3
yeah, that are not on a single line.
Can I give you a mathematical thing here then? Right? You need 3 coplanar points, or 3 points to establish a plane. Then that plane that's established, all of the straight lines on that plane, the plane will contain, right?
Yeah, but if those 3 points are on the same line, then you are not able to define a plane.
Yeah, that would be the plane, right? The plane is established by those 3 points.
Yeah, if those 3 points are on a single line,
then they're already on the same plane. They are 3 coplanar points already.
Yeah, if the 3 points are on a single line.
Yep. Then that line is one of the lines that is contained by the plane.
Exactly. Then you're not able to define the plane with those 3 points.
Yeah. 3. That's all you need.
Yeah. You need another point that's not on that line to define the plane.
No. It would define the plane, wouldn't it?
Do. Okay. There are infinitely many planes.
Right. Okay. Let me just say then, right?
Have that line in it.
like we said, we had an auto level, and we established 3 points at each of the corners. Now, the auto level, the position that we were looking at, is another point, right? So that's 4 actually. So the point from the auto level to each one of those other points, that's a straight line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So
But it
that
doesn't
would be 3 points, right? For the 1 point at one of the corners, the point at the other corners, and the bit where the auto level is, that is a straight line, and that is what's establishing the plane. So, hey, guess you can.
Beth,
3 points establish a plane.
Beth, can you stop talking through me, please?
Yeah, hang on a minute, Morty. I gotta run real quick. Any of you mods in here, stay on the server mute button because Lori and Morty can get a little wild. You all good? Anybody here?
Yeah.
You asshole.
Yeah.
Okay.
You asshole. What?
Yeah. Okay. So.
You're an asshole. What?
Yeah.
Beth.
It's obviously.
Beth. When you have a
Are
horizontal line.
Are you a
when you have
glarper, Morty? That's a very glarpery thing to say.
Can I try? Can I try to make my point, please?
I don't know. You can try. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's only possible if you don't talk through me. Do you agree?
Okay, try.
Cool.
Try your best.
So, you're establishing a horizontal line, right? And you have multiple points of that line, on that line, right? So, when you're then you can establish a plane that's also in the horizontal, right? Left to right.
A horizontal plane, well done. Yeah.
Forward, backward. Then that's a plane that incorporates that line, right?
Yep.
But you can also make a plane that's vertical through that line, through the horizontal line that you made, right? That's also a plane, and the line also lies in that plane, right? Which means
a vertical line in the horizontal plane. What are you talking about? No, that's not in the horizontal plane.
A vertical plane.
And again, one more.
With a vertical plane with a horizontal line in it.
Yeah, that's not in the same plane. They're two right lines at right angles to each other. They're called what you call perpendicular.
Beth,
definitely not in the same plane.
Beth, the problem is
you don't understand very much, and you're trying your hardest. We do understand that.
No, you don't understand.
I perfectly understand that you haven't got a clue what
So
you're
what
talking
do
about.
you
I think
need?
everybody else here understands that as well.
Beth,
I bet everybody else is also getting a little bit bored.
Let me ask you a question then.
Go on. Again? Are you going to actually ask a question now? Or?
Yes. I'm going to ask a question if you stop talking through me. Is that something you can do? Good.
I don't think so, no. Actually.
Okay, then I'm not going to ask you a question. Are you having a stroke? 7, you're not.
Yeah.
Do we need to send medical
it's all
attention?
Right. You're okay. Carry on, Morty. Are you going to ask a question, or are you going to state a fact for us?
Beth, I'm going to ask you a question if you can agree that
you're going to ask me a question again. Why do you think am I the question master? What's it called? Am I the oracle?
The dungeon master?
Is it the oracle? That's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ask the oracle. Come and ask Bev a question. Go on, make it a good one, Morty. Go on. See if it can be the best question of the night.
Beth, I agreed that I'm going to ask you a question if you can agree that you're not going to talk through me. But you did not agree to that. Therefore, I'm not going to ask you a question. As easy as that.
Oh, shut the fuck up then. Anybody else
want
to ask his question?
I'm good.
Can we just carry on talking about other shit?
How would they know what my question was?
Morty, shut the fuck up. Anybody else want to have a chat? I've had enough of Morty. And I'm not too sure what he's doing here. It's a bit boring. And I'm getting really bored.
Yeah, let's carry on with
He
something
wants
else.
to ask me a question, but then he doesn't want to ask me a question, but he wants to ask me a question, but make sure I don't answer it.
I think he was saying something extending above a horizontal plane, a vertical plane, and then they're intersecting at 90 degrees. That's all I got.
Yeah. He wanted to say that the vertical was also in the same plane as the horizontal plane, which is absolutely ridiculous.
I think he wanted to do XY axis somehow and try to prove his point that somehow his plotting technique is going to be not simple or something. Or simple or something.
I don't know. We can't do straight lines. We can't extend straight lines, apparently.
Yeah, that's ultimately what I was going to go to. And it's like something how it's going to curve somehow because XY is intersecting or something.
Right, Morty, are you ready? I hope you've prepared yourself. I'm going to unmute you. Please. Do your best.
Okay, that was some complete bullshit. What you talked about, where I was going. Like, that was
well, tell us what you're going to do.
Okay. What I was trying to agree with you on was how we define what defines a plane.
3.
Right.
3 points.
And I was never claiming that a vertical plane lies within a horizontal plane. That's no.
Intersecting, right?
Intersecting, yeah.
Okay.
In a line.
Yeah.
And that's the point. The point is that if you have 3 points and they are all on one line, then you can't define a plane through those 3 points, with those 3 points alone. You need some other point that's not on that line to define a plane, to know which way that plane is laying, if it's vertical, horizontal, in between.
The 2 horizontal points would be on a horizontal plane, though, right? If you measure a distance between 2
Yeah, they
points
will always
and make
be in
them
a horizontal
on
plane, but they are
that's a
also
plane
in
then.
Infinitely many other planes.
A horizontal plane, yes, is a horizontal plane, right? It's the easiest plane
No,
to find in
Beth.
reality.
If you have 2 points,
Morty.
if you have 2 points in reality, even if they are horizontal, then there are infinitely many planes that this line is in.
Yeah, but
There's
if
a
they're 2
vertical plane,
points and
there's
they
a
are on
vertical
the
plane, there's a horizontal plane.
Yeah, they're a horizontal plane. If you add another one on that horizontal plane, it will be on that horizontal plane. If it's in the middle of the other 2, it's still on the same horizontal plane, and those 3 points would define the horizontal plane. Yes.
Yeah, but for that, those 3 points cannot be on the same line.
If they are
Otherwise, you're
on the
not
same
defining a
plane, then yes, they can. I don't know what sort of a stupid thing you're trying to argue about here. Can 3 coplanar points also be in a straight line? Yes, they can.
Yeah,
Dead
but
simple.
then they don't.
Really well done.
Beth, yes, they can be in the same line.
Well, then we're done then.
Then,
I don't know what you're arguing for.
Beth, please. They can be in the same line. Yes,
brilliant.
But then they don't define the plane.
They would be on the plane. Yes.
Yes, they would be on the plane, but they don't define the plane.
Wow.
Fucking God.
Wow. No, because the plane's just defined already in
exactly
just length times breadth, isn't it? That's how you define the plane.
Yes.
Okay.
You cannot define the plane with 3 points that are on the same line. But that doesn't define the plane.
No, you define the plane by length times breadth, right? That's how you define the plane. In mathematics,
that's
right?
How you define a surface.
Yeah.
2 dimensions.
That's the plane.
A surface lies in a plane.
Yeah.
But the surface and a plane are not the same thing. Plane is infinite, surface is not.
Yeah, but when you're dealing in geometry, the plane is bound, isn't it? The points that you make the things on are the end points. So yeah, it's Yeah. You're not
It's
an
a surface.
infinite planar, are you?
What?
Are you an
No, my
infinite
understanding
planar?
of things does not define who I am.
You see, but Euclid
There's
even
more
defines
to my
it
person.
in. Well,
There's more to my person
yes,
than my knowledge.
Euclid defines in definition 3 that the extremities of a line are points. He has end points. It's not infinite, right? Okay. He does say you can
Really? Did he
extend
define
a
the
line
endpoints?
indefinitely.
Did he define the endpoints?
The extremities of a line are points. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, he postulates that you can extend that indefinitely. So, I mean, he's got all the bases covered. Logically.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So we dealt with that one then. You're happy with that?
Okay.
A plane can be defined by 3 points. Because that's where we started and ended.
Yeah, but not if they are on the same line. Then they don't define the plane.
You can have a line on a plane, can't you?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Jolly good.
But it's not defined by a single line.
I don't know. Like, you have to tell us which plane you're particularly talking about, right?
A plane is not defined by a single line.
No. Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's the deal? What else do we got?
You don't define lines. Like, in reality, if I was to get an auto level, I wouldn't go, well, you have to define it by 3 points. No, you just set the tool up and you use it. It establishes a horizontal plane. It does not need defining, does it?
Well, yeah, but it does so by using 2 different lines.
A shared straight line segment, like we said earlier. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
2
absolutely.
different lines.
No, a shared
2 different lines.
Straight line segment.
2 different lines.
What do you mean?
Otherwise, you only have a horizontal line. You don't have a horizontal plane.
A horizontal line
If you
horizontal
use
thing.
your auto level,
Dude, you
and
don't
only,
know what you're talking about. An auto level. Do you know what one is? Do you know what an auto level is?
Well, we talked about it. It's a tool to establish a horizontal plane.
Okay.
Yeah, but it does so by using 2 different lines, I think.
It does so by establishing a horizontal plane, right? You don't know
how
it establishes
how does it. Do so? It does so by using 2 different horizontal lines, right?
By 2 different horizontal lines. You know, you just look through it, right?
Yeah, or by multiple different.
You just look through it.
It does not just it does not just an auto level does not just establish a horizontal line, right?
What?
It does more than that.
It establishes a horizontal plane of reference, yeah.
Yeah, so it establishes a plane, not a line.
Yeah, a
And
horizontal plane of reference, like we said at the beginning.
Yeah. So the plane is not defined by a single line.
The plane
That's all I'm
is
saying.
defined by length times breadth in the definitions of geometry. Like I explained to you earlier, if you want to define a plane, then you define it with a definition. It is length times breadth. If you want a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, then you get a level.
Length and breadth cannot be the same line, right? They're 2 different lines, right?
I feel like you're going into semantical argument here about something that's not really relevant because you've made a tit out of yourself already by not knowing what you're talking about. Is this a save?
Sorry?
Are you trying to do yourself a sort of an intellectual save? Because you obviously haven't got a clue what you're talking
I'm just
about.
trying to agree on some very basic stuff with you. And
this is really basic stuff, and I don't know why you're struggling.
I don't see. I'm not struggling with anything. I just don't see why you can't just agree with me sometimes.
Because you're talking bullshit, and you don't really seem to know what you're talking about.
Beth, it almost seems like you're scared to say yes, you're right to me? Why are you so scared to say that?
If you're right, I will let you know. Right? At that
Okay,
point,
yes.
I will let you know. If you're not correct, then I will have to say something, like I have been doing.
Yeah, but I am correct in what I'm saying.
What is it you're saying? I've not heard you actually make a statement about anything yet. You seem to. What?
I'm stating over and over that if you have 3 points on the same line, then you cannot define a plane.
Then that line can't be within a plane.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Are you saying you can't establish a plane by 3 points on a line?
I'm saying that you can't know which plane they're supposed to be in. Like they do not establish a definitive plane.
Okay, so if I was to set an auto level up and I was to establish 3 points on a plane, right, on the same line from the tool, 3 points in a straight line, would they not be on the same plane?
Yes, they would be on the same plane.
Okay, well, there you go. 3 points on a plane. Well done. Bang, straight line. Thank you very much.
Beth, but that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm disputing. I'm not disagreeing with you on this, with anything I'm saying.
Well, what are you saying then? Because you seem to be saying the same thing as me. You can establish 3 points to make a plane. Those 3 points can be in a straight line. That they would all be on the same plane.
No. When you make a plane, you need a point
an auto
that's
level.
Not on the. Oh my god. You're a very frustrating conversation partner.
Is your name Pot?
I'm just
What's your problem?
You say so he's frustrating to talk to. I would say you're the pot calling the kettle black, which I like. I usually always enjoy Bev's conversations, but you seem to be circle jerking quite a bit.
How can I say it? Dude, whatever. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah. Can you tell what a straight line is then?
To yourself.
Can you tell what a straight line is? The difference between a straight line and a curve, Marty.
The shortest distance between 2 points.
Can you tell what the difference between a straight line and a curve is?
Difference between a straight line and a curve.
Yeah.
A curve is not the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay. So how would you best describe a curve? What's your favourite way?
I never thought about that.
No. Do you want to have a think about it for a second?
You should really think about it, because a lot of
ways to describe a curve. Sorry, I'm just using the way that's useful in the specific context. It's not playing favorite for anyone. What's your favorite one?
I would say the reason he asks is because a lot of times we get people that say straight lines are curved, and so we just like to ask how you differentiate straight from curved.
Huh. I think you're strawmanning them, but okay.
No, there's plenty of sound bites where.
Yeah, sure.
Go on, have you come up with a definition yet? Or a description?
Definition?
Yeah, just some way to describe a curve. What's your favourite way to describe a curve?
As I said, I don't have a favorite way. I asked you for your favorite way because you asking that implies that you have a favorite way.
Yeah, I definitely have a favourite way, but I'd like to hear yours first. I
As
get the
said, I
feeling
don't have
you
the
want to
favorite way.
cheat off me, and because you don't have any answers of your own.
Beth, I already told you multiple times that I don't have a favorite way.
Well, give us your second favourite then. Give us your second
Again,
favourite, or maybe
again,
worst.
favorite.
What's your worst
Beth,
way
did
of
you
describing
listen? Did you listen to my response when you asked me for my favorite way of describing a curve?
Yeah, you said you didn't have one.
Did you listen to my response? You were very quiet, Beth.
Yeah, I'm
He stepped away from the mic.
Said I'm making a brew. Do you want to show us your worst way of describing it? Well, the one that everybody laughs at you when you do that one. Give us that one.
Beth,
Comedy routine.
did you listen to my response when you asked me for my favorite way to describe a curve?
It's hard to listen to somebody that claims to be highly educated that can't describe a curve.
It's a bit tricky, that, isn't it?
And who said
I didn't
can't
even get you
describe
to do
curve?
the straight line one either.
You said you can't describe a curve.
I didn't say that. No.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Well, then why are you asking
I
Bev to
said I
describe
don't
it?
have a favorite way.
Well, then describe anyway.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough, right? But why can't Beth ask that question?
Because he asked you the question first.
No, he didn't ask me that question. He kept asking me my favorite way, my second favorite way, and my worst way. He didn't ask me to just give any way.
Well, the question is being asked. Describe a way.
Anyway, dude. Anyway. Just pick a way. Pick your best way. You pick your worst way. Pick way, I don't know, pick the Australian way. Anyway. Doesn't really matter. Just pick any way to describe your curve for us, please. Educate
Any which
some
way you
people.
can.
A curve is a continuous and smooth flowing line without any sharp turns. One way to recognize a curve is that it bends and changes its directions at least once.
Wow, that's a good description. Where did you get that from? Give us a link. Google. So you had to Google, how do I describe a curve?
But since I don't have a favorite way, yeah.
But that how do you think that what do you think the picture anybody's going to have in their head? What picture did you have in your head of that curve?
That curve?
Yeah.
Well, there are many pictures that come to mind, many analogies.
Many different ones, right? If I was describing a straight line, you get a picture of one thing in your head. What you said, you got many different ones from that curve definition.
Yeah.
How could that be? I mean, it can't be a very good definition if you have many different pictures of what you think the definition was of.
Okay.
Right?
So a straight line always looks the same, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but a curve
So therefore,
can have...
how do you define a straight line? Go on, try that one.
Right, Beth. But a curve can have multiple different changes in direction, right? Therefore, can look different and still be a curve.
That sounds like a wiggly line. That's what I'm visualizing.
Okay. But you can think about many different wiggles, right? Clearly.
Yeah, but one continuous curve would be defined by a radius and the distance from that radius, correct?
Oh, there you go. That
would
sounds
be
like
the
a really
curvature
good one.
Of a curve.
Yeah. That describes it way better, because you get an idea of
Way
size and scale
Better
and
than
the
what?
amount of curvature and all of that, right? If you get given a radius. Wow. Brilliant answer, Clary.
Thanks.
But what if the radius of that? But what if the curvature is not constant?
What? Well, each different individual curve would have a individual radius value, wouldn't it? Because that's what a curve is. It's a portion of a circle that contained by that radius at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the curvature of a curve, but sure.
Yeah. I think Cleary did really well, and your one that you Googled seemed a bit... I mean, like, when Cleary said
What's the
that
point
about
of
a
this,
radius, right, you've got a definite picture. If somebody says a 10-meter radius, well, that curve, you know, you can imagine that a bit better, can't you? Because you've got something to relate it to.
What's your point?
The point is that your definition that you Googled because you didn't know how to define a curve, when it was as simple as stating a radius.
What the purpose of Beth, I didn't know what the purpose of your question was.
You just didn't know how to answer it as well as Cleary, obviously.
Yes.
Next time you'll do much better.
Beth. You're cutting in on. You just said Bev in the middle of his sentence like 3 times.
He gets triggered.
Exactly. I didn't know how to answer it because I didn't. Because I didn't know the context or the purpose because I didn't know the context.
Was I was asking you how to define a curve. You didn't know.
Stop talking over me.
You asked me to define it for you.
Stop talking. I wasn't finished with my sentence.
Then you didn't know how to do it. You Googled it, and then Cleary came up with a better one instantly.
Just wait a few.
Yeah, he's got stuck again.
So, I didn't know how to answer your question because I didn't understand the context or the purpose of it.
Well, you didn't have a geometric definition of your own.
Beth? What was your point?
First principles, bud. First principles. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the point was to expose you as not knowing what a curve is and how to define it.
Why would you do that?
It's a pity we wasted it on you, to be honest. But I mean, not so sure how many people watch this or how many people will be available to watch your flapping around like a wet fish when somebody asks you to define a curve. I take it you do have a model, don't you, that you think you live on?
I don't live on a model. I live in reality.
Okay.
We established it at the beginning of the conversation.
Okay. Is there a curve of the water level that you imagine?
What?
Do you imagine the water level having a curvature to it?
What relevance does it have what I imagine?
Because we're talking about curves and straight lines and the difference between a curve and a straight line. It's very, very relevant. Do you think the water level has a curvature to it?
Beth, wait, Morty. You just asked him what the context of the reason why he was asking these questions. Now he's getting to it, and you're asking him again, what's the point of this? And he's explaining what the point of...
He asked me what I imagine water level, the water level to do.
No, I'm digressing back to where... I'm digressing back to where you were talking about straight lines and curvatures.
Yeah, I understand.
What the point of... And he asked you the question relating to why he was doing that. Now you're doing the same thing again. What's the point of it? And he's asked you the question about the water level because he first emphasized the difference between straight and curved and wanted to know what your definition of those were so that he could ask that question.
I see. And I'm still scrutinizing him for asking me what my imagination is because it's irrelevant to reality.
Oh, so what is reality then when it comes to the level of the surface of the water at rest?
Yep, there you go.
Sorry, I didn't listen the whole way through. It's pretty late here.
Yeah, what is reality when it comes to your observations of water at rest?
At a small scale, it's flat.
Huh, really cool.
Where does the small scale stop? What's the distance?
It doesn't matter.
Distance,
straight lines can be extended at any time, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That'll do. Cheers, Morty.
Cheers, Morty. Good job.
Okay. Fair enough.
Since there's a lull in the conversation, can I ask Cleary to kind of clarify his points earlier about Poincaré and these guys?
So what?
Poincaré and how is that relevant to anything?
Do you guys understand what he's saying?
No, I wasn't super. I didn't catch it. To be honest.
Henri Poincaré, you brought him up earlier.
Oh, Henri Poincaré. Yeah, go and research it. Yeah. Go and see if you can figure out what the hell he was talking about. I told you he Penrose himself, right? He Penrose himself with all of that. And eventually someone proved it mathematically. But what does that mean to us in reality? Absolutely nothing. That's probably the 6th, 7th, 8th time maybe I've explained that to you today.
So probably you should go research it, because it seems that you don't know about this.
Oh, I researched it a long time ago, and I determined
it seems to me that you're confused about this. You don't know quite a lot, so maybe you should go read about it.
No, he knows. We discussed this earlier. We do this all the time,
he knows, but he doesn't actually know shit. He should read about it.
Have you done mathematics as well as your language then, Laurie?
Well, I would ask the same of Cleary. Maybe he should go and read about it.
Laurie,
Laurie, yeah,
go ahead. I'm just asking you. I've heard Cleary, and we've talked about this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
I don't need to ask Cleary about this. I'm asking you because you're the one that's telling Cleary.
Yeah.
Have you done any mathematics, higher mathematics?
Yeah, I've done some mathematics. Yeah.
Oh, Laurie, that seems like a little bit of a get out. Everyone has done a little bit of mathematics. You do that when you buy your sweets from the shop.
Why are you putting me on the spot? You're being like an asshole, and you know it.
Well, you're talking about Poincaré, aren't you?
Yeah, and he's talking about Poincaré as well. So what is his qualifications? Because I haven't seen his qualifications.
Have you ever done mathematics to a level where you study Poincaré? Have you done that?
Okay. So I have some background,
isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So let me ask, because now we know where I stand. Let's clarify where Cleary stands. So
absolutely, we can clarify. Yeah. Yep. I'm not going to define Poincaré for you. I will not do that. Okay. The man was obviously confused, but somehow mathematically, some other confused person was able to define what he did. It doesn't apply to reality. I've researched it, and I've thrown that information away. It means nothing to me. I believe the man Penrose himself. I will not say it again.
So, clearly, your qualifications are you talked with Bev about this. That sounds like
not
a good
qualification,
that
Laurie.
Sounds like
Please
a good
don't
qualification.
start your crit bullshit here.
Yeah,
please don't do that.
I don't think I'm in the mood for that, really. I'm just not in the mood for Laurie's bullshit.
I got a more general question. What do you guys meet up for all the time?
What?
What
was that?
Like, what's this panel? What's the stream for? What's the content?
Well, I don't know. It seems like you guys want to come in here and ask us questions, but then not really know how to formulate a question.
I mean,
or listen to the answer.
I mean, what I'm kind of getting stuck on is, like, I'm on this for like 2 hours now, something like that. And the topics have been like recirculated like twice already.
That's you.
Yep.
Like, we can't
you
help
said
it.
you said the surface of water at rest is. You said it's flat. If that's
on a small scale, yes.
Small. You didn't define small. I would assume that's the area you could observe.
Yeah. When I tried to answer that, Beth interjected and said it doesn't matter because you can extend that segment of a flat surface indefinitely.
Can you just tell me the scale of a straight line, please?
Scale of a straight line. That doesn't make sense.
Well, can a straight line exist within a horizontal plane and without it?
Okay.
Yeah, don't forget about postulate 2. Postulate 2. How about that one? That's a good one, isn't it? Postulate 2. That straight line can be extended. A terminated straight
Yeah. That's why it doesn't make sense to ask about the scale of a straight line.
No. So any small, because you said it at a small scale. Well, a straight line at a small scale can be scaled up at a straight line. It doesn't really matter. It's an absolutely stupid thing to say that a smack can be a small surface, right?
Beth,
small scale.
Beth, let me. Do you know
Right, Megan?
what chaos is, physically speaking?
Somebody hot mic
his chapstick this morning.
Rob.
It's almost looking like Tyson right now.
Is he now? I'll go.
How do you like?
There you go. Was he asking us or?
Yeah, I was asking Beth.
Well, wait a minute. Let me check. Are you hot micing there, Rob? Yeah.
Okay, Beth. Do you know what chaos is, physically speaking?
Chows, I call them. The little
chaos.
Yeah. And
could you define it? What?
With chows, the little things in some sort of a sub-level on. I think it was Sonic the Hedgehog.
No, chaos. Chaos.
Chaos?
Physical chaos. Can you define
physical chaos? No, I can't define
it. Would be...
Okay, a chaotic system. Can you define what a chaotic system is?
Chaos and system would be contradictory.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you in physics? Do you know what a chaotic system is?
That really does not make sense.
Is this going to be relating to the straight line or the curve?
Or curved?
Yeah, it's gonna go back there. Yeah.
No, I don't know. Here's your chance to shine. Please tell us what a chaotic system is.
A chaotic system. Okay, a system in physics basically is just like any accumulation, any number of parameters that describe a situation,
which are not chaos.
Basically, that would be
parameters in chaos.
System. That would be what you can.
Sorry, did you say? Sorry, did you say? Hang on. Did you say parameters in chaos?
Yeah, he's trying to define a system that has rules that is chaotic without rules. So go ahead and try that.
Okay.
Okay, so that is what a system is, right? You can describe it with a certain set of parameters, right? Variables. And a chaotic system is one where the development of the states in that system has huge differences over time. Based on very minute or immeasurably minute starting points, right? So essentially, you're setting the system up the same way each time you repeat an experiment, right? But the development over time of that system, the states of that system over time, start to diverge.
Okay, now this is what I warned about earlier: is pinrosing yourself. You know, that's what you're doing now.
Very dangerous.
It's probably easier. It's probably easier to understand when I just give an example of a chaotic system.
How do you set parameters in a chaotic system?
Are we going to relate this to a curve or a straight line soon? Because I'm getting a bit.
There you go.
Yeah, it's gonna get there as soon as we can agree on what a chaotic system means and that it makes sense.
Yeah, take out all the ums and ahs out of there, and you'll be able to define it a lot quicker.
So it's probably much easier to understand with an example. An example of a chaotic system would be a double pendulum. Do you understand what a
double pendulum is? Go on, teach us.
So that's if you have a pendulum, right? And it's joined. It has a joint in it.
Perpendicle.
So
A perpendicle?
Perpendicle.
Yeah, a perpendicle.
Okay, if that's what you're not.
Sorry, a
basically
perpendicle in motion, or unperpendical perpendicle.
Sure. Okay, so the motion of that perpendicle will be very different each time, even if you set it up with the same apparatus each time, right? Basically, you're gonna deviate it from its resting position and let it go. And even if you do that with a machine that's very accurate, the development of how that swings, the perpendicle, will be will diverge over time. Each time you repeat this process,
goes back to its
it's
resting
chaotic
position,
system.
though, right?
The difference is in the resting position, in the starting position of
that's not chaotic, is it?
The starting position of the perpendicle is the same.
Absolutely
Vertical.
not chaotic, right? It is always precisely the same.
No, it's not.
A perpendicle.
Vertical?
That's the point. Vertical.
Yeah, the perpendicle at rest will always be what we call a right line, and that is vertical.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about.
Yeah, no, that's a bit of doublespeak. That it is a vertical, right?
I'm talking about a double pendulum.
Yeah. We're just talking about one of them at rest.
No, not at rest.
Are you putting two of them?
Not at rest.
Yeah, I know. Where's the two? You put one at 45 degrees.
I think he's talking about.
I'm talking about something
being
like
parallel
this. I just
to one
posted it in live chat. Okay, so even if you put that out of resting position and replicate the same position over time, every time, right?
That's
each
not
time
a perpendicle.
Yes, exactly. That's not
why
a perpendicle.
Why were you calling it a
double
perpendicle then? When we asked you if it was a perpendicle,
you
agreed. You obviously didn't know what a perpendicle is.
Beth, I was talking about.
Say my name again.
I was talking about the
Say
double
my name again.
pendulum.
I like
Beth. Yeah.
Beth.
He gets a little excited. Try to define clearly what you're talking about.
Yes, I posted a video in live chat. That's a double pendulum. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what he calls it. Stephen B. Troy calls it a double pendulum. I'm not so sure whether it looks like
it's
a pendulum.
Double pendulum.
A double rainbow.
It's a pendulum that has a joint in it, so that two different parts.
That's not one of those. Isn't a pendulum. It's just a big piece of steel, isn't it? That's not what a pendulum is. Is it?
Okay. The thing that I posted is called a double pendulum.
Yeah, I can see that. It's got it wrote on it. That's what Stephen B. Troy has called his YouTube video. Double pendulum. Yeah.
Okay.
So Stephen B. Troy has made a YouTube video of this thing that he has called a double pendulum.
No, he hasn't called it a double pendulum.
He did.
It's commonly called
his video. Look, it's got the name of it there. That's the name of the video, isn't it?
The thing that you see in the video is commonly called a double pendulum. It's a rod of steel connected by a joint with another rod of steel.
Okay, so it's just two rods of steel. You wouldn't call that rod of steel a pendulum, would you? You just call it a rod of steel.
A rod of steel rotating about a fixed point can be called a pendulum.
Okay, anything rotating about a fixed point can be called a pendulum, can't it?
Exactly, and if that anything has another joint in it, so that another part can rotate around the end point of the thing rotating about a fixed point, is called a double pendulum.
Brilliant. When are we going to get to this straight line and thing?
Once we agree on what a chaotic system is.
It's not something that ends up at the same point.
So
That's always the same when it's at rest. Absolutely not.
Such a double pendulum is a chaotic system. Okay,
I don't understand why you need to define a chaotic system. It means nothing.
Okay.
What does it mean to you?
A chaotic system is a system that diverges in its development in states over time, even when the starting positions of that system are the same to a very to an immeasurable degree.
Wow, fantastic! Go on.
Okay.
More science fiction.
It's not science fiction. It's reality.
Please try to get to your point.
Yeah.
Try to do that promptly.
You can deviate the double pendulum that you see, an example of which you see in that video, which some other guy on YouTube has stopped double pendulum. You can see an example of such a chaotic system. You can
we try to get to a conclusion,
replicate
Morty?
such device yourself and test if it truly is a chaotic system. You can deviate.
Have you done a special on chaotic systems?
You can deviate the double pendulum from the resting position.
Okay. Right, go on.
You're gonna have to, yeah. You're gonna have to get to a conclusion at some point here, quickly.
Mm-hmm.
You can set it up and replicate how that pendulum swings, and set it up with an extremely accurate machine, and you will see that the development of the swinging of the pendulum is different each time, even though you set it up exactly the same way each time you replicate.
Okay.
Therefore, it's a chaotic system.
All right.
It's not
okay.
science fiction.
All right, Morty. We now all of us understand that a chaotic system is something that exists. Okay? Please now progress to the next step where you relate that to something to do with a straight line or a curve. Please continue.
Okay. Similar to chaotic systems, any measurement has a random error, a statistical error, right? So when I measure something to be flat or to be a straight line, I cannot, and I do it again, I cannot be sure which of the two measurements is going to be the straight line and which one is not going to be on a straight line. Because I will always get a little bit of variance, a little bit of differences. Therefore, when I look at a piece of water that's being flat, then I cannot be sure if it's truly.
You're conflating measuring a dynamic system with something that is static. That's where you're going wrong.
Or if there's some minute difference that I cannot pick up on, and that which would lead to a divergence when I extend it over a bigger scale.
So you're saying that you can't measure accurately a dynamic system, and you're conflating that with something static, based on scale.
No.
Well, I have.
Wait a minute, Morty. I was going to say
verified the flatness of water to a degree where I am comfortable to differentiate between the Earth, between elevations being.
Can you not measure, flat? Morty? Is that what you're saying?
I did not measure to a sufficient accuracy.
So you can't measure things to a sufficient enough accuracy for you to be able to
verify it.
What?
What did you say about elevation, Morty? You were about to say something about elevation?
Oh, yeah, constant elevations being in a flat plane.
Constant elevations are being in a plane.
Are in a flat plane, according to you, yes.
Yeah, that's have you heard of the floodplains and all of that with water?
Floodplains.
Yeah, you know, like when they're building houses or whatever, you know, for waste management to get your poop out of the house and all of that, it has to go down, doesn't it? I mean, it'd be really bad if they've got the watershed for all of that sort of stuff to get rid of that. You've got you want to make sure that you're not building it below the floodplains, right? Because then, obviously, if it floods, your house is going to get flooded, and I don't think they want that sort of thing. So they always try and make sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't solve the issue.
So that is in reality, though, isn't it? They do that in reality.
Yes. It's called a plane, and therefore it has to be a flat plane.
That's what a plane is, yeah. Mathematically,
sure.
Yeah. Do you think there's a different plane in mathematics or geometry?
No, I didn't say that.
No, good.
I just said I'm just saying that the names of things in engineering and in physics is sometimes not mathematically accurate.
But a plane is definitely a mathematical thing, isn't it?
Sure, Bev.
Yeah. You are agreeing there, thank you.
Yeah, sure, Bev. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just
a
saying
nice
that
way of you
doesn't solve
getting
the
around
issue for
that.
me.
Yeah.
Like I'm just know what I don't know, right? And what
you know what you don't know.
You know what you don't know.
Wow, that's
that's
good.
got me
I know
too.
where I have knowledge about things. I have understanding about things.
Nope.
And I know which parts of that things I did not verify.
Yeah. Knowledge has experience within its definition. Understanding and knowledge are different.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I corrected myself from knowledge to understanding.
Okay. Fair enough.
Go on. So we've established. I mean, we already established that a water level is on a flat plane, like you said earlier. You said it was scale dependent, but like we already established straight after that, a straight line isn't scale dependent, is it? A straight line will be straight.
Well, my understanding of the whole thing, of how water works, how water level works, and what a horizontal plane is a little more complex than the terms we were talking on all the time already. But we were like, that's a very fundamentally lies to children kind of way, like a dumbed down way of talking about this, and it can be misleading. It can be, doesn't have to be, but it can be misleading.
Okay, hang on. So if you can explain something simply, then that means that you truly understand it. Do you need to explain things in a complicated way to confuse people?
No, I'm not saying that you have to explain it in a complicated way. I'm just saying that the matter may be more complex than you're making.
How so?
There's such a thing as oversimplification, is what I'm saying.
That's the beauty of right line geometry, right? It is really simple.
Sure.
There's only two straight lines.
Yeah.
Forming a right angle. We all do it every day. Trigonometry, you guys, you'll talk about it like maths is a god, right?
No.
You don't think maths is a god.
Okay, you guys does not apply to me, first of all.
Wow. Okay, you're an individual. I like it.
I do not experience that the maths is.
You do have a model though, right?
Kind of supernatural way.
You do have a model though, right, Morty?
I do have a model.
Yes, you do.
If with model you mean I have an understanding of reality, and I make sense of it for myself, then yes.
Okay. Brilliant. But you've put that reality into a model, and that model starts to dictate.
No.
It does. It starts to dictate what you think about reality. It infects reality.
No, I'm constantly questioning it.
Okay.
My understanding of reality.
Well, you must have a bit of cogdice now, right? Realizing that level being horizontal on a small scale.
Why must I have that?
Well, straight lines, scaling. At what point? I mean, if I were to say to you,
Beth, why must I have cogdice?
Because
what requires me to have cognitive dissonance in response to yours?
If I was to say to you, right?
Okay.
Straight lines.
Right, Rob.
Right, Rob.
I'm just going to have a quick smoke.
Okay.
Rob, you wanted to be server unmuted. There you go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Beth.
right? If I were to say to you, straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other.
Yes,
yeah,
true.
That's a good statement. Yeah?
That's a true statement, yes.
Okay. Now, that's a statement within geometry, right? Mathematical statement.
Yeah.
Now, if I were to say to you, horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, would you say that's also a true statement?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you put the two together, that means that horizontals are parallel to each other. There's a shocker. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, horizontals being parallel to each other, once again, I think you might have made a boob here, means that they don't intersect with each other ever.
Yeah.
So there's your cog disk right
that
there.
Are parallel to the same plane of horizon are parallel to each other and don't intersect. Yeah.
I'll give it to you, Morty. Man, that's good.
That's some good cog disk, that, right?
You kind of
I just know what I don't know. Where that understanding is lagging in relation to reality.
Yeah, you've got some big.
Because I know how I establish a horizontal a parallel to a parallel plane to the plane of the horizon, and I know what that mechanisms are based on. Like how I do that in practicality, and I know the limitations of what the meaning of parallel lines to that plane are.
Yeah, definition. That's in mathematics as well. Definition.
You're kind of overlooking that fact that you're establishing that plane independently each time you're establishing a horizontal, and that you did not check the relation of those different times that the relationship of the independent instances that you established independently to each other. You did not, and you're not willing to talk about it. I know that we had a conversation about it already, but I just know what I didn't verify with regards to that and what I did already.
I think we did that at like 3:33. You know, I'm gonna put it down because I might have to go back and get that recorded.
Yeah.
Sure you did.
But if you agree that all horizontals are parallel to the horizon, then no worries, right?
Yeah, Buster. You did not follow. I see that.
When do they become verticals then?
They don't. He said they don't intersect, so they're all parallel. I mean, how could
you just agreed? Oh, sorry.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that I disagree.
You did agree. We were all like in astonishment that you agreed that horizontals are parallel to the horizon.
Yeah, I just explained something and you are completely failing to process it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I think you're
switch hitting. Completely failing to address what I said correctly.
I think you're switch hitting here. I think this is where the cog disk comes in.
Yeah, do you think maybe Rob
that's exactly where it comes in. I would go one step further. I would say that there might be a delusional disorder at play.
On whose part?
Well, you be the judge.
Well, I'm trying. I've been listening to the show all day.
Is someone that is subject to delusional disorder capable of recognizing that disorder and sustaining that recognition over time? By the definition of delusional disorder, I don't think that's possible. But you might have different.
Okay, so do you think that it's the horizontal waters
that are delusional, or do you think it's the people that think that horizontal is a curved line are delusional? Do you need a minute?
Sorry, what?
So I consider myself to be a flat earther. Just
for you.
yeah, but I don't think the Earth itself is flat because
it has
ever
features,
since I started talking to Bev, I started to realize that these surveyors that everybody talks about, do you know what their job is as a surveyor? Is to create a straight level line. Like that's their job. Their job isn't to go out and measure curvature of the planet Earth like you think they do. Their job is to create a horizontal plane of reference, not a curved plane of reference. That's right. So at what point do these surveyors have to take into account any sort of curving Earth? Or are they just trying to create straight lines with their tools?
At what point do they have to take it into account? Actually,
because the only time I've ever seen or heard of them having to take it into account anything other than a straight line, like I'm gonna put a picture in live. I'm gonna put 2 pictures in live chat, okay? Sure. I really need you to look at them. They're in the live. Right, parallel lines will never cross. Right underneath that, I'm gonna put 2 pictures. Okay. The first one, just coming right now. Okay, that's my first one. And then this is my second one. Just give me 1 sec here. Here's my second one. All right, so my first picture, you see my first picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a spirit level. Okay?
Yes.
Right. Do you know what the up and down arrows beside Germany mean?
Actually, no.
Okay, because those are really important. Like, why would they put that on that level?
It's probably the accuracy.
Right. Okay, so you're catching on. Okay, so that's its margin of error. Is
okay.
But what's it a margin of error to?
To level.
To level. Okay.
Yeah, and I imagine it's given
so
in
minutes. That level probably. Is that level. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off. Keep going.
No, it's all right.
So no, what that is, it's a margin of error for horizontal because that level is a tool.
Mm-hmm.
The name of the tool is a level.
Mm-hmm.
It tells you if you're horizontal or not,
mm-hmm.
and it can be wrong, upwards of 0.029 degrees. It can be wrong in either direction.
Below, it can be below 0.
It can be above or below it. That's why it has arrows both ways.
Oh, yeah, right. But up to the absolute value of that.
Yeah. Okay. So when I say it's horizontal, plus or minus 0.029 degrees off level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Level and horizontal are the same thing according to this tool called a level,
mm-hmm.
right? Now I want you to go to my second picture, right?
Can I just add, Rob, that if it's wrong on one of them, the other side of it will be the opposite. So it'll be higher on one side and lower on the other side, right? If it's not horizontal, it will be both up and down, depending on which side you're talking about.
No, I get that, but for it to I'm just saying that this tool is not perfect.
You're right. I was talking to Morty, right? It can't be wrong in the up direction without being wrong in the down direction as well, right?
Because that's why they say both, and they're exactly the same both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's 0.029. That's pretty fucking small. Okay, sorry for swearing. But anyways, that's pretty small. Like, what I mean is, what do you think the margin of error is on an auto level?
Maybe an order or two of magnitude.
You'd have to have it calibrated, and you'd have to check it, right? They've got ways of determining the margin of error. It's independent for each one. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think the margin of error is on a water level?
Maybe half. That of the spirit level.
Okay. Now I'll let you go with that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you to my second picture now.
Mm-hmm.
So we have datum elevation 0, horizontal line, plumb line. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That horizontal line is straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Straight line. What tool would be the most effective in creating that straight line? The level, the auto level, the spirit level, or the water level?
Depends on the application, I guess.
But they're all used to create a horizontal.
Yes.
The only time this level line is curved is in your mind.
What?
Or on this piece of paper.
Uh-huh.
Horizontal is always a straight line.
Uh-huh. Okay.
A water level is a tool used to create a horizontal plane of reference.
Uh-huh.
When does it curve?
It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to reality. Water doesn't curve. Water does not curve. It took me all that time so that you would understand that water does not curve. Water is a straight line. The only reason
you showed him a curve level though. Right? He's not going to be able to get that off you.
Yeah, this is where this comes in. This is why I'm trying to break his cognitive dissonance right now.
You're not, Rob. I'm not cognitive dissonance about anything.
No, but you're trying to create a curved line in reality, but surveyors don't do that.
Who said that? Who said that I'm trying to do that, Rob?
Well, because I asked you, what do you think the job? Like, when do you think these surveyors ever take some sort of curving water into account, or any curvature into account at all?
Okay, and then you told me that
the curve is all in your mind. Or on a piece of paper that somebody showed you.
Rob, what makes you think that it's in my mind?
Well, what makes you think that water curves into a ball in reality?
What makes you think that I think that?
Oh, so you don't now.
So now you don't believe in the globe?
Who said that I do that?
Do you think? Okay, let me ask you a question, Morty. Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
No, I don't believe that.
Fantastic. Welcome to reality. I love you guys. Thank you, Bev. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have put all this together. Bev, I went to Gems last night, Bev, and I laid that on them.
What the fuck is your problem, Rob?
I know.
Rob?
And you know what? Jeremy was there, and as soon as I got in there, he was like, "Yeah, Bev knows geometry." And Kosho, I put this exact argument to Kosho last night.
Might have been listening.
I put that into Kosho last night, and he lost it, man. I got him too. So
yeah, I can't
whatever.
see why. Honestly,
the Earth is not a sphere. Thank you very much. I love you all.
How did you verify that?
I like that. That's a good one. That it just did it logically.
Yeah, I logic the shit out of it, and you even said there's not a sphere. So what is there?
God. Hey, real quick, Kosho said he likes.
Is this the extent of the content on here? Is this
yeah, Marty, please let Clary carry on.
Yeah, Kosho said that he likes your song, Buster. It's a catchy tune. That's really cool.
Ah, shout out.
Shout out to Buster, man. Buster, I listened to that song like 10 times this morning when I got to work.
Nice. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
I love that song, man. It's great.
Yeah, cool. Cleary helped me
Yeah,
with that.
shout out to Buster. Good job on that.
Yep. Shout out to Buster, man. Good job.
Thanks, man.
Is this the extent of the things one should know about, one should understand, or are there other things that are commonly not understood by most people?
I don't know. We just try and cut through all the bullshit here, Marty. We stick to reality.
Exactly. Is there?
Yeah.
Is there other bullshit that's commonly propagated that one should know about, or is this the extent of the content on here?
I don't know. Like whatever we talk about is what the people bring to us, Marty. Right? It's just that you've brought some really malformed questions and a lot of cognitive dissonance. We thank you for it.
Okay. I mean, how did you teach mine I had cognitive dissonance? Because
you're trying to.
I didn't really
seemed like you were trying to hold two
any
bottom.
of my views to agree with you guys to that extent. I mean, you probably didn't notice the caveats that I was putting to my statements, but still, there wasn't really any way for you to teach your mind I was having cognitive dissonance. And when you were claiming I was bringing a lot of malformed questions, which question was that, for example?
I can't. They were that malformed. I can't even remember.
Yeah, we just don't even record those. We throw them away.
Yeah.
Could I say something about his caveats?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Yeah.
I mean, your caveats were saying you always reverted back to reality, right?
My caveat is what I personally verified and what I didn't,
Right.
and what where I know there are what gaps I see in the derivation that we agreed on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're so basically your caveats related back to reality, right? What you could personally observe and gain knowledge from experience, right? Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say extent of what's going on in this room, I would say to do these things for yourself, like we've done. Ev's doing, I've done for myself. I've bought the water levels and I've used them practically to make horizontals to prove to myself how these things work. I would say take this and do it for yourself.
Sure. When I get the opportunity to, I will.
Yeah. Right on.
Sweet. Well, we'll have to work on the bit where you get to do it for yourself, right? Because I don't think we've even started on water levels or how that does yet.
Yeah.
We're still just
water
dealing with
levels.
the basic geometry.
Beth, you're condescending again.
No, I'm just being honest, dude. It's not condescending.
Yeah, I'm also being honest. Like you're talking as if I was coming in with a lack of understanding, but after hours, like 4 hours of talking now, it turns out wasn't actually. And you don't know what I've done myself. So
Morty, I would say
I don't understand how you can say it seems like, because you have no idea about my person.
Morty, I would say that's very unfair. We've Rob, Cleary, Rakia. There's tons of people that have spent tons of time with Bev, and he's the furthest thing from condescending there is. If you take it that way, that's on you.
I wouldn't say so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a different person.
I mean, I'm certainly not going to speak to you as if you're an authority if you don't have experience with something, but I don't mean to be condescending to you.
What's the whoever spoke up? What's the
fair
justification
enough.
for
That
saying
himself
that?
It's not condescending.
Yeah.
It's just assuming about a person a whole lot. Shouldn't.
Well, somebody spoke up, and I would like some justification for why whoever spoke up that said that Bev was condescending.
Yeah, that was Laurie.
Oh, okay.
You should know about that comment. That's Lori.
Yeah.
So most of the time you guys talk actually about level and horizontal being a straight line.
Just reality, dude. Yep. Mainly reality.
Mainly reality. Well, yep. You know, because in the other server, the Black Swan often comes up.
Yeah. What do you know about the Black Swan? What do you think about that?
Huh? What do you mean? What do I think about that?
What do you think about the Black Swan?
Concept or about the observation?
Yeah, if you want to go for the concept, the logic, the practical application of it, anything. What do you think of it? As an argument? Just what?
I think
what do you think?
The application of it is lacking.
Yeah. What about the logic?
Is obviously no fault in that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the modus tollens.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Correctly and not on a straw man.
You say there's nothing wrong with it?
Yeah, with the concept.
Okay.
Of the modus tollens.
It's the modus tollens that there's nothing wrong with, so you're done, right?
No. I said with the concept, the modus with the concept modus tollens, there's in principle, there's nothing wrong with it. Doing that.
Yeah, there's obviously nothing wrong with modus tollens because it's the oldest form of argument. It goes back to antiquity, right?
See? Yeah, that's what I mean, right?
Okay.
But you have to apply it on a true argument.
Yeah,
actual argument.
So that's what we were talking about. What do you think of the Black Swan?
As I said,
you're talking about the Black Swan from another place, right? From another server. So are you talking about the Black Swan, the logical argument, the Black Swan, the modus tollens formulation, or the Black Swan, the picture?
I'm talking about the picture.
Okay. Well, see, we don't here because that's got nothing to do with it, has it? Strange that you go to the picture when you're talking about a logical argument. Why is that?
Because it's often referred to that way.
But the picture,
context,
it's not
similar to the context that we are talking about. The perception of reality, right?
Right. Well, you said you wanted to talk about the Black Swan, but you did like Professor Phil came round here and he did. Wait a minute. Professor Phil came round here and he did exactly the same thing. He wanted to talk about the Black Swan, which is a logical argument, right? And instead of wanting to talk about the logical argument, he wanted to talk about a picture. Which definitely is not a logical argument, right? And you're not going to base a logical argument around a picture, are you? Or you wouldn't do if you were a clever person.
You can, though.
You can.
Beth,
you can base a logical argument around a picture, do you think? That's unfortunate.
Can I... Okay, I almost lost my train of thought again.
Wow,
because
almost.
You keep just rambling on. So, what I wanted to say is the reason that the Black Swan is
the picture.
The reason that the reason that some people
a guy stood there with the camera and pressed the button.
Finished?
Yeah. If that's what we're talking about, a picture. You know how pictures
I would personally say the argument is silly as well.
Whoa.
Beth, are you finished?
There you go. Somebody else is jumping in. He's wanting to do logic.
Are you finished?
I finished what? No.
Are you finished with your Tourette-like outbursts? Because I would like to try and formulate something.
Talk about a picture, or try and do some logic. Right, go on.
No, I'm not going to talk about a picture. I'm going to try and talk about the fact why some people might be inclined to associate the words Black Swan with a picture instead of a logical argument.
You've definitely been round these servers for too long, haven't you?
Exactly. You as well, because this shows by the fact that you even get the idea that Black Swan might refer to a picture, and that you might even have. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you even have an idea about what that picture looks like.
Yeah, I see. I have an idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
And the
about
exact reason
how
why
bad an idea it is to formulate a logical argument around a picture. I even have an idea how destructive it is to the logical process. Because now lots of people associate what is a logical process and a logical argument and a way of actually finding proofs with a picture. Yeah, I have a problem with it.
Yeah.
The picture, not
Yeah,
the
but the
logical
reason
argument.
that you
Well, I
know
have a
that,
problem with the logical argument too, but not the logical process or the modus tollens. The concept of modus tollens.
What problem do you have with the argument?
Pardon?
What problem do you have with the argument?
Oh, that was nicely sniffed out of you. Carry on. You carry on with your bit first. We'll hear what you've got.
No. I don't have a bit anymore. We totally agree on the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I would like to I'm actually curious. What problem do you have with the argument?
Do you know? I mean, I think somebody else. I don't want to talk badly of anything, and I'm sure he'd want to have this sort of discussion with somebody who understands the logical argument much better, right? A lot of people hold the Black Swan very dear, don't they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But you guys have debunked it already anyway, haven't you?
What's your problem with the argument?
Did you were you one of the ones that had a hand in debunking the Black Swan? Or you said the modus tollens was good anyway, didn't you? Do you want to talk about the logic?
You said you have a problem with the argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested in what problem you see with the argument.
It's not formulated like logic should be.
So it's a formal problem, not...
Yeah, it should be simplified a bit better so people can understand what the actual logical argument is. I mean, it's okay in its present form, but it just leaves too many argumentative problems for people like you and Laurie to, fart around the edges, not knowing actually anything about a logical process or how it actually works. But you get chance to obfuscate about
that I don't know
pictures
anything about the logical process or how it works.
Yep.
I find that unfair.
Yeah, I know. See, this is what
that's,
you do.
by the way, the condescending attitude
yeah,
that I was
Whoa,
talking about.
no.
Jump in.
Whoa. One of the two of you formulate your own logical statement.
We are talking about the Black Swan, right? Why are we now talking about something else?
No,
so
we're talking about logic.
What I wanted to clear up is with Bev is so his problem with the associate with the argument.
Yeah.
That's made Black Swan.
Okay.
The Black Swan that the picture is associated.
Yeah.
It's a formal one, not a one that's...
You know how if P then Q statements start off? Well, shit, give it away. If P then Q, right? That's the logical statement. It's sort of a mathematical way of stating a statement. So, for the Black Swan, I can't even remember what it is. If P then Q of Black Swan. Yeah? What do you think the statement would have been that led to that if P then Q? Because that's how logic works, right? You start off with a statement, then you make it into a logical argument, and then you find a way to deduce that logical argument to give you an answer, whether you can get an answer from it or not. If you can't get an answer from it, then you need to formulate your logic a bit better, so you can formulate an answer to get you a definite, at the end of it, you either go with your contrapositive.
Did you notice that you interrupted me? And
I'm sorry. Continue. Please continue.
Okay, so you're having a problem with the formulation of it, not with the content or the conclusion of it, or the conclusion that's drawn from it.
I don't know, what conclusion do you draw from it? I don't know. What are you talking about? As I've told you, I don't even know the if. So you recite it out to us, and then I'll let you know.
Oh, okay. So the if was if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,969 mass, or with roughly.
Yeah, okay. So if the Earth is a spherical object, yeah.
Of a specific radius.
Yeah, it's just the Earth. If the Earth, this is where I always go for the simplified version of it, right? Which is a better formulation, I think. But that wasn't where I was trying to get at. I mean, one of my problems is, what would you think the initial statement with the Black Swan would have been? That you would have then derived your if P then Q from?
The original statement, the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
Earth is not a sphere. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
What do you think the initial statement would have been? Like, if the Earth's a sphere, is that it? You think that's what they derived and went, oh, that sounds a good logical statement, so let's work something out. Oh, we'll start off if the Earth's a sphere. No, that's not how you do logic. Come on.
Okay. Then teach me.
You really want me to start teaching you how to formulate logic?
Well, I clearly don't understand what you're getting at. So instead of repeating your question over and over, you clearly have an answer.
Okay, right, here we go. I will give you an initial statement. We've done a fair bit on logic round here. So here, initial statement would be something like horizontal and vertical are right lines. That's a statement. Right? Mm-hmm. That statement has to be either true or false. Can neither be true and false, both at the same time, right? It can only be one or the other. That's what makes it a statement, an initial statement. So from that statement, we can formulate some logic around that statement. That would be if vertical is a right line of unlimited length, P, then all perpendiculars to it will be horizontal, Q. Right? We can also do the, the converse? If horizontal is a right line of unlimited length, P, then all perpendiculars to it will be vertical, Q. Right? Okay, so that's initially, just starts off from an initial statement. Horizontal and vertical are right lines. And then you can obviously, you build the other ones from it, right?
And the initial statement, Earth is a sphere, is not okay. That's not.
Earth is a sphere.
That can be either true or false, but
and you think they derive the black swan from that? From a statement, the Earth is a sphere. Okay, I mean that's
of a specific radius.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Okay, and then so you think okay. Well, do you think you could come up with something, a logical statement that you could prove from your side then? To obviously, if you think it's a sphere, then can you give us a logical statement that formulates from that? Go on.
If I think it's a sphere, then yes.
Okay. Well, I did one.
Form statements.
Yeah, I did one of these.
Okay.
For you. If the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve, Q.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'd say a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, therefore not Q, therefore not P. Modus tolerance. Done. Really easy. Boom, boom, bam, boom. Right, so off you go. I'm going to make a brew for the missus, so you carry on.
This does not explain. This deviates, goes off on a tangent from our original conversation. Did you notice that? Did you?
About you asking me about how to teach you logic. You don't think I did that?
That was not the origin of the conversation, Beth.
Yeah, it was. That's why I went through that.
No, it
wasn't. You wanted me to teach you how to do logic because you didn't understand the logic based behind the black swan argument. You thought it was a picture.
I was asking you what problems you have with the formulation of the argument that's made with the black swan.
I just checked
as it's associated.
Okay, I did tell you I'd leave it with somebody better, but then I did give you the second benefit of the doubt, and I just checked, and guess what? You are not capable of understanding simple logic. So
that's the condescending.
How am I not capable of understanding simple logic?
Because you just didn't understand what we were doing. Can you name the statement that came from the black swan? The black swan came from the initial statement. Have a go.
The initial statement was still that the Earth is a sphere.
What was the rest of the black swan argument? Do you even know it? Find somebody and find someone on your side that knows what the black swan, the logical argument is, and get it for us and read it, please.
Yes, okay, thank you. The logical argument. Thank you from clarifying it. Why is that relevant to understanding how it works, knowing its origin? Why is it relevant? The initial statement. Well, the initial statement is like all swans are white. If I find just a single black swan, and I falsified the statement that all swans are white.
Yeah, dude,
that's why it's called
you've googled the black swan. That's falsification.
No, I have not.
That's falsification.
I just know it.
That's the principle behind the name, the black swan. That's got nothing to do with the actual modus tollens. That's another one of my problems that I have with the so-called.
Okay, the modus tollens is if you have if P is derived from logic. If P then Q. Then not Q, not P, not Q, therefore not P. So that's just simple. You can just transformation. Yeah, simple.
It's simple for some. You've got to slow your brain down for a second, though.
Of the statement, if P then Q.
Yeah, you have to slow your brain down. Step one for logic. Try thinking.
Yeah, I see. So, your point was?
Nice channel plug.
again, my question was, what problems you have with the formalization that's made with the black swan as it's associated with a picture. I was trying to get into what the problems you're having.
And you've heard about 3 of them so far. I don't think you've understood one of them, have you?
Correct.
Yeah.
What are the 3 ones? Can you name them?
You'll have to watch it back, dude, and see what you missed. Repeat it. Play it on repeat.
You name them concisely, please?
Morty, maybe you're really tired at this point.
I think so.
Yeah, I am. Can you name the 3 ones, the 3 problems that that we talked about concisely, please?
Can you
again
go back and have a look at them? Right.
Can you name them? Yes or no?
You didn't see them, did you?
No?
No? Wow.
Yes? Beth? Hello? Can you name them, please? Why are you making me jump through hoops?
I'm not making you jump through hoops. I've already told you. I'm going to leave this for somebody else who's better equipped. You're obviously not that man.
How did you determine that?
Because you haven't understood the 3 problems that I've already told you about. You didn't log them in your mind. You didn't process the information that was coming out of my mouth towards you when I told you the problems that I had. At least 3 of them.
You were talking about problems you had with me.
No, you just associated them as being problems with you. I've got no problem with you, Morty, at all. I never have a problem with people.
Yeah, except that you have one with me because you're not.
I have got no problem with you, Morty.
Yes, you are.
I've got no problem.
Okay.
Apart from the fact that you seem to obfuscate a lot of things and misrepresent things. And misunderstand.
You're not willing to talk with me about something that I'm trying to talk with you about.
What is it that you're trying to talk to me about? Logic?
No.
Okay.
The problems that you see.
The problems that I see? Can you not see any problems?
Yes, I do.
We'll go 1 for 1, should we? I give you one of the problems that I have, and then you give me one of your problems that you have.
Sure.
Okay. Right. For 1, it's called the Black Swan.
Okay.
And the Black Swan is a falsification argument.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, that's not what that picture or the modus tollens is it? People get confused because now people call the Black Swan a picture when it's not a picture at all. It's a falsification argument, and it's a falsification argument that's being hidden. Right? It's a scientific principle based in logic that is a falsification argument, and now it's being associated with a picture. Shocking, I know. That's my first problem. Go on, what's yours?
My problem is that the premise of P is not one that's actually claimed to be true.
What if the Earth is a sphere?
It's a straw man argument. Straw man fallacy.
Wow. You're definitely not.
I don't see how the modus tollens is not a falsification. It's used to falsify. You can use it to falsify the statement.
Swan. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Black Swan is a falsification argument.
Why not? it falsifies the statement that all swans are right.
Yes, that's what I said. The black swan is a falsification argument. So my problem is somebody has associated that with a picture. Somebody like you came into this thinking the black swan was the picture.
No, I didn't think the black swan. I just assumed that this is the context. Under.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Does not mean that I see
that's my
the
problem.
Black Swan is a picture. I also know that the Black Swan, for example,
that's one of my problems with it.
A ballet performance or ballet script.
Okay, so you had a problem saying it's a straw man. Are you saying that nobody says the Earth is a sphere with a radius? Are you saying that? Nobody says that?
Nope. That's not what I'm saying.
You're not saying that. But you did say it was a straw man fallacy.
Yes.
Right. The premise.
The Q part is a straw man fallacy.
What? The Q part? What? You've not even told us what the Q part is. What's the Q?
Well, I assumed we all know what the Q part is.
I asked you earlier. I said I don't know what it is. Can you find it for me, please? The full, what you call the black swan.
I'll leave that to someone that's better equipped.
No. What do you mean somebody that's better equipped? You're the guy that wants to bring the argument here.
Not mine.
You should be coming with the entire thing. If you want to argue about it, you should come with it.
You already
equipped.
stated that you have stated that you have several problems with the formalization of it.
I do.
Right, which implies that you have the knowledge about the statements that it makes.
No, with that first one,
how it's formalized.
That first one, right? What did that say about it? That somebody had associated a picture with the black swan, and now people are wrongly going around thinking the black swan is a picture.
Yeah, you've repeated that statement several times.
Okay, so that's my problem with it, right? What knowledge do I need to have of the actual logical argument in order to make that conclusion?
None, but in order to...
Okay, right, so, well then, I don't know what... But you've just said the Q part is fallacious. It's a straw man. I asked you to tell me what it was, and now you've said... You don't know. You leave it to somebody better equipped. But that was your first point.
No, it was not.
It was. We were going one for one. I told you my problem. You told me your problem. Your problem was something that it was a straw man fallacy. Yeah. You said not the first bit, the spherical, because that can't be a straw man, because lots of people say that. That's definitely not a straw man. You then went to the Q was a straw man. I asked you what the Q was. You said you'd leave it to somebody else. So it's a straw man that you're not going to tell us which bit is the straw man. You're just going to... That's very...
Beth, we are having this conversation for an hour now. We're on this black swan thing for an hour.
And we're doing some good logic work here. Everybody should be thanking us.
Your initial... This conversation originated in me trying to find out what exactly you disagreed with. Because
that wasn't the initial conversation. The initial conversation started when you tried to bring out the black swan.
No, I didn't try to bring out the black swan.
You brought the black swan up first.
No.
And it was only at the moment you found out that I had a couple of problems with it.
Yes.
Maybe a couple of problems, maybe more. Who knows?
Exactly.
Well, there's definitely three. I've told you about three.
I was trying to gauge
already.
I was trying to gauge the extent of topics that are commonly brought up in the server.
And ever since I've told you,
I didn't try to bring up the black swan.
Okay, well, ever since I've been trying to judge whether you're equipped to do this, and I don't think you are.
Yeah, you're kind of conflicting yourself, Morty, because you brought up Black Swan, and then you You brought up Black Swan, and then you pretend like you didn't bring up the Black Swan.
No, that's not what I said. Beth was making it sound like I brought up the Black Swan in order to talk about the Black Swan, but I did.
You did
not. I brought up the Black Swan as an example, or to gauge the extent on the server. That's the difference.
You should listen back to it.
Yeah.
You might learn a lot that you
You
didn't
too.
actually hear.
Okay, so yeah, you stating in response to me bringing it up. Yes, I did bring it up, but not for the sake of bringing it up as an example. That you had a couple of problems with it, and I did try to find out which those were, because you made it sound like you did not have a problem with the contents or the conclusion of it, but rather
I've been trying to find out what the queue is. I mean, I may have problems with that, but like I say, I don't know. Bring it out. Let's hear you say the full Black Swan, and then we'll work through it, right? See if there's any inconsistencies. We'll dig out the straw men. Let's have a look. What is it?
Okay, the queue is then the horizon can be no further than 3-point-something miles away at an observer height of, I think, 6 feet. Was it?
I don't know.
I mean, they are making a statement that at a specific server at a specific server elevation, the specific server height, the horizon can be no further away than
Who said that? Mick West?
Distance.
Yeah. We might be going back to my initial problem, right? When I was asking you what would have been the initial statement that formed the Black Swan argument from QE. You know, he didn't just come up with a if P then Q. You start off with a statement, right? It something that has to be said, right? That is either true or false. What do you think that initial statement was when QE was forming the Black Swan? I mean, I don't know. I can have a guess, but I'll keep that to myself. You should be having a guess for yourself or trying to work out, right? What was that first
keep it to myself
statement? Yeah.
I'm going to have a guess as well and going to keep it to myself, just like you.
Okay. Yeah. Good. I encourage everybody to do the same.
Okay, good. So we all have a guess now.
Yep.
Moving on.
Yeah. See, Laurie gets it.
What are you laughing at, Laurie?
At stuff.
Moving on, Beth.
So the initial statement, we both can have a little chuckle about that, right? So there's that, and then there's obviously the fact that people think that a Black Swan is now a picture. That's the second problem.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on.
It's like, and then?
Are you done then?
And then?
So we've already worked out that we did work out that all horizontals were parallel, didn't we? So I mean, there's no need for you to go to the Black Swan, right? We could have done that one,
and
way earlier with quicker logic. Like that was boom. There was no need for an argument. You instantly agreed.
Okay, so that's the extent of the problems you see with the formalization.
No, I've got loads more, but like I said, it's not for you, obviously.
How so? How do you know that?
Well, because you can't see the funniness in the initial statement. Because you'd have jumped right on that if you'd have seen that, and well, obviously, I don't think you've got the logical, I don't know. I imagine your brain's swimming around now, fighting for stuff, right? Grasping.
Really,
Dad, he wants to know. He wants to know the geometric
how
proof.
do you arrive at that conclusion? Please. I welcome constructive criticism. I'm eager to learn.
He wants to know.
Yeah. I really want to know. Yeah.
Oh, we've already simplified the black swan, and he's already agreed with that.
So,
I mean, there you go.
Beth.
We're done.
Can you stop leading me on and please?
I'm not leading you on, dude. You.
Yes, you are. You keep saying this is not for you.
We've already agreed enough times for me.
Come on, dude. Bring out the big guns. Come on.
You're already living in reality, dude. There's no need for you to do this to yourself.
And then see if I can handle it.
You just embarrass yourself, dude. It's all right.
This is really good. This is funny.
And here's again the condescending attitude.
There you go again.
No.
Welcome back, Laurie. That's constructive.
Come on.
Thank you.
See, he's going like Laurie's telling you, giving you constructive criticism.
The loads of problems you have. Come on.
No,
are you really that scared?
Dude, would you not want to see a debate between me and QE, say, for instance, on the Black Swan? Or are you digging because you want to have that debate with QE? You want to take all of my ideas and the debate that me and QE could have. You want to go, well, there you go then.
Beth, don't worry about me interacting with QE.
Okay.
I barely get a sentence out with him.
Okay, so, well, all right, no, that's fine then. So what would you think you would do with the logical information we hold here?
Well, I would first try to understand what you're talking about.
Logic.
I would then,
basic.
I would
logic.
Then be able. I would hope I'm able to learn.
Beth, I'm dying to show him
repeatedly
something.
repeatedly say that I'm not equipped to understand what you're going to talk about, which leads me to believe that it's going to be something new for me to know.
Well,
I don't see how that's so bad.
Do you want some geometric proof?
Geometric proof of?
I don't know. What is it you're after? What is it you seek, Morty?
Again, I want you to explain the problems that you see with the Black Swan, as it's associated with the picture, beyond what you've repeated.
As it's associated with the picture. Well, look.
Yeah, beyond.
There is no association for me at all with the picture.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make it clear.
Doesn't even come into it.
Which I just wanted to make it clear what I'm talking about.
Yeah, can we add that to the list then? Can I add that to the list, right? That I don't see any association logically with the picture in the argument.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's 3 then. We're already at 3.
Yeah, we were already at 3. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But you said you had loads more, which I'm not equipped to understand.
Wow, you just want more and more and more, aren't you? You're like,
yes,
you just give me more, give me more. Give me
more.
I don't understand any of this shit, but just give me more of it.
Well, how did you arrive at the conclusion I don't understand any of that?
Well, go on then. Let's start off. What do you imagine is the initial statement that formulated the Black Swan argument from?
I stated multiple times already. Why do you ask me?
Mm-hmm. Just to see whether you're actually following it with us. That's what we do here, right? We don't want to progress if we don't understand the basics to start off.
You're saying you cannot make the statement without putting me on the spot.
Do you feel like you're on the spot? Don't feel like you're on the spot, dude. Just
you are putting me on the spot because you are requiring me to.
No, I was asking you. You can quite obviously say.
I repeated it many times already.
You haven't got a clue.
Yes, you've repeated that statement many times already as well. Okay. And you're saying you're not able to formulate the statement without me progressing or changing my answer.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm giving you. I've already given you 3.
Yeah, you're telling
probably
over
4.
You're not explaining
right? That you
you're
just
not
keep saying,
and
"Give me more.
Frustrating,
Give me more. Give me more."
Beth, it's extremely frustrating.
Yeah, it is very frustrating.
It's extremely
especially dealing with
frustrating
somebody
that you're not
that imagines they
your fucking
understand
claims
shit when
when
they
you
don't.
tell me that
It's
I'm
really
not
frustrating.
equipped to understand something without giving any fucking reasoning for it.
Because you're not understanding. You
Tired
keep
of him
asking the same
bitching,
questions
bitching.
again.
Yeah, stop bitching.
Beth, can you please give some explanation?
I
and
asked
some
you,
reasoning?
what do you
Can you
want?
please
What is
give
it
some
you
explanation
require?
or some reasoning what's wrong with my answer and how it shows a problem?
What is it you require? Please. Make this a good one as well.
What do you mean with what
What
is it
you require, please?
Check your DM, Bev. I think that's what he's looking for in your DM.
Yeah, I'm
fuck
asking
are you
him
talking about, Beth?
if he's looking for anything at all, or he doesn't even know what he's looking for, which is what I suspect.
Beth.
Yep.
Which are the problems that you see that you claim I'm not equipped to understand?
Yeah, I think we've already done that, Cleary.
No, you don't. You didn't.
Yeah, but you didn't define it as the horizontal axiom or whatever. He doesn't know what it means.
Yeah, do you think we should? I don't think he's ready for that. I mean, the cog disc.
Oh yeah. No, he's ready. That's what he wants. He came here to harvest as much data as he could. That's what they want.
Okay.
No, just another honest conversation. Not sure if that's possible.
I've got a Euclid one. Now, I don't know whether I've done this. It's in the video. The latest video that we did. Have you seen it? Buster's video. Have you seen it? The music. Morty. Have you seen the music?
What music?
Nug Life.
The song he's just about to play you.
Cue the music.
What is it? It's on the thing. I'm just going to get this thing first, then you can have a look at this. See what you think of it. It's in the live stream there. I'm just gonna
live chat.
Yeah. How far back is it? The music. I bet it's miles
Scorpio.
away.
He's always putting some crazy stuff in there.
There you go. All right. Here we go. Playing it again.
But why would you want them to?
Circles can look straight.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
Listen to me very carefully.
There's nothing playing for me.
I'm out.
You imagine.
Domesticated. Suck my fucking cock.
You do it to all the women. You do it to all the men.
Yeah.
You're equal opportunities, fucking vile cunt.
Yes.
Put some stickers on there that say I'm a fucking liar.
There are assholes that just talk bollocks all the time.
Level means curved, right?
Everything's fake on our side, isn't it? We're all fake.
Complete enough to bollocks.
Hang on, how do you get it? How can you call it vertical on the side of a boat?
I agree, levels horizontal.
Hydrostatic pressure is the answer that will end the game.
Horizontal, bro.
We got the arguments and
Hello.
proofs to show. These crazy people
Dude, hang on.
gonna recognize the knowledge that flows.
Hello?
Oh.
It's that Nug Life, baby. Logic and reality take the water levels, don't curve.
How can a straight line form a circle?
Right line geometry displays the 3D space of our world.
You're a universal horizontal
It makes me
waterer.
sick to think that straight lines curve. That kind of logic is the thinking that no one deserves.
The surface is not curved, you twat.
Said Nug Life, baby. We deal with shoes gone shady.
I'm not just being nasty here, right?
Actually, it is irrelevant.
Right. I'm back.
Is the song over?
Yeah. Has he gone?
Oh, okay, come back. Yeah, come back, Redden. I didn't mean to mute you. Just didn't know we were watching a video there. If you're watching on YouTube, man, come back.
Is Morty gone? Did he get upset?
Yeah. He said there's something, whatever. I'm not looking for that. I don't know. Something left for me here, maybe? Something like that.
Did he? Oh. Did I not post the, I guess.
I don't think it ever showed up over there. In live chat, were you in live stream? On the other server?
Yeah, I might have put it on the wrong server. There you go, in the live chat there.
Oh, we got here Scorpios, crazy pictures.
Yeah, and chills.
Yeah. Oh, you put Proposition 30 in there and he left.
Yeah. Who's that?
That's what he wanted.
Morty Master, there you go. Oh, and Laurie, the both of them are face palming mathematical proofs. Oh dear.
I have a question, Bev, about that.
Yeah.
Is that picture in the original Euclid's Elements, or is it something that you have added?
Which picture?
It just looks weird to me.
Yeah,
that's the original.
The bit with the A's and the B's and the horizontals and the horizon. Yeah, we did. We added those little bits, but everything else is there is absolutely.
Oh yeah. That's what I.
Can I show him?
So
can
you're
I show him my version of it?
Doctoring the.
Can I show you my version of it?
There you go.
That's, by the way, why I'm facepalming.
Why?
We provide a deeper understanding of a, a proof, a geometric proof.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. One way to say it would be you provided some religious dogma in addition to the...
Oh, you think that's religious? That's just the basic of mathematics, right? The foundation of mathematics. Your mathematics, right? Your religion, isn't it? Laurie, is mathematics not the basis of your religion?
What, my religion? Christianity? What are you talking about?
You're saying this is a religious text. You're the one that's saying this is a religious text.
He's just messing around.
Yeah, it
He's
is.
Just trolling, Laurie.
It is a religious text, yes. To you.
What?
He can define what is a religion to someone else.
Yeah, you think mathematical, the basics and the formulation of the basics of mathematics is a religious text.
Just the part that you added.
Are you a Pythagorean, Laurie? Yeah. Just admit it. You're a Pythagorean, right?
Okay, so I take dicks at your religion. You cannot answer. You just try to get dicks at me. That's fine.
You're talking about religion, a geometry religion. Are you Pythagorean? What's up?
What's up, Cleary? So what religion are you in? Are you a Scientologist?
I don't have a religious belief.
He just broke up.
Right. Good for you then, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need it.
How about Poincaré? Do you worship him?
Who is that?
Oh, you don't know about Poincaré? Maybe you should go and read about it.
You tell us. You tell us. Come on, Laurie.
Who is that?
Yeah.
I defer this question to someone who actually.
He's just joking around, Ben.
I don't
That's
think
what he
there's
does.
anybody here for you, Laurie. Like, you can defer as much as you want, but there's nobody for you to defer to.
No, I'm just saying because Cleary doesn't want to talk about Poincaré, so it's a point.
He does. He wants to
we
hear
tried it
about
earlier,
it.
and he muted me, so it's clear that he gets triggered about the topic.
He can't talk about it because he doesn't know. He doesn't even know what his guy's name is. He was calling him
Poindexter.
Yeah, that's what he was calling him earlier. Right? He doesn't even. Cleary doesn't know anything. So if you want, here's your chance. Come on.
So earlier you said that
Laurie.
he's a good authority because he had a discussion with you, but you're doubtful about my capabilities, and now you're suddenly saying, "Oh, he clearly doesn't know." Please, Laurie, educate. Why the sudden change?
Please educate. Off you go.
So I think because Cleary is an authority on this, he had a discussion with you, and I didn't.
Obviously,
so that makes
I was
him
incorrect.
an authority. Cleary, please educate me on the topic.
Yeah, obviously, I was incorrect, so correct me.
So there you go. At least you admit that you're incorrect. So we now are at
I would
least
like an
reached that point.
explanation. I would like an explanation as to why.
I would like to.
I'm
I would like to
you
hear
should go,
your
You should go
correction
and Google this
of-
topic clearly. So you should go read up on it.
I can't even hear Ben talking.
Do you know how computers work? Do you have access to the internet? Google, is that familiar to you?
Wow, you.
What did you try to say? I couldn't hear you.
He said something about Google. Yeah.
Could you
if
correct
this
me?
is how it's gonna be, you guys just mute. Then there's really no reason to.
Correct me on my error now.
Well, if you wanna act like a child, then I don't need to talk to you, Cleary.
Okay.
Grow up and learn to talk like an
Off you
adult.
go. We'll talk about the water level that we've been doing over the weekend. If you're done. Are you done, Laurie?
Done what?
Are you done? Like you've finished?
Done what?
Are you finished?
Finished with what?
I don't know. What have you been doing? You've been talking shite. Are you finished talking shite?
No, I was just trying to have a conversation
Carry
and
on
Cleary
talking shite
muted
for a little
me.
bit
So
longer then. Off you go.
I couldn't hear Bev talking. I mean, what? I had to mute you just to try to hear what Bev was saying.
Quite
I wanted
clearly,
you to correct me.
Quite clearly,
I wanted you to correct me on my error, and you cannot do that. You will not do that, and I will meet you if you can't do that.
Yeah. So again, we return to the baseline. Clearly, if you cannot act like an adult, we will not have a conversation, and I'm finished. Yes. So can you act like an adult? Clearly, I need an answer to that.
You need or you require.
Okay,
is it
I
a
will
need,
take that silence
a want,
as a
or
no.
a
I cannot act like an
requirement? What is
adult.
it?
So I am finished. Yes, Bev.
Okay. See you later. Are you gonna? Yeah. You're gonna stick
No,
around.
I didn't say I'm
You're
going.
gonna stick
I
around
just said
and
that I
interrupt
won't
whenever
be
you
talking
think
to
you should
Cleary.
necessarily.
He is being a bitch.
Yeah. Okay.
I stand uncorrected.
Yeah.
Well, you're not ready for the conversation, Cleary. Maybe that's why.
He was ready for you. You just didn't want to. He said
No, he's
you-
being a
you
bitch
said
and
you were done.
he's muting me, and he knows that he's being a child.
Yeah.
Why
I
would I
stand correct.
talk with a child?
Wow.
You don't sound muted to me.
Oh yeah, but whenever I try, he will.
So you're not
muted.
muted.
You know that.
So you're not muted.
Yeah, and I will get muted.
So you're not
if
muted.
I try.
You could talk right now.
And
just
I
like
will
you're
get
doing
muted if I try. Rakia, are you being dumb? That's
No,
what
I
clearly
hear
does.
you.
He's a
You
child.
butted in.
He's
You
a
butted in
man-child.
2 or 3 times
He
earlier.
cannot handle the
Said
conversation.
You
If I
said
ask
nothing.
a question, he dodges.
How would
If I
we
try
know?
to answer a question, he mutes.
How would we
This is
know?
what flat Earth is. It's not about honest conversation. It's about being
Well,
a
you've
bully.
been
It's about
muted
being a
once,
child.
right? Is that the
Yeah,
only
I mean,
time
we're
you
all
ever
listening,
tried
right?
to answer a
So
question?
if you want some answers,
You're still
maybe try
talking, which
listening.
means you're not
Maybe try
muted.
opening your mind. Maybe try not being a cultist. Maybe that's
Maybe
what should work.
try having a conversation instead of talking about how you
having a
can't
conversation
have
here
a
with
conversation
Cleary.
because
It's
you're
impossible,
muted
Rakia. You're being
and
silly.
you're not muted.
He's worried. He's worried about getting muted.
Yeah.
No, I know that
No,
I'm
you're
getting
not.
muted.
I know
And
you're
you
not.
guys
Here's
know
my
that
bit.
as well.
Nobody
So let's
bit.
talk about Poincaré. Let's talk about Poincaré then, because
Oh,
I
yes,
take this as a
please.
promise that I
Go on,
will
off you
not
go.
get muted. So
Go on,
let's
then.
talk about
We're all
Poincaré.
waiting
What
for
do you
it.
know about this, Cleary?
No, you're not
Do
going to talk
you know
about it. You're going to ask.
Do you know
Yeah,
about
don't, Laurie,
You're
don't
gonna ask
ask.
us to explain it.
Muting.
Don't
Do you
ask,
know about
Laurie.
it?
Laurie, don't ask. Please talk about
Tell.
Poindexter. Please talk about him. Off you go.
Yeah. Correct
Moon-
us where we're wrong.
Moon Pie, Poindexter.
Okay. So my apologies. I asked a question. So not Poindexter. You just said me correct where you're wrong. Not Poindexter, Poincaré. Henri Poincaré. Bev tried thinking. Get the name correct. Poincaré. Yeah.
Continue.
So
Yes,
now
yes, he
we're
can
at
correct
least
you on
clear
that.
on the name. Sorry, I was talking. It's kind of. It was my turn to explain to you guys how this works, right? So the first time I've heard about Henri Poincaré, he did some mathematics relating to chaos theory and strange attractors, right? So we might talk about what strange attractors are.
Strange.
Do you know about? Sorry, I was about to ask. Do you know? But that's apparently something that gets me muted. So I will not ask if you know about this.
You didn't get muted. I was asking, did you say strange?
Yes, strange attractors.
They attract strange. In chaos theory.
So it seems to me that you don't know about strange attractors.
I don't. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not
I've
asking
not
you
got a
because
clue.
asking
Never
again
heard
would
of
get
them.
me muted. So it seems to me that you don't know about the topic.
Absolutely, I
So
don't know. That's why you're here.
A strange attractor would be sort of the point. It would be a trajectory that a system takes, the behavior of a mathematical system takes. But those kind of trajectories, they can end up in a stable point, so the system doesn't change anymore. Or they can vary between different values. They can do that periodically. But then they can never stop at a single value ever.
Okay, so
and they will start doing chaotic, unpredictable patterns. And that's what a strange attractor is.
Can you explain mathematically a behavioral system?
Yeah, so Henri Poincaré was one of the guys who first discovered that those kind of things. So a system can not only be stable or periodical, but it can have very strange attractors that never actually repeat.
Mathematically?
Yep.
How would you represent this mathematically?
How would I represent this mathematically? For example, you would draw a diagram of it, or it's like a graphical picture, but the graphical picture represents the numbers of the system and the values it takes.
So it's a numerical thing.
Yep. Okay. But it's also based on reality, like system, real life physical systems.
How would you,
for example,
that's what I was meaning.
pendulum
Like,
that
can
we
you
talked
draw
about earlier, the double pendulum.
Give us something to
which
imagine.
you didn't know about because you got confused about what a double pendulum
Two
is,
pieces of
and
metal.
you said that it's not a double pendulum; it's just a piece of steel.
2 pieces of metal. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's one. You can describe the movements of that with a strange attractor.
So that's a mathematical system, that pendulum.
You can describe it using mathematical formulas, and you can describe it using the graphical representation of a strange attractor. So you can use that kind of description into to describe reality.
What is within the system? What is it that is attracting the strange? Like, is there
nothing is attracting strange? Strange attractor. So it's an attractor that is strange. It's not attracting a strange, but it's an attractor that is strange.
What's it attracting?
It's a strange attractor because it's not periodical and it's not predictable.
But what's it attracting?
It's attracting the system and how it behaves.
It's attracting the entire system.
It sort of
from outside the
on
system, or is it attracting it from within the system?
Is it a cause or is it the effect?
What it's attracting kind of depends on what we're talking about, so it cannot be answered by on just a.
He has no understanding of what he's talking about. Is it the cause or the effect?
No. It cannot be answered clearly without going into some specific details. So we need some kind of test
what
case.
I just asked? Can you answer that? Is it
Yeah.
the cause or the effect?
Yeah, so that's like asking, is it a cat or a dog? So no, I cannot answer that clearly.
So you have no understanding of it.
It's mathematical, isn't it?
If I ask you, is a tree a cat or a dog, and then you say no, it's neither, I can say, oh, you have no understanding then about trees. But that's a stupid point. So you're making a stupid point clearly. You're again acting like a child. If you need those kind of gotcha moments, well, then congratulations, I guess.
It's kind of fun listening to you talk bullshit.
Yeah, but I'm still kind of owning your ass because you know that you're being childish.
Well, don't go to the asses just yet.
Yeah, God, please. Yeah.
I was about to say, what we do here, there's quite a lot of a thing whenever we're talking. When you hear other people talk and they use their insults, what we've found is the insults that people use are usually what they are themselves. People like to project.
So, for example, I'm over talking.
So, for example, like when you keep saying to Cleary, he is being childlike. That's obviously a mental state that you're putting yourself through. And you obviously think you look like a child at the minute. You feel insecure, do you?
Yeah. So if we go by that logic, for example, when Cleary says that you clearly don't have understanding and you don't know what I'm talking about, when he says that to me, that's actually him projecting on me and he doesn't understand the topic, right? That's what you're saying, right, Bev?
No, I was saying you project a lot of your childlike status.
So Cleary doesn't understand this topic. He doesn't know about Poincaré, right?
You're not even talking about it. You're just like, it's like you're reading something out of
talking about strange attractors and Poincaré. I don't actually Poincaré was one of the guys.
You don't even know. You don't even know what the conjecture is. You're not even talking about it.
Oh yeah. So you now confess that you don't know what the conjecture is because what you're talking about me, you're actually talking about yourself. Bev just said that this is how discussion works.
That's right.
So when you say I don't understand it, that means that you don't understand it. So you don't know about the conjecture then, clearly, right?
I don't know. Explain it to me.
Thank you. So maybe you should go read about it. Maybe you shouldn't try punk anyone else on it if you don't know what it is.
You might not be getting it, what he's saying, right?
Oh, so I might not be getting it, right?
Do you understand what Cleary is talking about. For step one, right? Not Poincaré, right? Do you understand what Cleary is saying?
Well, he hasn't said anything much yet, so
Well, he has. I've heard it at least, but I mean, we
Well,
may
yeah,
be
but,
may be on a different wavelength, right?
Okay, yeah.
So
well,
can we?
Yeah,
Is
so
there
Cleary,
any? Well,
can I
Laurie,
ask you a
please.
question? If
Is
you
there
are,
any way we can simplify this that we can become on the same wavelength, right? Can we?
Yeah, I can
bring this
understand
down
that
to a nice
question
level?
quite easily.
Okay,
so
please, you try your best. No
is
doubt.
it my turn to talk because I don't want to overtalk you? Okay, so I can answer your question quite simply. You said you had a conversation with Cleary, and I haven't had that conversation. And you asked, how could we get me to the same kind of level where you are? Maybe if Cleary talked with me, because I haven't been there in the discussion he had with you. So obviously I cannot know about a discussion that I haven't been in. So maybe involve me in that conversation. Involve me in a conversation of a similar kind.
He wants me to instruct him. He has nothing to bring.
Oh.
He has no comprehension of anything.
Okay, so again, Cleary says that I don't have a comprehension of anything, and he's talking about himself. He has no comprehension about anything.
You are correct, sir. I have no comprehension.
Do you want to take him through the 7, Cleary? You know, I mean, if he does want to
yeah, you think he can get past 1? Let's try.
Yeah.
You ready,
So
Laurie?
can you get past 1, Cleary?
Oh yeah.
I'll go.
Oh yeah. Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Here we go. In their live chat.
I think Cleary.
Yeah.
What happened? You had the floor to go through 1. Can you go through 1?
Yeah. Go to live chat. Check that out.
Okay. So are you going to go through 1? Because I did ask you that question.
Yeah. Can you see it? Can you read?
Yep.
Read it to us.
Well, I'm asking you. Can you read it? Because it's your turn to go through it.
Struggling with language.
It's your turn to go through it.
Laurie.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not sure I'm angry at all.
Sounds like it.
Well, maybe you should fix your hearing or something. I can't really help that.
I've been listening for a while. It's like you're coming off a bit harsh.
Well, there are good reasons for coming off a bit harsh.
Can you give me a reason?
Obfuscation purposes.
Well, that could be one. Of course, that's not what I'm doing here, but
ego.
That could be one.
Okay. Just can you read? Can you calm down and read what Beth posted?
Yeah. I wasn't really getting that it's a question asked of me because I was trying to get Cleary to answer it, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, it's in the text chat. Can you read?" But
yeah, I'm not going to answer questions for you.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah.
do that yourself.
So you should have maybe asked me instead of just saying, "Can you read?" Yeah, I can read.
Yeah, can you read it? Can you read that to us?
Yeah. Okay, a straight line has no curve. Yeah. So what?
Copy that.
Yeah.
Do you
what's
agree?
This? Is this supposed to prove something?
Laurie, do you agree?
A straight line has no curve. A right line has no curve. A straight line is a right line.
Mm-hmm. Sounds great.
So is
sweet.
That? Yeah. Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
So what's
That's
that?
awesome.
Does it prove something?
Everything.
So
what is your question about it?
Yeah. I don't really have a question. It seems that you guys wanted me to read this, so my question is only really that why was I put through this? Why is this like a big thing? Oh yeah, can he go through this? Can he do that?
Yeah,
is this kind of like the initiation to a cult? I'm supposed to read those words and then I become the cult member?
Would that definition be self-evident to you?
Would it be self-evident to you? Oh, okay.
So you want me to,
We're
you want me to
getting
answer? You don't want to
at a
answer?
point where
I'll
you
answer.
won't answer questions. That's nice.
Well, yes, it is self-evident to me. Is it self-evident to you?
Okay. Define self-evident.
Well, you can define it any which way you want. You can look it up. You can sort out the definition that works for you, and then you could determine whether this definition is self-evident.
Yep. Yeah, so you have these dogmas that you call self-evident, and now you're trying to test me if you can get the Glober to say your dogmas, right? This is the dogma part of the discussion.
This is the
Sure, I don't have a problem quoting your dogmas to you, but you should already know them. So why should I go through that?
Is it self-evident?
Don't you already know what you believe in? Don't you already know what your religion says about this?
Does anybody else want to talk to this guy? Because I just can't really get anywhere with him. I can't even get past the line.
Well, I can see that your tactics are not working.
Do you agree?
Yeah, it's working fine.
It's working fine, but you don't wanna continue because it's working fine. So let's not continue because it's working fine.
Yeah,
can you
that
calm
makes
down?
A lot of sense.
Can you calm down and just have a discourse?
I'm being calm.
No, this is
I know it's working fine because I know I will not get through.
I can have a discourse, but what are we talking about here? Because we're not really talking about anything.
Do you agree?
You're just trying to get me to read some dogma.
Do you agree with the statement? A straight line has no
Okay,
curve.
so at least now I'm being asked a question. That's more of a discourse.
Trying to talk to you and you're talking over him.
Yeah, go on, Laurie. Do you agree with the statement that you just read out on that straight line being a right line having no curvature? Do you agree?
Well, I didn't really pay any attention to it because to me it's just religious dogma. So I don't really pay attention when people start spouting their nonsense. That's the problem. So I would rather have a real discussion instead of a let's get this guy to read our dogma and then let's try to question him about it.
Do you think that is dogmatic? The fact that saying a straight line has no curvature to it?
Yeah, it is dogmatic, Bev. You've created a dogmatic cult sort of thing here, and you have some followers. But
wow,
I think
what's a dogma?
That's by the way, that's my honest statement. I think you have created a small cult. That's
with
what
straight
where I come
lines
from.
and logic. Yeah.
No. You've created. It's part what you actually did with the paper or the page earlier. That exemplifies beautifully what you have done. So you have taken old texts that are geometry
design.
And then you added your own
I've
bullshit.
taken a
I'm
T-shirt
still talking, Bev.
design
If you don't want to hear
and
me, then
added
maybe
it
we're not having a discussion.
to a logical proposition approved.
Yeah, I was still
within
talking,
Euclid.
Bev.
I know
Okay.
you were talking shite.
Yeah, I can
you're
see that
saying
you're not
the
happy when I call you a
foundations
cultist,
of
but that's
geometry
Wait.
are
Whoa.
religious
Whoa.
texts.
Hang on. You said dog. He said dogma.
Yeah. Of course he
did.
did.
What is dogma? What's a dogmatic statement?
A dogmatic statement is something that's firmly held onto and that will not be questioned. So, for example, you make these statements and you assert that these are axiomatically true and we cannot question them.
No, a dogma is authoritative without adequate grounds. I would say saying a right line is a straight line is not at all the opposite of that. It's not dogmatic to say something without ground. Being dogmatic is saying something without having grounds. This has grounds. So
how do you know it has grounds? You're asserting that it has grounds.
Laurie, it is the foundational basis of mathematics. It's got fucking grounds, you dickhead.
Yeah.
That's again an assertion, but can you
It's
show
not
that it
an
has grounds other
assertion.
than asserting it?
It's the foundations of mathematics.
Well,
like
that's
the
what
very
you-
first
that's your,
straight
that's your
line.
opinion. That's your opinion,
no, dude.
yes.
No, if you do not have an understanding of what a straight line is, you do not have anything at all.
So are you saying that I don't have understanding?
I'm saying if you cannot tell the difference between a straight line and a curve and put that into a logical way of forming your ideas, then you're founding on all sorts of fucking bullshit.
Okay, all right. Hey, let's step down a minute. Just define a straight line for us. Go ahead.
I think it's the shortest distance between 2 points, yes.
So you have a good understanding of what a straight line is.
I think that's axiomatic, so it's defined as true.
Great. So you agree it is true. It's a self-evident proof.
No, it's not self-evident. In mathematics, nothing is self-evident. Like axiomatics in mathematics, something that's axiomatic, it's something that's assumed to be true. It's not self-evident. It's just you have to make some assumptions before you can begin to develop a system.
Could you imagine anyone disagreeing with that statement?
With what statement?
With the statement you just made, the shortest distance between 2 points, right? It's a straight line.
Well, you can define things however you want.
What's the definition of meaningless?
What is it?
Well,
maybe don't ask. Maybe don't ask questions that you cannot answer, Pastor.
No, if definitions don't have meaning, what's meaningless?
He is holding the line. He will not go there. He will not stay. He will not state it. Come on.
I'm sorry, this is where I come into this conversation. In order
can you ask me the question? Because
questions, you have to want to know the answers, right? Well, if you want to know the answer, guess what you got to do? Ask questions. God, you're thick.
I am asking questions. I think my questions are not being allowed, but...
What do you mean allowed? Of course your questions are allowed. Ask away.
Well, earlier I tried to get Cleary to kind of tell me about Poincaré, and he started muting me and so on. So it's kind of
I don't know anything about Poindexter. I don't know anything about the Poincaré conjecture.
So you try to make points about it, but then you openly acknowledge that you don't know, and you were trying to mock me for not knowing, but then you acknowledge that you don't know.
I made my point 9 times, and I told you I wouldn't do it again. So I have no knowledge of it. You've got to explain it, or you will be server muted if you want to get back on that topic.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back.
I just find it interesting that you want to make a point about something, but then you ask the other person to tell what the point is.
That's weird. Yep.
Why are you some kind of cultist because you act like that? For example, if I ask you, okay, let me make a dogmatic statement. The Earth is a fucking globe. Get over it. And then when you ask me, I'm going to ask you, Cleary, can you tell me how it's a globe, Cleary? If you cannot, you will be server muted. And in this hypothetical situation, I would have the power to server mute you. And that would be just stable behavior.
What did I just walk into, Cleary? Did you turn into a globehead?
I mean, listening to him with the mute button now is so much better because he never makes a point.
Yeah. Did I hear like a string of model obsession?
I'm just trying to make a point that you never make a point, Cleary. You cannot stand on your own 2 feet.
You guys can all mute him whenever you need to, anytime.
Laurie, somebody else was talking and you just like...
Jappe was actually talking. My apologies.
Right,
just click that server mute button, guys. That's all you got to do.
Can I say something real quick here if I can jump in?
Sorry, can I just before Rob? Can I just add that I think Laurie is perhaps one of the rudest globe Earth defenders I've ever heard.
Yeah, isn't he one of the Stooges? The Lori, Larry, and who's the other one?
Louis,
Larry, and Lori.
I think you're
Guys
confused
crack
there,
me up.
but most flat earthers
No,
are.
you guys cracked me up.
Well, you guys crack me up, so I guess we're even.
All right. So you believe that the Earth is a sphere, right, Lori?
Yeah, it's an oblate sphere.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere, then standing water must curve, right?
Yeah, to a degree, yes.
No. Yes or no? I got two
Why would you say
pictures.
yes or no? Like to a degree.
Yeah. So if I wanted to assert to somebody that the Earth was a sphere, I'd tell them how I could prove that. So I'm actually on the other side. I could prove that water is a straight line. So the Earth can't be a sphere. That's
How
what
would
I can do. How would I do
How
that?
would you go about
I got
doing
two
that?
pictures in the live stream chat. One is of a sphere with a margin on it. And then I ask you what an auto level does, right? And then I ask you what a water level does. And if they do the same job, a surveyor, his job is to go out and make straight lines, not to go out and make curved lines, right? So if his job is to go out and make straight lines, and he's been doing it for thousands of years with water, making straight lines, when do those horizontal lines?
By the
Rob,
way,
your
I
mic is going. Your mic is
I don't
going in
think they
and out,
do.
Rob.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
I'm
I was
sorry.
about to say. Yeah.
But I already went through
I
this
did kind of
process
hear you,
once
but
today. I'm sure you could go back and listen to the process with one of your buddies. Who was that? Morty. Yeah, Morty's
was
cog
actually
disc
here
got
when
broken earlier.
I was here when you had the discussion.
Oh, okay. Well, then, what are you still doing here, bro?
Well, I can still be here after he leaves. I don't have to
Yeah,
follow
but
his time.
I thought you. Yeah, but did you not get that the water doesn't curve, bro?
I was actually doing my own stuff when that conversation was happening, but also
okay,
I don't
I'm
think
sorry.
you proved. I don't think you proved that point yet.
Oh, you weren't paying attention, so you don't think I proved my point.
No, I think even if I paid attention, you wouldn't have proven your point.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry you feel
I'm sorry
that way.
if that offends you.
No, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Trolls gone crazy, I guess.
Yep.
No. If I don't think it's trolling to say that I don't think you had a solid argument. Like if that's trolling, then okay, sue me, I guess.
No, man, I ain't gonna sue you. Your head is shaving.
Well, I don't think that would work over some bloody Discord conversation and I'm in Finland and you're somewhere else.
I'm in Canada, bro.
Okay.
And I don't think you're antipodal to me in any way. I think you're just really far away.
I don't think even on a globe we would be antipolo, but I get your point.
Yeah, we share the same horizontal plane of reference. That's what I believe. And I can prove it with water.
I would agree.
Yeah, so I think, for example, about the
horizontal
surveyors. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, do you think surveyors go around measuring curves?
Well, I don't think surveyor. I don't think them establishing a straight line is like any kind of a point.
What?
No, a straight line's not a point.
Yeah.
Euclid solved all that.
Oh no, obviously
It is the
because
basis of
we
what
use
they
point.
do.
We use point in a different. Like I was using the conversational. Like, can you make a point, please? Since I wasn't saying the mathematical or
points have no magnitude.
Yeah. So I wasn't talking about
I think
that
you're in the
kind of a
wrong
point,
saloon,
a
pal.
conversational point.
You're in the wrong saloon.
I think we should, at least in order to have a clear conversation, we should try to understand what the other person is saying.
I thought we were doing good there.
Yeah. Well,
We were
we
going
do
back and forth.
understand. We do understand, Laurie, that you don't know anything about the practical application of surveying.
Indeed. So when you say that I don't understand anything about the practical implications of surveying, well, you're actually saying I, Bev, try thinking don't understand. Because you said earlier...
Application.
You think Bev's projecting?
Yeah, because he said earlier that when someone makes statements like that, that applies to themselves and not the other.
Okay, cool.
Have you ever done
we
anything,
established
Laurie?
that kind of rule in
But,
this discussion.
But hang on, no, Laurie, hang on a sec. Bev, hang on a sec. I've seen Bev practically use the tools. I've taken pictures and posted them with. I know I've used the tool. I've put myself on video showing you using tools, and I haven't seen Laurie use a tool or say that he's even used a tool. But seems to think he knows what a surveyor is.
Oh, I don't claim to know what.
All right.
Have you done
So
anything
on, my
practically?
friends.
Have you done anything practically to combat anything that's been said here today?
Well, I haven't had really the need to. Like, I've been in flat Earth discussions for 5 years, and I haven't had any need to do anything practically.
Well, I'm not talking about
I've done actually
discussion.
some things. For example,
Wow,
I've shown practically that a two-line scan enclose an area.
2 lines or 2 straight lines?
2 straight lines, yes.
Can enclose a straight.
You've never known what a straight line
enclose
is.
a space?
Yeah, you should kind of get over it.
How did you show that?
Oh, I have a curving shape here, and I use that.
That's okay. So now you're double speaking. You said curved.
No, by no means. See, you have to understand what the definition, the axiomatic definition of a straight line, the shortest distance
Now
between 2 points.
You're gonna instruct me on what a definition of a straight line is, and you said
I'm sorry.
curved?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I thought this was a discussion. Sorry, my bad.
He's back at the straight line, man.
So you're saying
why
straight
shouldn't
lines?
I be like it's a free discussion, right?
Okay. So wait. So 2 straight lines can enclose a space, but then you said curved. How do you differentiate?
The shortest distance. Did you listen to the axiomatic part? The shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere. It's a curved line. But it's axiomatically defined as a straight line because it's the shortest distance. That's what axiomatic means. It's defined as the straight line because it's the shortest distance.
Are you talking about a chord that cuts through to the point, straight line?
On the surface, can you understand? A chord doesn't run on the surface.
That's not the shortest distance.
Shortest distance on the surface runs on the surface. A shortest distance on the surface cannot be a chord that runs through it.
The ends of the line would be on the surface.
Yeah, but the line itself wouldn't, right? So the shortest lines on the surface.
You're incorrect, sir.
Yeah, I'm incorrect, but you cannot say anything else but assert that. You cannot in any way logically say how I'm incorrect, or you cannot in any way defend your position. You can just assert that I'm incorrect.
You're incorrect.
Yep. Well, I heard you assert it once. I've now heard you assert it twice. Can you do anything else but just assert that?
No, you did the rest. Thank you.
Oh, so it's your position that in order to disprove someone in a conversation, it's just okay to say you're wrong because I say so, and that's a logical or somehow valid point.
Yeah, you know you're wrong.
No, okay. So now you're asserting your opinion about me being wrong. That's nice.
No, you know you're wrong. It's a self-evident proof. Straight line.
Oh,
no. Between 2 points.
I don't know that I'm wrong. In fact, I think you know that you're wrong. See, because if
what's
this is
going
the
on here?
if this is the sorry, Bev, we kind of
sounded like you
we're
were trying
talking
to
at
do
the
a
same time.
hand wave Jedi mind trick there.
No, I'm just saying because clearly doesn't have a logical argument for his stance. I showed logical arguments for my stance. For example, referring to how the line is axiomatically defined. But then all Cleary can do is assert his opinion that I am wrong. And in my standard, that's not any kind of an argument.
Where's the straight line axiom?
I think you should look it up, Bev.
It's the definition.
The shortest distance. The shortest distance between 2 points.
Definition.
It's a straight line.
Yeah, it's a definition.
Yep.
Yep. So where's the axiom?
Isn't it? I was thinking it's axiomatic, right? Isn't it axiomatic?
It's a definition. You just had said that. Why would it need to be in the definition if it was axiomatic? If it was an axiom?
Well, then I misspoke. It's axiomatic, yes.
It's a definition. It's not an axiom.
No, it's axiomatic.
It's part of an axiomatic.
Yeah, so it's axiomatic.
System.
Thank you.
But it's a definition, not an axiom.
No, it's axiomatic.
No.
Yeah, you're wrong. You actually, Bev.
Have you ever actually looked at Euclid and the elements?
Okay. So Bev, that you're wrong.
Do you want me to read you the axioms and then I'll read you the definitions, right?
Yeah, I don't think we need to go through that because I can prove you logically wrong. I can prove you logically wrong. Do you want to hear that?
Definitely different, aren't they? The axioms, geometrically.
Yeah, but
and
I'm trying
this
to.
Is where with straight lines concerned.
I'm thinking we can save some time and not go through that because I can prove you logically wrong right here, right now.
I can prove you factually wrong because it's not an axiom.
Or maybe not logically, but using Cleary's method of proving someone wrong. Bev, you know that you're wrong because I said that has to be true, right? That's how Cleary thinks logical arguments work. Because I assert that you are wrong, that has to be true.
So I stepped away from it. How did you prove that two straight lines enclose a space? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
He's gone back to axiomatic straight lines that are definitions and not axioms.
Yeah, if you draw two straight lines on the surface of a sphere, they can enclose it, and you can try this for yourself. I have a picture.
Are those straight or curved?
Yep, those are straight. By definition, because it's axiomatically defined.
Definition.
Yeah. By axiom.
The shortest distance
I might be
between 2 points.
I might be using the wrong words when I say definition. I actually mean axiomatic. So
it's not an axiom, though.
It's axiomatic.
Or is it an axiom in your different your geometry? Have you got a geometry where a straight line is axiomatic? Can you show us that geometry? That would be helpful. Otherwise, it just sounds like you were making shit up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't help what it sounds like to you.
I can show you. I'll get you the definition from Euclid, right? And show you that a straight line is defined as such, right? Now you find us in your axiomatic thing. It must be in your geometry because it's not in this geometry. Right, there you go. There you go. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. I mean, that comes before the surface has even been defined, so it can't have anything to do with the surface, because the surface comes after in the definitions. So, yeah, it can't be one on the other, can it? I mean, as far as the definitions go, anyway, within the axiomatic system. I can get you a thing of the axioms as well if you want, just to show you that. There you go. There's the 12 axioms. There's nothing about a straight line there.
I'll have to give it to Morty though. At least he was intellectually honest about getting down to the nuts and bolts of things.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question about
Laurie's
that?
just playing games.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question about that? How am I being intellectually dishonest, in your opinion?
You're just playing games.
You're conflating straight and curved.
He's playing linguistic games with shit you don't even know about, and this is geometry. You can't get around this, Laurie. Can't get around it with
I actually
words.
do know something about geometry.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you should know that you can't play with words to get around these facts. It's an axiomatic system. It stood for thousands of years, supposedly.
To make a point,
right?
one has to use words, right?
Yeah, that's
so
what
you
all of these are in here. These are the mathematical definitions, Laurie.
Yeah, but you can swipe away what I'm saying just because...
That's why we went through such painstakingly detail with Morty, with straight and curved, and now we're going to have to do it all over again.
Well, see, here's the problem. If I may, it's your understanding, Buster, that a straight line is not defined axiomatically as the shortest distance, but it's just how you understand it.
What the hell?
What was that load of word salad?
Okay, let me try. Let me try to be clearer then. It's your opinion that a straight line is defined in a certain way, and when I bring you an idea that doesn't follow that, you have an adverse reaction to that.
See, he wants to push the definition burden onto you. He will not define it. He'll ask you about your definition of it. He will never define a straight line.
I mean, I'm okay with.
I'm not sure
I know what I know.
If I already stopped talking.
Laurie,
you did stop.
Look
talking.
in the live chat text, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The newest picture in the live chat. Okay, please have a look at it. This is your textbook. Like if you're a surveyor, this is their textbook, right? This is what everybody thinks a level line is.
No, it's not.
No, but Bev, yes, like I don't. I want you to understand what a horizontal is.
I'd like to point out here.
A horizontal line that they've got not horizontal in this. I don't agree with this textbook, Bev.
Yeah, this is one of the pictures that the trolls have given.
I know, that's why I got to address this.
That's why everybody keeps showing them.
I know, that's why I'm using this as my hostile witness, Bev. It's my hostile witness.
Well, point out that it's been given to everybody by the trolls.
Yeah, this is what they got going on. But
not all the textbooks. No. Not all textbooks.
Do you notice that the horizontal line isn't even horizontal in the picture?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how you know it's a troll picture, right? It's been given to you by trolls.
The horizontal line isn't even horizontal.
Don't let them trolls go crazy on you, bro.
Like, the plumb line isn't even plumb.
Check out my image in there.
Can I ask you what's the point that you're trying to make with this picture?
Well, the point I'm making is I know what a straight line is, and you're
it's
conflating straight with curved.
Well, again, that's just because you have a preconceived notion of it that you will not let go.
Preconceived notion of what?
Now who's projecting?
I think you are.
No, bro.
No, bro. Yeah.
You need to look at look at both of these pictures, bro. Like, do you really think
you're not proving anything?
You're not proving
anything. You're just saying that you prove.
Yeah, okay.
But that's not. That's nothing to me.
Laurie, stop. Laurie, do you think that this textbook is accurate to reality?
Well, why wouldn't it be? Like, at least make a point about it.
Yes, I am. Horizontal
Go ahead.
in this textbook is crooked. It's slanted. It's on a slant. And their plumb line is also slanted on an angle. So why wouldn't they put them in the middle of the page, actually horizontally and vertically in the book? Why did they shove them off to the side and make them look crooked?
My phone is dead. I gotta go, guys. I'll be back later.
Okay,
I love you, clear peace.
The real point was that Lori said he proved that straight lines enclose a space. Two straight lines enclose a space. That's where I wanted to hear.
Well, that's like saying that level line will enclose a space on my picture, because I'm staring at my picture right now from some textbook. Like, you guys are all about, oh, I went to school and I did this and I did that. Oh, I learned so much. But look at what they're being taught here. Being taught bullshit.
Well,
And
don't go there, Rob.
Yeah.
Just I want to hear what Lori has to say about two straight lines enclosing space.
No, I would actually love to hear, because you seem to have a problem with it. What's your problem?
Well, you need to define what a straight line is and what a curved line is.
Yeah, well, I'd also have a look at number 10 in the axiom thing as well, if I were you.
I kind of sort of did define it, but if you don't want to follow that logic, then that's fine with me, I guess.
What was the logic behind what you said?
Well, I don't feel like repeating myself if you didn't hear me the first time, the second time, maybe the third time. I don't remember how many times.
I said, honestly, I had to step out for a minute. So I missed whatever it was you said to prove it logically.
He didn't.
Oh, sorry.
Well, actually, I did, but Bev's, of course, going to disagree with that one.
Just remind us then.
Yeah, I don't want to go through your hoops anymore, because
as I said,
I've already proven my point. You're going to
disagree
because you have a different religious stance on it.
It's not religious. I missed it. I just wanted to hear.
I don't
you
have
said
a
you had a
problem
proof.
with that,
You said you had a. You said you had a proof that straight lines enclose a space, and I wanted to hear it.
You seriously went here?
Yes, I had. I have a family. I had to step away.
I wasn't here either.
By the way,
I'd like to.
By the way, that's not a problem to me, because I loathe when people do this silly when someone has to step out. Oh yeah, you're now running away. If you have a family, you take care of family, of course. This discussion doesn't take precedence over that.
Nope, that's why we're here now.
Yep.
I'm listening. I'm asking what your proof for straight lines enclosing of space were. I'm asking.
Yeah, so it's quite simple. Yeah, it's quite simple. So you take a for example, sphere. I have a lamp here that it's large enough to draw on. I took a ruler and then I drew straight lines on it using that ruler. And again, straight line is defined as the shortest distance between 2 points, which is
how do you put the ruler on the sphere?
Well, it's quite simple. You use your hand.
Doesn't that create a tangent?
Yeah, of course. It's a
tangent has no magnitude.
Yeah, you can move the ruler around. That works.
Or just move the ruler around. Oh,
yeah.
You don't do much geometry, do you, Laurie?
I've done enough. I took actually.
Laurie,
I'm not sure how
do
it is.
you understand that the moment you put a tangent or a chord on a sphere, you are entering Euclidean geometry?
And you got a preconceived notion of what the Earth is, right?
And that
so
makes
that's
it
why
a
you're putting this line on a sphere?
3-dimensional shape. Yep.
Bev, can I ask you a question?
Oh.
Did you have a point with that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
about
you don't
those
understand
tangents,
geometry.
Those tangents. No, I understand.
Okay.
Because we have you. How does a straight line enclose a point? You talked about putting a ruler on a sphere.
So I draw through.
The point is, you can't put a flat ruler on a sphere and measure and draw a line. on the sphere and say that's enclosing a space.
Yeah.
Rob, I just
don't
want.
know. Maybe,
Sorry, I just
maybe
wanted to
I
hear what he
had
had
to
to
really
say.
spell it out for you there.
So I can kind of see that you're obfuscating the point by talking about the ruler instead of the lines that are on the sphere. That's fine with me. If you want to obfuscate the point, of course, I cannot help you.
Laurie.
I'm.
Go on, Buster.
I just wanted. I'm sorry. I honestly wanted to hear how you enclose a space with two straight lines, and
I'm not sure if I could post a picture. I wasn't able to earlier because I tried to post a picture. It's on my cell phone. That may just be because I don't normally use cell phone to do Discord stuff.
Okay.
It's okay. You were saying it. Oh, say, all right. Go ahead.
Can I think it's related to it anyway, Buster. Right?
It's related.
You say
because I did this physically.
You say you can make two straight lines enclose a space, but then you're going to draw a tangent to the surface.
No. I didn't say I'm drawing a tangent, of course.
Well, you can't draw a tangent, right? You're going to put a tangent plane, right?
Yeah, I wasn't saying I'm drawing a tangent anywhere there. So I'm
so
not sure
you were just
what you're
drawing
talking
lines and straight lines on the surface of a sphere and not having a tangent, were you not? Because I said earlier, the moment you put a tangent on it, you turn into Euclidean space, right? You're using Euclidean 3 space. And the sphere becomes a 3-dimensional object with the surface bounding it. As in Book 11.
I find that kind of strange. So you're saying that if I have a sphere right in front of me, and I do, if I have a ruler, and then I put that ruler on top of the sphere, that ruler magically makes the sphere a 3-dimensional space.
No, I'm just saying you can't have a straight line on the surface of a sphere and then put a ruler and call that a straight line also, because they are both obviously different. They both cannot be the same thing. That is logically impossible, right? You can't have something that is also something else, can you? You can't have a straight line, not have any curvature, but then also have a straight line, have curvature. It doesn't logically follow. And you can't base anything on a framework where you have something that is also the something that it is not meant to be. That's what Buster's saying, I think. He's trying to get you to tell him how you can have something that is an axiom that it cannot be.
Yeah, again, I think the basic confusion is on your assertion of what a straight line is, and again,
Then what is a straight line?
I've given the definition of the axiom of a straight line, but you just keep asserting that that's not it, and I guess we're just at an impasse then.
Impasse, yeah.
Because your straight line can curve.
Yeah, like.
Well, how do you
the shortest distance again? The shortest distance between 2 points.
Laurie, I'm being 100% honest. How can you have a straight line? How can you differentiate between a straight line and a curved line, and give the explanation you're trying to give?
It's quite simple. Again, the shortest distance between 2 points. That's how you define.
With zero curvature? Not deviating in any direction?
It's not deviating where it's being drawn.
No, in any direction.
It depends on the space it's being drawn in. And that's actually how mathematics talks about this. So if you want to lock us into Euclidean, That's not how mathematics works. That's fine, but that's not how mathematics works.
We're talking about reality.
Yeah. So, okay. So we're talking about reality. We can still describe reality using also spherical geometry. For example, if I try to talk about what happens on the surface of a sphere, there actually spherical geometry is a useful tool, and Euclidean geometry is not, which is why we use non-Euclidean geometries. So
No,
they
we
actually
don't.
do have
We
applications.
Can you say that? Can you say that one more time? What you just said?
I don't always remember the exact, because people don't normally memorize sentences as they say them. They just say them.
Okay,
He
fair
said
enough.
it was
So
something about
yeah.
non-Euclidean
Yeah.
mathematics.
Well, I can repeat the gist of it. We use non-Euclidean geometries in real life as well. Like we can apply those concepts into real life objects, and they work
How?
better. How? Well, you should find out, I guess.
I use a water level practically at least 2 or 3 days a week, and it gives me a straight line, and I rely on that.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. Like straight lines work on some surfaces and on some for some tasks.
No, it gives me, like, I've used it practically for the last week.
Yep.
My water level with a measuring tape up next to it, and it gives me the elevation differential.
Yeah,
So
I'm not saying I'm not saying in any way that water levels don't work.
Yeah, Laurie, can I just get you to run through this, because this is a mathematics problem. Obviously, this isn't,
Before I do that, I want to actually post my shit first.
Can you see that triangle there? That's a proof within mathematics, because it's not really needed a proof within maths. But triangles have 180 degrees, right? Always. Every time it's ever used. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
that's why there's a
those,
proof. It's also axiomated that a triangle has 180 degrees. Yeah.
Where is it? It's not actually axiomated.
Yeah.
Axiomated, is it?
It is. Yeah.
Can you show it being an axiom somewhere?
Yeah, this one. There. That's
That doesn't actually say that, so.
Yeah, that if a straight line falling on two straight lines,
yeah,
so
I can read
three
it.
straight
It doesn't
lines
say what.
that make the interior angles on the same side less than two right angles, because he didn't have angle, he only had a right angle. That was the only one he needed. So two straight lines, if produced indefinitely, meet on the side which the angle's less than two right angles, right? Because where they meet, that other angle will be what was less than the two right angles, making it 180 degrees or two right angles, right? That's a triangle. That's basically says where a triangle will be formed. That's a triangle axiom, dude. Isn't it?
So where does it say 180? It
says two right angles.
Yeah, two right angles. Yeah, I got that. So where does it say 180?
What's the degree of a right angle?
What's a right angle, dude?
I don't know. Can you tell me?
It's a quarter, isn't it? It's a quarter of the full.
It's a quarter of the full. How
yeah,
much
because
is that?
all right angles are equal. That's another axiom.
It's 90. So that you don't get to pretend that my sarcasm was actually not knowing.
No, I'm
if
being.
You divide a circle.
Euclid didn't use any angles, so I try not to. Just right angles. It's the only angle that we need. Yeah, right angle. We can do most of what we do with just those two frames of reference, two right lines.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Here's a triangle.
If you divide. Sorry. Laurie, if you divide a circle into 360 equal parts along the circumference, what would 0 and 180 what would that be? What would that represent in a circle?
0 and 180. They would be in the same point or the same line.
Same line. Would that be a straight line or curved line or what?
Spot on.
I think you could say that that's a straight line, yes.
And then if you divided that, each hemisphere equally into 2 separate parts, what would that make in the center?
Oh, okay. So we're talking about... you're not talking about the surface of the sphere, right?
I'm talking about a circle. I'm talking about the if you divide a circle into 360 equal parts, the circumference, 0 and 180 on represented on that. If it's sequential, right? 0 and 180. If you connect those 2 points on that circumference, you'll get a straight line, right?
Yep.
And it'll be evenly between the center of the. It'll be a chord through the center of that circle, right? That would be the diameter.
That would be the radius, yes.
No, that would be the diameter from 0 to 180. It goes all the way across.
Well, technically speaking, I think you would draw a radius, but I don't think that's a point to harp on about.
If you were at 230 and 90, or 230, no, wait.
Because I'm sort of in my mind I'm picturing like you drawing a line from the center of the circle to the edge, so it would be just the radius. But I don't think that's a.
So you don't know the difference between a radius and a diameter?
No, I know the difference. I think we're just thinking about 2 different things, I guess.
Well, we were talking about
he's saying diameter.
If you want, so
a
radius.
Right angles, and you were wondering what 180 degrees would be like, and I was trying to explain it using a circle, because the way that the degrees work is the circumference of a circle divided by 360 equal parts. But the way that Euclid wrote about the angles and stuff like that were not divided by 360 parts. It was just a right angle in right lines.
Yeah,
and curves were defined by a radius from a center point. So that's,
I obviously, by the way, know about right angles. Like that's 90, and everyone knows that. So I was sort of feigning ignorance before.
Why make a deal out of it?
Well, I sort of didn't,
you don't want to be
like I did
like you're
at
a child,
some point,
right?
but sorry.
I said you don't want to be talked to like you're a child, so don't act like you don't know what you're talking about when you do.
Well, I was sort of being talked to like
something.
a child, so I was kind of taking that and acting as if I didn't know, because people were talking to me as if I didn't know.
Go to a childlike state.
I think that's a bit.
You're
yeah,
I
think
defensive.
Yeah, I think it's
defensive in
yeah, I actually agree with you on that, Mobius. I think it's sort of pointless to do that.
So, in the interest of continuing, constructive discourse, maybe not be so defensive and just, don't act like you don't know what's being talked about.
Yeah, I can roll with that. No problem. Or at least I can try.
Right on.
And why I say I can try is, of course, we always don't remember what we promised. So, but I'll try not to do that.
Well, that's good enough, I guess. Anyway, I gotta mute. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the Congo. Just wanted to straighten that out.
Yeah, I was just, that was perfect. I mean, 0 to 180, but Laurie had a proof that those right lines can enclose a space. Can enclose
That's perfect.
space.
I got to get out of here anyways, guys. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Later.
See you later.
Yeah, I see. I'm maybe with Euclid, right? There's a confusion that comes in when you start adding numbers to these things. Right angle and two right angles make much more sense, because in Euclid he says that a definition of an angle is the inclination of one straight line to another, but not in the same straight line. So Euclid is basically saying the angle of 180 degrees is not needed to be said, because you should just say straight line. Right? There's no such thing, and it's not needed, because there is no point of apex, right? And there is not two straight lines coming from that. So therefore, it cannot be an angle. It's either a straight line or a plane. The moment you put numbers to it is when you start having to deal with that confliction. But hey, that's just me. A lot of people do have 180 degrees, right?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, Bev. There's no... I mean, the only reason why you would use numbers is because people divided a circle into 360 even parts. It could have been 4 parts. It could have been 2,000 parts.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the right angle and the way Euclid described it. There's no need to sign a number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's all I was getting at.
Yeah. Very good.
I don't know what Naps is talking about in the YouTube chat as well. It's a bit...
What's being said?
He disappeared a bit ago. Shills said good night ages ago. And now Naps just come in thinking that Shills is talking about her. I don't know. He's gone to bed, Naps. It's no problem. I don't think he'll be stalking you even in his dreams.
Naps has got nothing but vitriol.
Great live stream, man. Are you still streaming?
I am, yeah. I'm still going live. I'm gonna have to shut it off soon, though. I think I'm gonna have to be getting some sleep.
Man, it was great stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to do that again.
Yeah, Laurie's funny.
Yeah. Thanks,
just playing.
Thanks for the guys.
I think you guys are funny too.
Right, cheers, Laurie. You've been a great help explaining obfuscation techniques of the Globe Defender. Doing very well, thank you. We might be able to have a go at showing you some geometry soon. Right, we get on the board and we'll have a go at models next time.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Can I take you up on something, Bev?
Go on.
You said that I have been helpful in explaining the obfuscation tactics of globe earthers, or how did you say it? Can you, because I didn't hear you do that at any point, can you do that now?
What? Explain how you have been obfuscated.
Explain how I'm... Yeah.
You usually do it linguistically, you do, particularly. You don't do it technically or anything. You obfuscate linguistically, and you usually defer to some sort of technical aspect in some language thing that you then redirect and refocus on. and try and shift the conversation onto that rather than the actual thing that you can't answer. That's the way you particularly obfuscate.
Well, that's how you see it, but of course that's not true at all.
Okay. Well,
because, for example, earlier when I
think other people might get that.
Go ahead, because I wasn't talking.
You weren't. No, I think.
Yeah. I actually was, but I was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
So for example, earlier when I was talking about the line and axiomatics, that's actually mathematics. That has nothing to do with linguistics and so on. So you're kind of wrong and off point there.
You still haven't shown us the axiom, Laurie.
Yeah, the proof for your straight lines.
Yeah, you said it's axiomatic.
Enclosed in a space.
Please show us the axiom and show us where properties.
Yeah, but where
is that? Okay, it's the properties of.
So you admit then that when I say that it's axiomatic, that's not a linguistic thing, but it's a mathematical claim.
Right,
there
you
go,
there,
Ian.
right, dude. Right, it says in spherical geometry there are no parallel lines. In fact, there are no straight lines. You've just posted that. Oh, no, that wasn't you, was it? It was whatever. What do you reckon to that? There are no straight lines, so you can't have two straight lines enclosed in a space. Or is he saving you, or what do you reckon?
Where do you read that there's no straight lines?
In the properties of
you don't know
spherical
that?
geometry.
You don't know that?
Whatever
Do
posted
you know?
it.
Do you not know that?
I knew that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've been telling
good
you
job.
you can't have a straight line on this curved surface for ages. We've been saying that. God, I don't know how long we've been saying it. I mean,
how long have you been saying that?
Whatever is the guy that give us the Ruhif numbers, right? He's one of your top globe geometers. Do you not know? Is it? Look in the live chat. I'm sure he's one of your elders. Sure, he's one of the wiser elders.
No, you're misrepresenting things. There are no wiser elders.
Okay. Well,
you don't even listen. You don't even know who he's talking about.
He's
the guy's name
it.
is
No, Ruhif. He was talking about Ruhif, right?
No, I said he
so
gave us some of the Ruhif numbers. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ruhif gave us the first five.
I knew what I was
Whatever
talking
corrected one of the Ruhif numbers.
If you guys want to make a point, you've got to mute Laurie while you make the point, or he will overtalk you every time.
Yeah. Right, Laurie? Please have a look.
Yeah, it's not like Bev has been able to talk. I have been constantly over-talking him, yes.
Laurie, have a look at whatever posted in the live chat, please. Just have a little read. Tell us what you think. I think he's trying to help you in his own little way.
Yeah, in his own little way, yes. He thinks he's going.
So, is he helping you?
No, I don't think so, because he's kind of actually trying to inculcate me into a cult.
What?
What?
Into what cult? Not the cult of the Glarper. Oh, no, dear. Don't let him do that. Whatever you do. Do you think whatever is a flat earther?
Why were you whispering? Do you have some problem with your vocalization?
Do you think he is? Do you think whatever is a flat earther by him posting that? Properties of spherical geometry.
Excuse me.
Stop whispering, Laurie.
Tell that to Bev. He started.
Well, the point still is you had a proof for straight lines enclosed in a space, but
yeah, and
seems to be a conundrum going on here.
What kind of conundrum? Because the picture that I posted shows that.
Whatever has put.
Those aren't straight lines.
That there are no straight lines on the surface of a sphere, right?
There's the conundrum.
Yeah.
Those are the shortest distances between those 2 points, right?
They're not straight lines, though.
On that sphere.
They're not
Not
straight.
a straight line.
Well, that's how you define in your axiomatic religious system straight lines.
Not religious. It's defining a straight line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, how do you differentiate curve from straight then?
Well, that which is, of course, not the straightest, not the shortest distance. That would be curving.
What?
I think I'm having this. This is a good one.
What? Do you not know the distance? You do not know the difference between straight and curved?
I do. It doesn't seem like
Because
you
you're
do.
asking me for clarification.
Yeah.
I am, because the shortest distance is straight line. And
Thank you. So you admit that the shortest distance is the straight line. Yes.
Well, what you posted is a curved line.
Yes, but it's the shortest distance, and you just said that the shortest distance is a straight line. So thank you.
Well, how do you define that?
Exactly like that. The shortest distance is a straight line.
Wow.
You seem to have. There's your conundrum. You seem to have some cogdiss there.
No.
Doublethink.
No
Sorry.
cogdiss on my part.
No. Okay. Not cogdiss. Doublethink. I'll agree with that.
No doublethink either.
Yeah, doublethink. Sure it is. Doublethink.
Where would the
Straight
doublethink
line.
come from?
The doublethink would be that you're posted curved lines, but you say they're straight.
Yeah, but that's just because you say they are not straight.
Well, then define the difference between curved and straight.
So you're holding on to a religious doctrine of what a straight line is. I can change that for you. I can just show you the reality.
You need to define or differentiate the difference between straight and curved.
I did define it, and I did
differentiate. You have. When?
When? Well, I did do that, but there was kind of over talking, so I don't fault you for not hearing it. It was sort of.
Go ahead.
So again, the straight line would be the shortest distance between 2 points, and then what's curved is what's not the shortest distance.
I'm still not. Then what you posted. What you posted, from what you said, from what you posted, is doublethink.
No, it's not doublethink. That's just what you think it is.
Okay. I mean, I know what a straight and curved is, but you seem to have.
Well,
doublethink.
You actually don't, but okay.
You posted a curved line.
No, that's a straight line.
Then how do you differentiate between curved and straight?
I did tell you, again, straight line, shortest distance between 2 points. That's those lines there. A curved line would be when it's not the shortest distance. That's not entirely correct, but it's close enough for now.
You should learn the differences between the geometries.
Yeah.
I have, yes.
What do you think of that one that whatever posted then? I mean, he is one of your globe geometers, right?
There was some text there.
Yeah.
Of course, it might just be because there were words. It might just be linguistic.
I've highlighted some bits. What do you think of those bits I've highlighted?
I think that's using the English language, right? So are we sure that this is not a linguistic argument?
Yeah, this is mathematics, isn't it? When it says straight lines, that's geometric, right? Straight. Where it says there are no straight.
Depends. There are uses of the word straight.
See the way they use the word no in front of it? That's a very definite statement, isn't it? Especially when you add the word mathematics and straight and geometry, right?
So, are you saying that in spherical geometry all lines are gay?
Oh, what?
Not straight.
That's what that says.
like what you posted and you said was a straight line. That picture you posted, the distance between those points.
He's trying to say like stupid
what are
shit.
the? Yeah, no, but what are the parameters within what you're trying to say?
Can you clarify what do you mean when you say what are the parameters?
Well, don't you have to have parameters within a system you're using?
Well, that sort of depends, I guess.
On what?
On what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, well, that's what I'm asking is that when you posted your picture of a straight line, the distance between those 2 points, what are the parameters that you use to define that?
I think I've already answered this question. Like, again, if you want me to repeat...
Obfuscated.
The shortest... No, okay, so answering the question is obfuscated. Okay, then, Bev, I won't answer the question. There you go.
There you go, well obfuscated.
Well, you cut me out by saying I'm going to obfuscate, so if you don't want to...
Do you need to learn
maybe
the
if you want me to answer, maybe let me answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So again, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Those are the parameters. When it's not the shortest distance, it's not a straight line.
That's why Bev went through what axioms are, and you need to learn the parameters within what you're trying to define as your air quotes straight line. You need to learn the parameters within what you're trying to explain.
I just gave you the parameters.
No.
Yes.
You need to. Okay.
You and whatever do seem to be at odds here. Are you watching the live chat, right? Because I think he's trying to help you, but you're not listening to him. And I think you think he's a flat earther, and that's why you're not listening to him. I try and take a hint.
Are you talking about YouTube live chat?
No, in the live chat. Okay. In here, he's come from YouTube into here to try and help you. You're going to be struggling, but I mean, hey,
yeah,
I take your help from wherever. We know you're struggling, Laurie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, when you say statements like that, we know you're struggling. That's a statement about you, Bev.
No,
I know that
picture you posted.
Struggling.
I said
the picture you posted proves you're struggling.
No, it doesn't. It actually proves my point. If you don't understand it, I can't help you with that.
I understand it, and I know what you're
it's
trying
clear
to say.
You don't. It's clear
I do.
That you don't.
You don't understand the parameters with which you're trying to
I actually
refer
gave
that picture
the parameters. From. You just didn't want to accept them.
Well, that's on you then.
Well, that's how you see it.
You know,
I'm not sure how that's my paradox, Larry, because that has nothing to do with what I said.
What do you think the definition of a sphere is in spherical geometry?
I think it would be... The side chat is going in funny directions.
Here's an easy one. That's a bit difficult.
It's sort of like the a sphere is defined as points that lie in the same distance, within the same distance.
Okay. What do you think of squares on the floor, especially big squares?
Big squares on the floor.
Yeah.
Why are you asking these kind of questions?
What I said. What do you think of them? What do you think personally of a square on the floor?
Well, I think squares are sometimes nice.
Good. They're definitely real, aren't they?
Well, I've never seen a square on the floor. That's not real. Say it like that.
Brilliant. Do you want to quickly run over a game of how to define a square with us? Yeah.
Well, I would firstly define it as well, I'm not sure because technically speaking, a square as a concept, whether it's real or not.
Do you want me to go first then? We do this quite often, right? 4
well, I don't really care either way.
Sides.
Whatever suits you.
Go. 4 equal sides.
Yep.
Go on, your turn.
4 equal sides. 4 corners.
4 right angles.
It has it has many symmetries, so it would have at least one that's diagonal to 3, at least 3 kinds of symmetry.
Okay. 2 equal length diagonals.
Within those 2 diagonals, if you draw those two diagonals, you get a center point.
Ooh, yeah, okay. The 2 diagonals intersect perpendicularly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can come up with anything.
Oh, what about this? Anything about the sides? Again, we'll go back out to the outsides. Opposite.
Oh,
opposite,
yeah,
opposite.
sure. I actually came up with something. Did we mention that the corners would have right angles on a square?
I think I said 4 right angles.
Yeah, okay.
I did that.
So you agree with the right angles?
Yeah. Are you giving
Why
up?
would I have a problem with
Can I
right
go
angles?
and win, claim the prize, the square prize?
Well, if you want to, you can claim the win.
Opposite sides are parallel. Woo, that's the big one. I knew you'd
sides are
miss that
parallel,
one. It's a bitch, that one, isn't it?
I'm not sure how that's a bitch, but okay. If you see that as a bitch.
Oh, what?
You really need to investigate parameters.
Yeah, you should have had a look at whatever posted, right?
I'm
It was
not
the
sure
first
how-
one.
what
It says,
time-
in spherical geometry,
sure.
there are no parallel lines.
Yeah, so
Can't
how
have
did we...
you can't have a square.
Yeah. So, Bev, let me ask you a question. We were talking
That
about
was a good game.
floor,
I like
right?
That was a good game. Let's do it again.
Now this all goes back to your straight lines enclosing
So
the space.
we
is what
were
it goes
talking
back
about
to.
we were talking about the floor, right?
Yeah, we were doing squares on the floor.
Yep.
Yep.
Just to clarify, we
Big,
were not talking about
massive ones, we
spheres.
said, and you said you'd never seen a square that wasn't square, right?
Yep.
Yep. You made it.
No, that's not exactly what I said, but I don't want to go harping about that. Okay. So again, we were talking about
and then
floor, floor,
yeah,
right?
And we had a game of all the ways that
So
we can
not-
define a square, and we were all.
Yeah, so we were not talking about spheres, right? And then in the end, you suddenly made a jump into spheres because you wanted to get a gotcha, right?
What?
It's not
Yeah,
a gotcha.
because we were talking about floors, and then suddenly,
I
but
was just
in
asking
your
you what you thought
geometry,
about
spheres.
squares. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's no such thing as
Like,
a
I can-
square
I can-
in
I can give
spherical
you-
geometry. You can't have one. There's no such thing. But
So,
you
do you
know
have a
what a
point?
square is. You definitely know what a square is.
Do you have a point to make, Bev? Because this is kind of tiring. Can you make a point instead of rambling on like a moron?
The point is that
Sorry, I shouldn't.
you know
I
what
shouldn't
squares
insult
are. You've seen them on the floor. You can draw them on the floor and
Yeah.
all of that. And there are no such thing as a square in spherical geometry. So therefore, you cannot ever have been using spherical geometry. Especially
so
not on
what's
the
your-
surface.
So what's your point?
No point.
Yeah, there's no point. I know.
Yeah.
Because you keep rambling, but there's no fucking point.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, I don't know where you're supposedly aiming at some gotcha, but it's
There's
still
no
arriving.
gotcha, dude.
Well,
This is just reality, right? We deal in reality. I've told you
Yeah,
many times.
Yeah, we do. Sure.
Squares are a fact of reality.
Yep. So what's the where's the gotcha?
So you agree with squares, right?
Why
Parallel
would I
lines?
disagree with squares? Like,
Okay, well then how do you
disagree.
prove your proof from earlier that two straight lines enclose a space after agreeing with the square?
Again, it has been posted there, so you can go and look at it. If you missed it the first time and the second time and the third time,
I didn't miss it.
100th time isn't gonna do much, is it?
I didn't miss it. You agreed
Okay,
with the
so-
square.
okay.
You agree with the square and parallel
So-
lines, but then you say that two straight lines can enclose space. So I'm not having a problem. I'm wondering why you are having a problem.
You're trying to say that there's a problem. Where is the problem? Can you make some
You
sort
say-
of argument based on that?
My premise is that you say you have no problem with the square having parallel lines, the square having two sets of parallel lines, right angles, straight lines, right lines, but then you say you have a proof for straight lines enclosing a space. That's where I'm not understanding.
Yeah, they're a bit contradictory. Like,
Yeah.
but I'm guessing if you've got hold that within your cog dis, it's part of your, the way your
Double
cog
thing.
dis personally works.
No, there is no cogdis here.
No, yeah, that's the avoidance and the.
No, there's
dismissal.
no avoidance
I
either.
bet that's in there. I'll have a quick look. See what it says. I bet that's like
Again, when you talk about cogdis, Bev, when you say that I'm in cogdis, that's a statement about you. So that means
How is-
you are.
How is it not doublethink to say you agree with a square having two sets of parallel lines and right angles within a square, but then you say you have a proof for straight lines enclosed in a space? How is that not doublethink?
It's not doublethink because you haven't made a logical argument yet, showing that there's a conflict anyway.
Well, if a square has parallel lines, how would you define parallel lines?
Even
I'm not actually sure what the definition is, actually.
Oh, okay.
Definition what? Of parallel lines? Do you want me to get you? Definition 35. In my book, at least.
See, the problem is you're constantly thinking about Euclidean geometry.
Yeah. Foundation.
But those
of
things just work
mathematics.
differently in spherical geometry. That doesn't mean that spherical geometry cannot be used. That's just things.
No,
work
that's
differently.
why I said you have a problem with parameters.
Oh, and I defined my parameters on the spherical geometry, but you threw those under the bus time after time, as if I didn't ever answer.
I didn't throw them under the bus. I think you need to understand the parameters within you're working in.
Oh yeah, and when so you did again throw them under a bus because you just now kind of said that I don't understand the parameters when I said that I defined the parameters and the parameters are clear. And the parameters are correct in spherical geometry that I gave.
So what are the parameters within spherical geometry?
Again, the shortest distance between two points is a line. Why do we have to keep harping on this? You ask the same question and I give the same answer.
Well, you didn't give the same answer that
what is
last
the-
time you said it.
How is this not registering?
You didn't say straight line that last time you gave the answer. You just said line.
Well, what kind of difference does it make? And in any case, I've been answering the same bloody question like 10,000 times. So of course I'm gonna make some mistake somewhere. If you're gonna get a gotcha from that, well, I guess good luck.
It's not a gotcha. It's just you need to learn the difference in the axioms and definitions.
Yeah, but what you're really doing is you're just holding on to, in Euclidean geometry things work like this, and when I say that, well, actually there are other geometries and those are very valid, and in those they work like this. You always go back to Euclidean geometry, and you won't ever let go of that. So it's a game that you play.
Do you get your definitions from, Laurie?
Mathematics.
Where do they get their definitions from, Laurie?
I think in mathematics, the basic axioms, again, those are sort of just defined as something.
From where do they get them from, Laurie?
That's actually a very deep philosophical question. They are not self-evident, so you are wrong with that if you want to say that those are self-evident.
They get them from Euclid's elements. It's an axiomatic...
not necessarily.
Yes, they do. That's where the mathematical definitions come from. From the axiomatic system of the foundation of mathematics.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you reject the non-Euclidean extensions?
Where? Show me the definitions.
Why do you reject
the axiomatic system? Show me the axioms and the definitions of everything.
Also, you won't tell me why you reject the non-Euclidean extension.
I'm telling you. You show me all of the definitions and the axioms of non-Euclidean geometry, right? And then I will show you what I find have problems with them. Okay?
I could actually do that.
Okay, good.
Maybe here's a game plan. I take some geometry textbooks, then I draw some haphazard figures and draw some A and B and hold on, where's your picture here so I can represent it correctly? I draw some random miscellaneous religious nonsense on it, and then I show, here's what it says, when it doesn't actually even say that. So maybe I can do that sort of a game.
Yeah. Well, you've not even started on Imaginometry yet, have you? You've not even looked into that.
Oh, I did look into it.
Did you? Good. So you understand what the definitions and the axioms...
No. Looking into
postulates...
something doesn't necessarily mean understanding, but, well, I do understand some of it.
You understand the Imaginometry?
Do you not?
Understand. What is there to understand?
Do you understand the word understand?
Understand your obfuscation techniques.
So here's an interesting question.
Did you read that parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet? That's a definition. It's not an axiom.
I have a question,
That's
Bev.
a definition. It's not
yeah,
even
it's a definition, Bev, but I have a question. Yep.
Is it?
So can I ask a question?
Why would you define something that was postulated? Do you think there'd be a need to?
So can I ask a question?
And does altering the postulate also alter the definition, or not? I don't know. What do you reckon with spherical geometry?
So I cannot ask a question then. Okay.
Okay, you're making statements for yourself.
No, I just wanted to know because you kind of edited. you've admitted that you edited this one page where you inserted some random picture that has nothing to do with the topic, and it's just complete random nonsense.
It's got nothing to do with the topic. Why are you saying that? Who said that?
Well, I say that, and of course, if I say that, it has to be so as well.
You say that the horizon,
so
horizontals being parallel to the horizon.
So my question was,
has got nothing to do with straight lines being parallel
so my
to
question
another
was,
straight line.
Okay, my question was, if you admit editing that picture, how do I know that you're not editing everything else as well? How do I know that
you
you're
could get your own Euclid's
when you
elements,
admit that
couldn't
you edit these pictures?
It's a t-shirt design, right?
It's a t-shirt design, yes. So
Yes.
not for educational purposes. And yet you use it to educate
you
other
definitely
people.
don't ever educate yourself from DP's t-shirts, right? Don't use DP's memes and t-shirts for educational, right, use.
So why are you then posting them as if they are educational?
Because that is proposition 30 from Euclid.
Yeah,
the
but
elements.
you said already
it
that
is
it's
a
not
mathematical proof, dude.
Yeah, but it's not educational anymore. So
no, the t-shirt design, right, and the thing that we made, logic, that, right, that was just to trigger people like you.
Also, you admit, why would you trigger people?
Because
what's up with
it's
that?
pretty fun. It's pretty fun to trigger people with reality, right? It's really fun when you can say truth and facts to people and watch them go crazy. Watch them go mad.
Yeah, that's what I actually do with flat earthers all the time. I tell them the truth and they get triggered.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Last time today.
Pardon? Pardon?
You were the one that agreed with parallel lines in a square, but then earlier in this afternoon you said that you could prove that straight lines enclose a space. That's
yeah, I did.
Not educational.
Yeah, sure. So what's your point about that? We were talking about triggering, so can you make a point relating to triggering?
Yeah, he's obfuscating a different way now. You not see that? A quick
switch. Yeah.
No, I'm not obfuscating at all because I just want to know why Buster is busting in with that, because we were talking about
he's
triggering.
Trying to get you back
and
on
he's
topic
talking
because
about
you're trying to
random...
obfuscate something somewhere else.
I'm on the point that you made earlier today that you said
you're not on the point at all. Your topic didn't even connect what we were talking about. We were talking about triggering, and then you come into but you got caught.
Well, it's triggering. It's triggering.
Yeah, but I wasn't triggered.
For you, it's triggering for you that you say on one hand I can prove straight lines and close a space, but then 30 minutes, an hour later, you agree with square having two sets of parallel lines. But
that's exactly why I said that you don't have a point and you don't connect, because I'm not being triggered. So what you say has no relevance to the topic whatsoever. If you want to pretend that I'm triggered, then go ahead. I cannot help you with that.
Well, then
I'm not
prove the difference. Then prove the difference between straight and curved.
That has, again, nothing to do with triggering. I'm not triggered about that.
Oh, okay.
If you want me to be, again, I cannot help you with that. I'm not triggered about that.
Okay.
You triggered about being somebody saying you were triggered. Did that get you triggered?
No, not really. No. Not really. I was just making, pointing a flaw in someone's argument doesn't necessarily mean you're triggered.
No.
So you say there's a flaw there?
Yes, I say that there's a flaw with how you passed it in and tried to make a point when you didn't have a point. Saying that from my side,
don't flip it. Don't
flip it.
Yeah, he was trying to get you to answer the thing that you've been obfuscating all day. I mean, even the chat on the YouTube has been saying you've not even answered anything yet. You obfuscate everything, Laurie. I don't know whether you notice it or whether it just goes bypasses you, that you haven't actually got the information there, and you obfuscate around it and divert because you haven't got the information there. Whether you think you've got away with it after you've done that, right? I don't know. But, I mean, we definitely notice that you've got nothing, Laurie. You've just got linguistic ways of obfuscating an argument. There's nothing to back it up, Laurie. Nothing.
That's quite funny, because I actually know that I'm on point, at least on my key issue. I have still proven with my demonstration that two straight lines can enclose an area.
Those were curved.
And I'm actually honest behind that. I'm not trolling with that.
Even whatever
I'm honest
says
about that.
There's no straight lines.
Yeah. You
Again,
try to
that's
get.
your
He
your
tried to help
assertion
you.
again.
It's not. It was.
I know,
It was whatever that posted that. We've been saying, right? It's a Euclidean shape. You've said it's spherical geometry and they are straight lines. Whatever came to help you out to say, no, they're not straight. Because the moment you say they're straight lines on a globe, right? How do you have a tangent? Because a tangent is a straight line. But you can't have a straight line on the globe and a straight line off the globe. It's not possible.
Of course you can. I can see that you're not understanding.
So how do you differentiate between straight and curved? If a tangent's a straight line, but you showed curved lines and that were supposedly straight lines, how do you have a tangent line?
So let me answer that. There's a definition of a straight line. It's the shortest distance between 2 points. So again, if it's not the shortest distance, it's curved. Maybe you heard that answer before, so maybe you can shut up about asking the same question over and over again. You will get the same answer over and over again.
That's on you, because you don't understand the parameters within which you're working.
Maybe that's on you, because you're holding on to parameters that you pretend are correct, but you know deep inside that they're not.
Definitions.
No, they're
and axioms.
So when I say that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, what is that?
A straight line.
Because that's an axiom. That's an axiom.
It's not. Show us where it's an axiom, Laurie. I can show you where it's a definition. I have. I've shown you all the axioms of Euclidean geometry. It's not there. It's just a definition. Please show us where you're talking about, other than you just stating that it is. Which is, I don't know, Laurie's mathematics. I'm not too keen on it. It doesn't sound too good. You don't seem to know much, to be honest.
Well, again, you're taking personal digs. I actually find that a bit funny at this point.
Are you going to show us where the axiom is that you keep saying? Or are you just going to keep saying it is? And then we're going to have to call it Laurie's axiom.
Have you never heard of this? The shortest distance between 2 points is a line.
No deviation in any direction?
Again, the shortest distance doesn't say no deviation. It says the shortest distance. Yeah.
Where's that?
In the words, the shortest distance.
So it's Laurie's axiom.
No, it's not my axiom.
I mean, for me, a straight line is no deviation in any direction.
Is that a mathematical? Where does that come from? Is that Buster's?
I know the difference between a straight line and a curved line, but you obviously have a straight line and a curved line is the same thing.
Well, that's just how mathematics works, isn't it?
So x and x can be the same thing?
That's actually geometry, and those are kind of different things, really.
You said within mathematics, so if I'm defining x as x can be two different things at one time?
Well, actually, sort of, yes. For example, if you take the square root of a negative number, the answer would actually deviate. If you take complex numbers, it would give two answers.
So within an equation, I can have x as two different things.
Yeah, actually, you would have plus and minus in the answer.
Plus and minus?
Yep.
I'm just talking about x as x. If I'm using x in an equation.
I'm talking about the same thing as well. Yeah. I actually did a lot of mathematics when I was in high school. It's a long time ago, but I still remember that we had plus and minuses in some of those formulas. And you would give the x as also having plus and minus. Not on all cases, not in most cases, but in some cases, yes.
Well, that's just a negative or a positive. So if I'm defining x as a straight line, it could be above or below.
Well, x is really a number. It's not a line, but...
Well, within an equation, like if I'm doing surveying and I shoot that straight line and it would be x, then I would be just saying up or down, positive or negative elevation, right?
So, for example, in complex plane, you would get 2 points on the different sides of the axis.
But what I'm saying is that I'm defining x in my equation as the line I'm making with my tool, and I would get a positive or negative. That's what you're saying, right?
No, by no means. So you were clearly talking about completely different topics. I'm talking about, for example, if you take a square root of a negative number, and you're talking about something completely different.
Square root of a negative number? What's that?
Yeah, complex numbers.
Oh, so it's just back to obfuscation. I'm just saying that you can't have x being two different things at one time. This goes back to what we were talking about before, straight and curved. You can't have two separate definitions for one thing.
Oh, we're not talking about definitions. Isn't the same thing that we're talking about at all. So when you solve an equation, that has nothing to do with definitions. Like it's not x is defined as this thing. It's just the equation that's linked to x.
All this goes back to is the definition between straight and curved.
Yep.
But you say they're the same thing, or can be the same thing.
No. If that's what you hear, maybe that's a you problem. Again, my definition, my parameters, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Not the shortest means it's not straight. It's not.
But it can be curved or straight at the same time, right?
Yeah, but shortest distance, remember?
We have to work within a set of parameters, right?
Yeah, and the parameters is the shortest distance, yes?
Yeah, but what is x? Like a coordinate system, right?
Yeah, but you're now obfuscating from the parameter. The parameter is the shortest distance.
I'm trying to set parameters.
Yeah, but we've already set the parameter. The parameter is the shortest distance.
Within what?
For example, on the surface of the freaking sphere, the shortest distance.
Okay, so now you're in spherical geometry and you can't have a straight line.
No, that's the shortest distance. That's the parameters. So we can have a straight line. Next.
It's non-Euclidean, man.
Yeah, it's non-Euclidean. So what's the problem? We can have a shortest distance between 2 points on the
Okay, well then I'll back up to
you.
Sphere. I'll back up to you agreeing with the square. Where's the square? How can you triangulate anything? Earlier you agreed with a square having two sets of parallel lines.
Yep.
Does that work within the parameters you just set a minute ago? Within spherical geometry?
If we're talking about real life physics, yes, to a degree.
How?
Because it's a big freaking sphere. So the deviation from Euclidean trigonometry or Euclidean geometry would be quite slight. That's how. So there's no problem, and that's why I wasn't phased at all during all this time when you were kind of harping on that point, because I knew that you don't have an actual argument.
Dude, have you just dismissed trigonometry, Pythagorean theorem, all of that sort of stuff because it's close?
For practical purposes, if you're doing real life demonstrations, if you're doing real life observations, that's exactly where you get to. If it's deviations that are unnoticeable, are by definition unnoticeable.
Okay, so triangles do have 180 degrees, or do they not have 180 degrees? You decide. Just remember, there's a mathematical proof that they do have 180 degrees. And maths, as you know, it's pretty exact.
So the mathematical proof, So the mathematical proof, of course, assumes a Euclidean, right? So you cannot use that in real life physics. So let's talk about, instead of, you're confusing things, Bev. So you're trying to go to mathematics, but we're talking about real life. So can you have a real life demonstration?
About real life, yes. Pythagorean theorem, right? That's used practically daily.
Can you have a real life demonstration about the angles?
Yeah, a right angle.
No mathematical bullshit, no theory. Real life demonstration.
Yeah, plumb line, level, tools, practical. Both.
Okay.
90 degrees.
Those were words, yes.
Right angles. Yeah, they're used in reality.
I've squared many a post with 3, 4, 5.
I did hear some words. So where is your demonstration then?
Oh gosh, I can show you lanai I built based on a water level and Pythagorean.
This is the key problem here, because Bev does this. I've noticed he does this strange game where he talks about geometry and jumps into real life, and then talks about real life and jumps into geometry. Those are two vastly different things. So let's clarify which one we're talking about.
Logic and reality, Laurie. They're both the same thing. Right line geometry, reality.
Yeah, that's because you choose to define it like that, because you have to define
reality.
You have to say
book 11
Euclidean geometry by definition.
Solid geometry,
because you cannot prove
reality. All fits. There's proof of it all, Laurie.
Yeah, if there's proof of it, can you please demonstrate it somehow?
Yeah, anytime, Laurie. Anytime.
Anytime now would be nice.
No. I can
or
show
is
you
it
the water
anytime
level,
except now?
Yeah. Well, it is. It's 2:20 in the morning. What time is it over there, Laurie?
Yeah, so anytime,
What
but
time,
not now.
What time is it over there, Laurie?
Deflect from the question. Run away anytime except now.
Time is it over there, Laurie?
Time is just a concept. Anytime except now.
How do you want me to show you practically at night time? I don't do nighttime surveying, Laurie.
So which one was it when you said anytime?
Sort of a proof.
Was it inaccurate or was it
Laurie,
lying?
Stop trying to obfuscate with your bullshittery.
I'm just asking you to give demonstrations. That's not me obfuscating.
Right, Laurie, go and watch a video. There's a proof.
I want real life demonstrations.
Yeah, there's plenty of them.
Why are you telling me to go watch a video? You can manipulate video, you can make cuts, you can fucking use CGI.
There's no need to swear, Laurie.
You said anytime.
Keep the language down, please.
Anytime's fine by me.
Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, it's a good word, that, isn't it, Gently? So, what are you going to bring, Laurie, with your, what's your best proof, practically, that you can
I'm not sure if I need to bring anything because I've been on the flat Earth discussion for 5 years and I still haven't seen a single good flat Earth demonstration.
Wow.
And I've actually gone through some of those arguments personally, and every single one that I went through didn't stand the test and couldn't hold water. So I'm not convinced that flat Earth needs to be taken seriously enough for me to even bring anything.
How many arguments from reality have you ever heard?
How many arguments? I cannot put a number on it, but many.
From
during
reality.
5 years, one can get through many a whole lot of arguments.
Did you miss that? How many arguments from reality have you ever heard?
How many arguments from reality in terms of flat Earth? No, you don't have arguments from reality.
Yeah,
None.
level. Have you never heard level is horizontal?
Yeah, that's religious dogma. Yes, not an argument from reality.
So, what are you saying? What's the opposing argument then?
What's the opposing argument to religious dogma?
No, to level being horizontal.
Yeah, I already told you it's religious dogma, so there's no opposing argument to it.
So
it's
the
just religious dogma and can be dismissed.
It is a dogma. So you don't have an opposing statement for it or anything. When somebody says level is horizontal, you just say that's dogma, religious dogma, and hand wave dismiss it, and then not have anything to replace it by at all.
Well, it's sort of up to you to demonstrate it, isn't it? Because it's your claim.
I can.
So the burden of proof is on you, Bev, to actually demonstrate it. So I'm waiting for you to demonstrate it.
Geometrically proved it, and the practical proof.
Okay,
so
I would love to see that. Is it again anytime but now?
Laurie, it's been shown to you. You are the type
no,
of
it
person
hasn't.
that just obfuscates everything.
It hasn't been shown to me.
Well, you've never seen a tool.
I would love to see it, but of course it's not going to be now, right?
Horizontal plane. You've never seen that. Nobody's ever shown you that, have they not?
No, I don't think I've seen that. Okay. So can you demonstrate it sometime?
Yeah.
If you're busy now, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe then go somewhere, do something.
Pardon?
Well, if you're not gonna bring the evidence that you're promising now, then maybe we should just call it off and call it a day, I guess.
Did I promise it now? Did you just put those words there?
No, I didn't say that.
You did. You just said that I was promising something now. No,
what
I
said,
promised
and
that. Why
let
would
me
you
be
say
let me
that,
clear
Laurie?
let me be clear, Bev.
Let me
What
be
I said
clear
is
that you are just making shit
okay.
up.
So you're over talking me. Fine, go ahead.
Because you're making shit up, Laurie.
No, I'm not making
You're
shit
not
up. I'm
even
trying
a
to
very
clarify,
good
but
troll
sure.
anymore.
So again, Bev, what I said is if you cannot bring it now, I didn't say that you promised to bring it now.
You did. You said promise, definitely.
No, I didn't, because I actually listened
out
to my
live.
own words. If you want to dishonestly misrepresent me in order to get a gotcha, I can give you that. I cannot help you with that, and I cannot deny your lies if you want to lie about this. So
obfuscate for
I
another
guess
5
have a
minutes
gotcha
on a
with
ramble.
lies then.
Off you go. Are you done? Wow, that was quick.
Obviously,
you just like to start back up again. All right, off you go. Go on.
Like, obviously, you didn't say you're gonna bring it now. You said any time, and I was asking if that any time can be now. But obviously, it's not gonna be now because you already told me that you're not fine with now.
What do you want me to show you? Practical demonstration of geometry in reality. You want me to do it at night time? Who do that? What sort
well, you did say any
what
time.
sort of a mad
person
anytime. Would go out at night to do surveying? Who do that?
Well, flat earthers are quite mad, generally speaking, so I wouldn't put it past you.
Why are you associating me with a flat earther? Are you thinking... Are you a flat earther, Laurie?
No, I've just been in, for example, Gem Pandas.
No,
I don't know if you're aware, but there's this discussion about the Earth being flat. And for example, this guy in the YouTube called Gem Panda has this server, Debate Flat Earth and more.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you've been there. I might not have ever seen you there, but maybe you do know about this topic.
Debating,
and for example, the Black Swan argument, that's one that they use in the Flat Earth debates. So they are debating if the Earth is flat.
It's part of
so now you're not.
Yeah,
now you're knowledgeable on the that topic
existing. Are you part of the GLARPing community, Laurie?
Are you part of the FLARPing community, Bev?
No, I'm not. We just stay over here. We've got this little server. There's a couple.
Yeah, you have a small club. You have a cultist gathering.
We just deal in reality. I know it's hard work and it triggers people like you, the GLARPers.
No, I'm not triggered at all. I'm actually triggering you.
Oh, really?
It goes the other way around.
So? I'm okay living in reality. I have no need to be triggered.
Whatever you need to say, I guess.
Yeah. This is good. This has been nice, Laurie. It's been nice.
Yeah, it's been nice. I actually like this.
Is it better
came in too hot when I was last time here. I didn't really enjoy that.
When you were, is this better than dealing with crit? Because and I've noticed.
Well, I don't actually mind crit anymore because
arguing with crit, don't you?
I've actually kind of won him in his own troll game. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah,
that's not hard.
You out-trolled him. You out-trolled King Troll himself.
Yeah, I sort of feel like it. He started lying about me, and then his lies kind of came back on himself because everyone knew those to be lies. So it kind of fell on him, and he's been on some random spam wars on Brandon's, and we've been just punking him because, of course, there's only one of him, and there's plenty of us.
Oh.
So he's sort of...
it's a him and us type situation, is it? Who's you? Who's on the Laurie team? Who's on the us
Me
team?
and a few other Globers.
Oh, Globers. Hey. Like a team. The GLARPing team.
Yeah, I personally... I'm sort of on that side, but I'm personally...
you sound like
I'm just a reality earther.
Whoa, what? Why are you so against us then?
But I'm not really against anyone. I just
yes, you are.
I'm just making a statement, or I'm just talking about creation. Let's say.
You say your reality, but then you said earlier that you could prove that two straight lines close the space.
Yeah, that's reality. Reality Earther, remember?
Wow.
I
Elevation.
like to see
then.
that proof.
And also, well, technically speaking, reality Earthers, they don't need proof because it's sort of assumed. Like reality doesn't need proof; it can just be assumed as real.
What?
Yep.
Okay.
So a reality Earther just lives in reality, experiences reality, and of course, reality can be assumed as true. So there's no need to prove anything.
Okay. Yeah. So when you accept when they measure elevation change as a vertical change, then you just accept that for reality, right? There's no need to
if
make
they ever
any
did that, but
assumptions
they
of
don't.
anything.
What do they do?
What do?
If
They
don't
go out and eat
measure,
pizza.
they don't measure elevation, then what do they do?
Sometimes they eat pizza, sometimes watch movies.
Wow. That sounds... You can definitely tell you're not one of the best globe defenders. Right? You're more
Sorry,
of
you actually got off there, Bev.
You're more of a obfuscation glarper, aren't you? You're not really come with any sort of...
See, there's no need to... There's no need to defend anything, and there's no need to prove anything, because we can just assume things as real.
Yeah. Well, okay then. Can we call you an assumption glarper?
No, I'm a reality Earther. That's...
Yeah. You just assume reality, though, right?
No, like, is there ever need to prove reality? For example, there's a cup here. Do I need to prove it? Of course not.
How do you prove it? How would
That's
you
the
prove
same
it?
with reality. There's no need to prove it.
How would you prove it?
How would you prove it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't, because reality exists. It doesn't wait for me to prove it.
Okay.
It would be a pain in the buttocks if the reality was waiting for me to prove it in order to exist.
Right, but you need to have it there to be able to prove it, right? There's no need to prove it because it's a cup in front of you.
Thank you. So there's no need to prove it.
Yeah. Right, so can you prove something that you don't see? Or do you not need to prove that either?
Well, I can prove things in reality that are not immediately visible, if that's what you mean.
How?
Because again, reality doesn't depend on our
How?
Seeing it at the moment.
How do you prove it if you can't see it?
I think logical deduction. Of course, I wouldn't need to prove it, but that might be one way to do it.
Right?
Theoretically speaking, of course, because I'm a reality Earther.
In order to prove your reality, you can just theoretically assume it. And therefore not need to prove it.
No. We don't need to prove it. We can just assume it. But theoretically speaking, if one felt the some kind of weird tingling and had the desire, one could try to theoretically prove it.
So you wouldn't actually know how to prove it. You just
No, I didn't say that. I might even know how, but I just don't have any need to.
Okay, so you could just assume that the proof was there anyway.
Yeah, reality, like I said, reality doesn't need our proving to exist. It's reality no matter what we do.
Yeah, a little bit weird.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. It's kind of like you're being spiteful.
No.
Like you really mean that, huh?
Yeah.
Why would I be spiteful?
Because, I don't know, maybe you're mad because your story doesn't add up. I don't know.
So now you're reading into things.
I told you I don't know. I'm not reading into anything. You asked for a speculation, I gave you a speculation.
Well, this is the same guy that said that he agreed with a square having two sets of parallel lines, but then before that said he could prove straight lines and close the space.
I still don't... there's still no problem there.
Yeah, that's some bad cog diss, that, mate.
So you just call yourself a reality earther, and then anything is possible, right?
Assume it.
And I didn't say really anything is possible.
Just
reality
what
is
you think
reality
is
possible.
possible.
That's how I think. Reality is
Yeah.
possible. Non-reality is impossible.
But you can't show what you're saying in reality, in the real world. You can't show.
Oh, I
a
can.
straight
I
line
just said I
enclosing
don't.
a
I don't need
space.
to.
Right. Right. You don't,
don't
need
to?
because
Yep.
You're just
Why would
calling yourself
reality
a reality
again?
earther.
It doesn't require me to prove it.
And that's why it sounds spiteful.
Why
like
would
you're
it?
just mad.
Why does it sound spiteful that reality doesn't need me to prove it? What's spiteful about that?
Because you seem
really
seem
curious
upset
about
about the
this.
fact that a triangle has an axiom, and that the word assumed you say means not knowing. So it's like you're all confused about it and you're mad. I get it. You know?
I mean,
You're-
earlier he
you're
said he
really-
could prove it. Now he says he doesn't need to prove it.
Right.
No, you're actually really reading into this, Mobius. This is actually quite funny. Funny
It
from
is
my
funny.
perspective.
I think it's hilarious.
See, do you really honestly think that I'm spiteful?
I think that you're being what's the word? Like
I could be sarcastic.
Yeah.
I could be sarcastic. I'm not being spiteful. That's a huge difference.
Well, I think that you're being sarcastic because you're spiteful. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that could be one thing, or I could be sarcastic because I seen flat earthers, because I don't actually hold this position. If you were confused, I've just seen flat earthers who hold the position, or globe deniers who say, "Oh, we don't need to prove things; we can just assume it to be true." So sometimes I kind of like to.
Like you're coming from that position, like, oh well, if they can say it, I can say it. But you don't understand why other people are saying it. You're just saying it like in a broad generalization versus like actually having anything to back up what you're saying. Whereas some people, I'm not saying all people that say that are, telling the truth, but some instances that is the case. And it doesn't go along with your narrative. So of course, being sarcastic out of spite seems reasonable and logical.
Well, I can see where you come from. Not that I agree with that, but you're making sense from your point of view.
You don't have to agree with it. It's just my opinion, right?
Yep.
It's just how I see it.
Yep.
Carry on.
No problem. Where I would maybe go with that is to try to distinguish, because of course there are some things that don't need proving, then there are other things that do need proving. And for example, personally, I do take globe Earth and flat Earth both to be those kind of things that need some kind of proof. Of course, who needs to prove what is then a discussion that it would take too long to go into, but I think in this discussion both sides have some burden of proof to prove their shit. And that's my honest stance, non-ironically and non-sarcastically.
So that's it then?
He's not got
Could
much
be.
else.
Well, it's middle of the night here, so I'm not really gonna look up some complicated proof for you or anything.
Do you think
you guys seem to be mostly on it's the middle.
Do you think you'd understand it if you could find a really complicated proof? Could you not find a simple proof?
Well, I did find a simple proof, and it got dismissed time after time for no good reason at all. So,
but your proof was holding two contradictory definitions.
Well, that's your mistaken belief about that.
No.
Yes.
Here we go again.
Well, your proof was that straight line was curved, and that's. I mean, to me, it's. I mean, I don't know about anybody else in here, but to me, that's too contradictory. You can't have straight line curving.
That's probably because you're relying on the on, let's say, a layman's notion of what a straight line is instead of a mathematical, because mathematics doesn't work like that.
Well, what you were posting is totally different geometry, then you can't say straight at all.
Well, actually, in mathematics, we say that that is a straight line. Whether we can or not, that's like mathematics, people in mathematics.
So in mathematics, you can have x being straight and then another x being curved.
Well, it depends on the context, doesn't it? So if you're talking about spherical geometry and the surface of the sphere, then a straight line has a different definition, or it has the same definition, but it works in a different manner in that shape. And then on the Euclidean space, and actually that's where the tangent line, for example, comes, because the tangent line is not on the surface, but it's on the surrounding Euclidean space. That's again a different thing.
That sounded like a lot of contradictory statements you just said.
Well, there's no contradiction there. It's just things work. They have the same definition, but the same definition manifests in different ways in different contexts. For example, a water drop, it looks different from a lake, but they are still both water.
You just said that in...
Interesting analogy.
Yeah, I mean, you just said that in spherical geometry can be one thing, but in Euclidean it can be another. But then you say you can mix them? You can, like, have a little... Like, okay...
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah, but me and my daughter, this is a funny story. You know, we take Monopoly and Uno. We throw the two games together and make up our own rules. But then it always comes a point where it's like, I mean, what's happening here? I mean, are we going to go with this rule or that rule? I mean, is that what's going on here?
No. I'm starting to be tired, so I need to go off. But
quite young.
Because I actually lost your point. But
I was tracking with you, Buster. I was tracking with you.
I didn't hear. Yeah.
Do you know the game Monopoly?
Yeah, I do, and I
okay,
actually.
Do you know the game? Do you know the game Uno?
Yeah. So you were talking about different rules.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry.
And because I didn't completely miss you, but when sometimes you miss what someone else is saying, but you kind of hear the last bit and you can kind of parse it out afterwards and still get the
point. I was clarifying. You know,
you
got
Monopoly. Yeah.
You got Monopoly, and it's got a set of rules. You got Uno. It's got a set of rules. I'm just trying to give you a hint. Well, what's going on here?
No, I got it. I got the hint. So that's not exactly how it works.
No.
Damn,
we're talking about a definition of. We're talking about a definition of a straight line, right line, in one context, but then you want to meld two different concepts into one.
No, that's So here's the best way to explain that.
Okay.
There are two different manifestations, but there's a unifying theme between those two, and that unifying theme between those two is the actual definition of a straight line between 2 points. So that definition allows for some flexibility, so it can manifest in different ways. But that definition still nails it down to some kind of definition that, okay, it cannot be whatsoever. It has to be the straightest line between 2 points.
No deviation in any direction. I mean,
that's not necessarily written in the Well,
So
technically
so
speaking, I guess you could say that on the surface, but in the surface and not in the space outside it.
I mean, you're still playing within two different games.
Yeah, but playing in two different games is allowed in mathematics, and if we can use that, apply those concepts into reality and have
You
it
can
make
have two
sense,
sets
then...
of you can have two sets of rules within mathematics.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem. Like they have these all the time. I can give you a perfect example. So, for example, you probably know that, or I'm going to ask you what's 12 plus 1 because that's just silly. We all know that's 13. But if we're talking about time, you could see as either 13 or you could see it 1 o'clock. And even while the clock is pragmatic every day, it's not mathematics, but that mathematics has an equivalent in mathematics where systems loop around and they don't continue. So you can make a mathematical system that only has, for example, the numbers 0 and 1, and there 1 plus 1 actually loops back to 0 instead of going to 2. So yes.
Look. Time is a concept. You said it earlier. And if I was in the military, it'd be 1300. And as a civilian, it's 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, that was sort of an analogy to get.
Don't say they're the same thing, please.
Yeah. It's different.
Yeah, that the clock was really sort of the analogy. That wasn't the point. But
it's a bad analogy.
No, I don't think it's a bad analogy because in mathematics, the point is you can have systems that loop around because normal numbers just continue. When you add one, it just grows larger and larger. But you can define mathematical systems that stop, and when you add 1 to the maximum number, it goes back to the beginning and starts again.
That's where you get in problems with mathematics like that, though, right? When you start mathematically looping things, you get into trouble, right? Because you can imagine all sorts of things. You can start to imagine your own mathematics.
But I mean, within an equation, you're never going to define one thing as two different things at the same time. You're never going to use within an equation X as being two different things at the same time.
Sure.
Okay.
So, and actually that works perfectly well. For example, with my sphere example here, I've drawn a line on the surface. That straight. Line on the surface is not the same thing as the ruler, for example. So if you try to define that line that I've drawn on the surface as the ruler that I used, then you're doing something wrong. Yeah, which is actually where the discussion was earlier.
Yeah. That's the different geometries, right? The geometry of 3D geometry of 3 space in reality is what you are doing, right?
Exactly.
You are showing a ball, a sphere, and a ruler tangent to it, right? That's real.
Yep.
Definitely real.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've drawn a line on the surface of the ball, so that line there, that's also real.
That's curved.
And you're trying to shift the focus from that line to the ruler, and you're trying to say that the ruler is only thing that exists.
Yeah, that's the straight line. Yeah, the ruler is the straight line. Yes,
yeah, but that's how you define it.
No, we are saying that is straight. Yeah. In reality, this is straight, this is curved, right? Yeah. There's a difference. You're coming along and saying, I want this to be straight as well.
No,
we go, no, that's the curved bit. Right, this is the straight. You go, I know that's the straight. I want this to be straight
Nothing to do with want.
Yeah, it is.
It's
it
not
is your model
nothing to do with what I want.
You to do that. Your model's doing it for you.
Yeah. So again, you're trying to confuse. You're talking about Euclidean geometry. You're talking about the ruler, and
in reality,
not
that's what
looking
I'm talking
at it.
About.
Again, I have this sphere here.
Yep.
So this is reality.
Yep.
And the surface of it is reality. The lines that I've drawn from it drawn on it are reality, and the geometry of those lines again is reality. And
then you can take your ruler. You can take your ruler and straight edge and
why are
flush
you
it down
talking
the
about
toilet.
the
If you're going
ruler?
to stick with the
Why
spherical.
are you talking about the ruler? We're talking about the surface of the sphere.
Exactly.
The ruler. Yeah. Exactly.
You
So
can take you can take the ruler and flush it down the toilet.
Buster, can I ask you a question? When you go out and play soccer, do you take a ruler with you, or do you take a ball? Because you seem to be confused about rulers and the surfaces of spheres. So you seem to think that the ruler is the surface of the sphere. That's not the case. So if you go and buy a soccer football, that's not made up of rulers.
I'm saying you can't have a ruler at all. You can't have a ruler, period. Flush it down the toilet for you.
Why couldn't I have a ruler?
That's your problem.
No, it was your claim that I cannot have a ruler, so it's your problem to show me why I cannot have a ruler.
No, that's your problem that you need to understand what you're talking about.
Oh, so you cannot tell me why I can't have a ruler. You made a statement that you cannot back up.
I can back it up. I'm not going to give it to you.
Okay, so you can back it up, but conveniently you're not going to.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Typically, when someone says that they can do something, but they're just not going to, we're talking about this thing. I really, I could prove you wrong, but I'm not just going to. I don't feel like it. That normally, I call bullshit on that.
It's normally what you do, isn't it? I'm gonna cut this stream off now. So thanks for watching, everyone. We're gonna be doing this again.